So the space completely crashed. Sorry about that, guys.
The minute I got into space, boom, it left.
Yeah, it crashed because of you. It was all your fault, DD1. Now, I think I've been having issues this morning in Marlon's space, and then Marlon was saying his phone was like constantly giving him problems all of a sudden. So I don't know. That just happened. So sorry about that, guys.
I'll be honest with you, Maga, I don't think it's your phone, man. I think it's Twitter. I mean, these spaces have been having a lot of trouble. I mean, all last night and everything. So, it's kind of got me wondering, you know, uh, what's going on. I'm beginning to wonder if it's a little more than a glitch.
Well, whenever you do updates to a system, like even if it's a website, if you're republishing information or updating something, it makes user errors and issues. So if they are doing something, might explain it. Who knows? So what have you been up to, Stadium? I haven't seen you in a while. I know you've been you've been busy.
Yeah, got to limit my exposure. Just been looking for a job, I'm actually starting a new business. Well, it's like just like a handyman thing off of a contractor who subs it out on like a job board. Uh, you know, and I guess that's my future because I tell you what, man, I've had like 20 jobs in the same industry, and I guess my name got around because don't nobody want to hire me.
Ah, well, some of those jobs are already taken up by other people. Like there was a there was a time during Obama's presidency that it was very difficult for me to get a job, even though I was in construction and very skilled. You know, get your General B license, you start doing your own thing. It's tight. If you're running your own contracting business, there's a lot of competition. People are hiring. Uh, they're hiring in ways that aren't really supporting the country as much as they would think, and it's really just supporting their business because it makes financial sense to pay cash under the table to people that'll do the work. It's a really vicious cycle. So that whole industry, just to give you an example, there was a time when I was looking for a job. I could lead jobs as a manager and I was building homes, So I thought, well, I'll go to this roofing company. All of their ads have American flags, we support the USA, they pump America first, all this stuff on their ads. And I call them for a job and then they say, well, we see you're qualified, but one of our main requirements is that you're fluent in speaking Spanish. And I said, well, okay, well, I know enough. Like I've been on construction jobs that get along fine, with people that work on jobs with me that speak Spanish. Maybe English isn't their first language, so we get along. I mean, I we manage, because construction, if you know it, you can kind of show somebody or kind of point and tell that if they're doing it right or not, or show them. Anyways, I've worked through those challenges with languages. But anyways, one of the requirements was that I spoke fluent Spanish, not just a little Spanish. I had to be fluent in it. So they had this person get on the phone with me for a phone interview, and they tested me literally in a conversation with Spanish. And I just said, I'm good. And then they said, well, we can't hire you because you don't speak enough Spanish. And I just went, well, I'm more than qualified. I'm ready to go. I can do the job. But they're claiming they're America first, but you have to speak Spanish to work for them. It just, to me, it was like, what the hell is going on here? Something is completely upside down. I'm really hurting for a job. At the time, I was like, I'm really hurting. So I feel you, man, and that can really suck. It is a tight business for people to run. They don't, there's not a lot of jobs available sometimes in that industry.
Yeah. It's no big deal. I mean, something will happen. I'm not worried yet. Yeah, I wanted to say something about that. that is a problem because that's what I'm looking for. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how bad our economy sucks. Is because you got to pay taxes. You don't make enough money, and then you got to pay someone who wants a living wage, i.e., $35 an hour. And it's like, wait, I'm only getting $200 on this little crappy ass, shrub job or whatever. It's just like, I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but hey, we'll see what happens.
Well, some of this equation we've been working with NOAA, and they're facing kind of it's not quite the same dynamic that we were speaking of, but there is a dynamic between the brokering and the actual people doing the work that's been going on, that's been cutting them out of profits and things like that, that they're working on. But before I cut out, and I don't know if you heard my question to you before the last space crashed. Did you happen to hear what I said?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking, and then I don't know. The mic crapped out, but the whole room froze up. So anyways, I know that you've said that you're a Democrat. That's fine. We've had many conversations. We're somewhat friendly. I'm definitely not attacking you, right? We've had many times where we've battled it out, but not even like that. Just tossing around ideas, right? And hearing what you have to say, and you always do have really incredible insight. So when you said that you're Democrat, that's fine. Then you said you voted for Biden, and then you said that, well, now you see what's happening, or something like that. I remember you were saying, well, now you see some of the things that are going on, that he's not running the country, other people are. And I heard that, and then I started to ask this question. So I said, couldn't wasn't there something that could indicate to you before you voted for him that maybe this is a possibility that was obvious? This was an obvious inevitability if you did vote for him, but you voted for him anyways. Does that make sense? Like, hindsight is 2020, and you have the hindsight now, right, about Biden and his administration, but didn't you have any inkling at all, or any worry that this is where this guy would have taken us at all before you voted for him?
Well, like I think, like me, like many other people, who are independent purple voters, we gave Trump a chance, and he did good things. Then the pandemic happened. But it's not just that. It's the racial division. Even if it was spurred on by the media, it was like me being around, and I'm from Pittsburgh. There's a lot of black people around here. It's me being around black people feeling uncomfortable because of the damn president. Like, I didn't like that. So, and then he tried to, like, to me, it seemed like he was trying to become the king, and Donald Trump Jr. was going to be the next president. Like, I don't know what I thought, but to me, it just didn't look good. I didn't like how that looked January 6th.
Where's the racial division stuff that you were feeling fear for? I mean, you're obviously stating that you're white or something. I don't know. What's your racial division part that you were fearful of? I didn't quite get that.
So yeah, with like Black Lives Matter doing their whole like, destruction of cities, things weren't cool. And I'm always cool around black people, but when that shit was going down, I was like, I'm not as cool with these people as I think I am I? Like, I had a second thought. I didn't like it.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, if you have a guy who's running for president and he sounds like a bumbling idiot, he probably is a bumbling idiot. So Frank, that's why I'm kind of like asking you, hey, how could you not have foreseen what was going to happen? I guess what you're trying to tell me is that you saw all of the other stuff that was fighting against Trump so much, and you just wanted to stop or something. Like, you were afraid that
Exactly.
maybe
Yeah. Exactly.
yeah, okay. Okay, I think I'm getting the picture. You wanted it just the nightmare to stop.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. But so then you voted for another possible nightmare or alternate reality that we're in, and I'm telling you, I wish it would stop. I wish we could wake up. Anyways, let me go to thanks, Frank. Let me go to Texas real quick. Texas.
Yeah. Hello, how y'all doing? How you doing, Matt? Frank, I've sent you a follow, brother. I like talking to people who's on the other side for me or has been. So now, knowing now what you know now versus what you knew then or thought then, how does it make you feel to know that the government and Twitter conspired to push that narrative on everybody else? How does that make you feel, brother?
Oh, that's big time, and trust me, a lot of swing voters. That's big time. This is big time. So, a lot of people think that Trump's gonna lose. I think that is just the legacy media again talking about poll numbers. It's all bullshit. I really think there's an undercurrent of like people like me. They're like, all right, we're starting to believe the Donald now, even though it sucks to.
Believe the Donald. Become one with the Donald.
Well, really quickly. The first time I heard fake news, I was like, shut up. That's just because you don't like what they say. But now it's true. He is way ahead of me in his wisdom of what the hell's going on. So that's a big thing for me. Fake news, I was like, shut up. You just don't like them talking about you. But now I can see that they didn't cover the cyber attack on ABC News tonight with David Muir. They didn't say anything about Joe Biden and Burisma. And it's like, all right, this shit is slanted. It is slanted in a way that uh, erases me. There, I said it.
Interesting. Marlon, you're back. How you doing? You with this, brother, or are you locked up? Thumbs up, thumb down.
I don't think, I think he's a ghost. You know what happened?
All right, that's cool.
Yeah. Because he looks the way I looked this morning, except for I was able to talk, but I couldn't add speakers. I couldn't mute anyone. But I could talk, and I couldn't see. I couldn't see who was in the audience. So I mean, it was kind of funny in a way. And then I couldn't end the space. It was supposed to end, and people were laughing, and it was kind of funny because people just kept joining in. And then Gypsy had to like remove people to try to end the space. And then I just went to another space, and they were like, "I got removed." I mean, it was funny. Everybody's cool with it. They understand what happened. But I had to remove the battery out of my phone. I couldn't even back out of the app. So maybe that's what's going on. Good morning, Matt.
Yeah, actually, Twitter was keeping me from co-hosting for Marlon, and now maybe Twitter's keeping Marlon from being able to co-host with me. So yeah, it's a funny little dance and game we play with the phones getting locked up and getting them to release us again, getting controls back, and all this stuff. It's so much fun. I just can't get enough of it, Caroline. Stadium, I see you pumping. Jump in.
Yeah. Don't you feel like they're just kind of like threatening you at this point? Like not threatening, but letting you know. I mean, we
Well,
talk
Right.
about operational open source information, all that stuff. Like Twitter is huge for Intel services. I mean, this is our dossier. Come on.
we're certainly hoping so. We're certainly hoping it's huge for Intel services because they're not the only Intel. We, the American people, are Intel too. So they can listen all they want. We're not doing anything illegal, unethical, or immoral. So I think it's just a glitching out because Twitter's getting bigger and things like that. So, maybe some of it, is people reporting or their crapola. But yeah, so what? Even if it is Intel, so what? Sorry, I can't take one more. I can't take one more fear. That I just won't let them have it. I won't let them steal it from me. Not one more inch of my freedom. One more inch.
Yeah, no doubt. And then on that note, please, since we had the space crash the first time, please do it again. If you can, retweet the space. That'd be really great. I'd like to get it going. I'll try and invite some more people that I had invited from before, see if they can find us, and we'll keep rolling here. Big Daddy, jump in, and then Texas, please.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm really hung up on what Stadium said. I never in a million years thought I would hear someone from the Democrat side say that they actually believe anything that Donald Trump says.
Dude, what it was the his little speech after he got indicted. He said, Hillary Clinton fucking acid washed her shit. Nobody cared. And I was like, oh, that is a big deal. So yeah, that I believe that speech after his latest indictment, I believe that changed a lot of people's hearts. Changed mine.
Well, that's what we need. We need more hearts changed, that's for sure.
Bill Clinton did something too, and it was forgiven. It's like, all right.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's just mic check Marlon because I'm going to be in and out, but I'm
Sorry,
happy.
guys. Yep. I mean, every time I
Okay,
every time I try to talk, it threw me out, and I don't know what happened.
okay,
Yeah,
it's all
I
good.
just had to reset him a couple times by putting him down and bringing him back up, putting him down and bringing him back up. I think it reset him. So that's what I'm doing.
Hey, Maggie, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I was just trying to know. I mean, for some strange reason, my phone's not letting me throw up any emojis or anything, so I just want to make sure I was still in the space.
Yeah, Dee Dee, what you got to do is hit your back button and go home and get out of your DMs or get all the way back to where you see your app. Hit that again, come back. It should reset. You just gotta keep hitting that back button until you get home.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point to where I just got to completely mash the button on my phone and just completely restart my phone all over. So that's what I did, but it's still not letting me throw anything up. So I'll rock on a few more minutes and see if it'll do it. I mean, I've had this problem before, so I'm just letting you know I'm still here.
Well, that's cool, man. Sorry about that. Hang out. Just don't touch anything. How about that? Don't do anything. You're perfect right where you are, and we'll get back to you. Oh, hey, there's an emoji. I saw it. Texas, what's up?
Maybe Weffy Wendy, since I'm put her in control of all this. It may be her messing with y'all, brother. I'm just saying. But yeah, Stadium, brother. I appreciate what you said, bro, and you're 100% right. For the life of me, I'm independent. You know what I mean? I when all this stuff went down with McCarthy, man, I swore off the Republican Party, so I'm identifying as independent. I'm tired of the rhinos. I'm tired of the status quo, and then accepting the status quo. I'm more of a Freedom Caucus kind of guy. But I mean, if the people on the left, the moderates, the ones that are important, not the, of course, crazy ass, loony ass progressives, but the moderate Democrats do not see this now and still can't accept it. What's it going to take for them to be able to accept that they've been played the sucker? They've been played the fool. I don't get it, bro. It's baffling to me.
I think we're starting to see. So yeah, let me just expound. So Trump's speech after his latest indictment, he talked about Bill Clinton did something, Hillary Clinton acid washed her stuff, whatever he said, and then I turn on, because I do listen to MSNBC. I turn them on. They're like, these are all lies. All of it is lies. None of what Donald Trump said was true. And it's like, these motherfuckers, like, they don't stop. They just have to stay on that trope of lying to the American public because they still have the numbers. So they still can.
They don't, their numbers suck.
I'm just saying, like, as far as like traditional legacy media, they still have, Twitter hasn't surpassed them yet, in my opinion.
Well, let's hope. Go ahead.
No, it's just I was going to jump in at this point. If they actually correct themselves, it's going to completely delegitimize them as any source for any information, and they already have. The problem is they keep right. It's like when a kid, you go, "Did you take the cookie?" And they go, "No, I didn't take the cookie." And you go, "Well, there's chocolate on your face, though." "No, I didn't eat the chocolate chip cookie." "Well, there's chocolate on your hands." "No, well, there's crumbs on your collar." That's where they're at right now. I mean, you can keep lying your way out of it, try to, but it's never going to land. They've already lost credibility. They might as well own it and try to get some back. Yeah, it's pretty sad. Caroline, sorry.
No, 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 no. You said it perfect. I tell you, I don't give you enough time when we talk because you have got some great humor and you have got some great insight and you are spot on. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that you found that amusing. I try to speak in metaphors because that's really the only way that I'm always in a constant state of trying to figure out how I can communicate my thoughts, and oftentimes it's in metaphor. Felicity, how you doing?
Good afternoon or morning, depending on your time zone. Thank you. And yeah, I can't help but laugh when I see the media denying stuff about Hillary or Bill or any of the other politicians that years ago they were the one that did the story on.
Well, real quick, I just want to welcome some of the new listeners into the room. I see Corey, Melody, Bohemian, Chris, Constitution, everybody down there. Thank you for joining us. We had a room crash. We're just doing a restart, and Dale has joined us. Dale, how are you this afternoon, sir?
I'm doing good. Just trying to get something to eat, enjoying some sun when the province isn't burning down because half of Canada seems to be on fire, but the air's not too bad today. So things are good. Good to join the space. I think this is important stuff to be talking about. Um, you know, I mean, the having everything secure with your elections and your freedom. People don't realize that you can't have if your elections aren't safe, then you don't have freedom. If your liberties aren't protected civilly, you don't have religious liberty either. They're all tied together. This is why we have to ensure that there's fairness everywhere so that everybody's rights are protected. Because you don't get one, you lose the other. This is really the way it goes. So good on you for having this, giving people a space to speak. Hey, Carolyn, Marlon, I see Texas there, trucker. Keep the food on our tables and the goods going so that we can continue to have these conversations. Um, you know, just remember the people that are doing stuff and pull behind them. Thank you.
Hey, Dale. Yeah, I'm glad you joined us today. There's been a lot of talk of about different districts and precinct committee members and getting active locally and things like that. But one of the things that I wanted to ask you about was the alarming rate of bills that I've been seeing being passed by the Democratic Party are being put on the floor and being passed into law. And it's going at such an alarming rate. I mean, I even told Marlon the other day, I think they're writing these things with Chat GPT. I mean, they're just like pumping them out like crazy. It's going to be changing, I'll just call it metaphorically, the landscape of the country if a lot of these things get passed into law. So I just wanted your insight on that and where you see these mainly coming from, how they're affecting us, and moving forward, how we might be able to get a little bit of a pause between each one that's being passed so fast. I mean, doing something about it to get somebody to slow it down.
Well, I suspect that some of them may have been written in principle beforehand. This is definitely an agenda that was planned beforehand. This isn't something that was just random happenstance. When you're like examining what one of the bills in California, what they're doing is they're using the state legislature to traffic children. They're going to allow them to be stolen from other states and transported across state lines in order for them to be tortured and butchered and then ultimately sexually and financially exploited. And that's straight human trafficking. You can't use these legislators to do so. So this was something that was pre-planned, and they're doing this so that they know they're unconstitutional to begin with. They know they're breaking the law. But what they're expecting people to do is to go through the civil courts to challenge them eventually. But by the time they get struck down, the damage will already be done. They know that there's going to be certain areas, a lot of children being affected and destroyed by this. And by the time that, say, if it takes a couple years to get these things done, how many children will be destroyed? If, say, for example, 15 states get these laws in and they start trafficking children from other states, and then they're going to have these woke people in the schools that are doing things that are predatory and are facilitating the exploitation and trafficking of children, and they're funneling and kidnapping your children and taking them to other places for them to be completely destroyed. A lot of damage will be done, and it's criminal. This is where people need to start talking to their sheriffs and so forth, because no one has a right to legislate crime. And that's exactly what you're seeing in California. I actually included the bill that they put in California into the federal complaint because it is criminal. You can't traffic children. You can't circumvent parental authority, kidnap them and take them to another state and to torture them. And then I don't care who you are. The President of the United States can't do that. Nobody can do that. No one has a right to break the law. And this is where people need to learn that there are options, and you have a good sheriff. You can go in and say you're not doing that. If anybody wants to enforce trafficking of children, I'm going to slap the cuffs on them, and that's the way it should go. As far as I'm concerned, everybody who voted for that bill needs to be put in handcuffs, because you cannot do that to children. That's taking away their liberty, their life, and everything else like that. And so that's where I kind of put that there, and I'm helping to educate people on top of that. I was talking with a guy from Courage is a Habit who talks about the transgender indoctrination of the children and how it is mirrors human trafficking. And when you start looking at the rates in this of how many of the transgender people are being put into the sex trafficking and they're being financially exploited, you can see very clearly that this is criminal. People need to be educated about that. So that's some of the stuff we're doing. Thank you.
Are you specifically referring to SB 5599?
Yeah, I believe that's the bill. I can't think of it offhand, but yes, it's the one where they're circumventing parental authority and allowing children to be transported across state lines and not respecting any custody agreements and so forth, in order to do that so that they can butcher the children. Yes.
Right. Yeah, the premise is that if they're not safe at home, and the deal is this, they're calling it life-saving care, as if it's life or death. So it's almost like they're creating this precedence out of they have to act because it's life or death.
But then on the way, they can put your child anywhere, for example. They can stop at what they consider a safe place, a place where they're going to conceal your identity from your parents and do things that people who traffic children do. So what's going to happen to that random person that they put your child with? They can be sexually exploited right then and there on the way there. Who's going to stop them? Who's going to report it? And then they're taken to another destination along the way. This opens up the door for many, many abuses to the children along the way. This is absolutely disgusting.
I'm just alarmed at how fast they're actually gaining traction and introducing these bills across America. And I'm shocked at the fact that we don't have representation across America to say no. That's the other problem. So we're obviously lacking in sufficient representation with the logical side of the argument to say no. And the constituents, I would think, unanimously are screaming from the streets and the rooftops, no. So if the people are saying no on a majority of the time, where's the representation that's stopping the bills from being passed into law. Melody has joined the floor. Melody, good afternoon. How are you? I heard you earlier this morning. I can't wait to talk to you. Thanks.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to you either. Welcome and hi, everybody. So kind of just talking to the room, but also to Dale and all of you. But I had the great pleasure of being on Dale and Keisha's show yesterday, and we talked about this. And I just find it so interesting that no matter what it is we are talking about, and of course the children is everything for me. This entire topic of the trafficking and what's the mutilation of our children and how on earth it's becoming something that we even have to stomach and talk about. But all of it ties back to our power. And, Dale, correct me if I'm wrong, but, we really tied the bow yesterday that, just as you were just saying, MAGA, where's the representation? We are the voice. And until we fill these precinct seats, and I know you started the question too, Dale, about this, and it just comes back to it. It's like until we understand our power, understand that we've got to occupy those chairs on the precinct level, on the county level, until we fill those seats. We can scream, like you were saying, there's people screaming for representation. Well, become the representation, become the precinct committee members. You have voting power. And I know it's a mess in California, for example, but this is how we start to straighten it out. And we made the point, and we had the conversation, Dale, yesterday about the skyscraper. It doesn't matter how beautiful the skyscraper is and has all the bells and whistles and all the greatest tech, and it's got all the architecture, and it's, the tallest building in the world. If there is no foundation, it doesn't matter. We're all looking up at the federal, we're looking at the legislative branch, we're looking at the judicial branch, we're looking at the executive branch, and all eyes are on the shiny object. What's in the mainstream media? What are we talking about as far as all these big talking heads? And we're ignoring and not seeing that the foundation is non-existent, and that is us filling these seats. We fill these seats and we change it from the ground up. The Dems are good at this. I'm getting ready to do a compare and contrast. I'm digging into finding how many precinct seats are vacant county by county, and there's too many for me to do that by myself. So I'm asking for help. I'm asking for people to stand up and take a section of your state and join our force in conquering this across the country. But I want to find out the disparity, like the fact that in Dallas County, Texas alone, there are 623 vacant GOP seats. I mean, that's heinous to me, but nobody knows about it. It's just a completely ignored power. It's a completely ignored power. So these people who are screaming for representation need to be the representation. We need to move into these spots, and then we will have that representation. But yeah, so even as it comes back to the things going, like you're talking about these bills, guys, we can write bills. Every single person in this room, doesn't matter your station in life, you can write a bill. But we're watching, as you said, we're watching the Dems crank them out. Well, we can crank them out too. I mean, that is absolutely all right. Anybody ever seen Schoolhouse Rock? I know. We literally can write bills and pass them up. Now, a lot of people think bills, they think federal level and they think Congress. No, I'm talking about bills right here in your county, in your state, that go to your state legislative body. And we've got to start writing those bills this fall, because they open the session again in January. And that's when they start looking at the new bills that they are given and looked at. And then by now, all of the legislative branches are done. They're on recess. They've left Washington, but your state ones are also on recess as far as they're done. They've, from January to May, June, they've looked at all the bills that they want to consider taking up. They go to committee. If they pass the committee, they go to the House floor. If they pass the House floor, they go to the Senate. But those are bills that people like you and I have written. And so we've got to figure out how to get better at knowing and owning our own power, that we can actually be the ones doing this. So thank you.
Well, I think if I sign up for Chat GPT and I give it the parameters of how to write a bill, and then I put in the points that I want to make and cite the law, or cite the the premise, maybe we could actually use that to put it together in a formal way that could actually get to the floor. So,
Matt, let me jump in with that. Let me jump in with that because I have Chat GBT. I call it Chat GPT because I really didn't want Chat GBT. Okay. I don't want any of this to tell you the God's honest truth, but I guess we're past the point of what I want. Okay. So, long past, sadly, but that's all right. I'm used to it. I just adjust. I'm very adaptable. So anyway, I got Chat GPT. And so what I did was test it, and I tested it on subjects that I was already very knowledgeable of. So I would be able to know if whatever it was writing, whether it was accurate or not. So that is an excellent resource because it saves time and it's there anyway. So just saying I'm not going to use it is somewhat foolish. That's throwing away a tool that you have that can save you a ton of time. As long as you are aware of the subject matter, it does a real good job. So I just wanted to jump in with that.
yeah, I mean, I'm just laying out the idea or premise. I mean, you can look at the format of how a bill is written, and like I've seen, they're just pumping one out after the other in numerical value, over and over. So, I mean, once you have the premise, it's there, and you can relay it down in A to B format. Marlon, are you there, boss?
Hey, sorry about that. Hey, I was glad to see Melody stepped up and all. And hey, I do have to step away for a couple minutes, but I'll be here though.
Great. One of the things that Melody touched on is really important, knowing the structure of, at least for me, I'm in California, so understanding the Republican structure or the organizational structure all the way from the RNC down to the precincts is important. My dog is chewing on a bone. Sorry about the background noise. So at least in California, there's 80 assembly districts, 54 counties. There's a lot of real estate to cover there. So, yeah, that's just what I'm looking at in my area. I'm not sure where you're at, Melody. Did you say?
No, I didn't. I'm actually over in the Carolinas, but I've got a group in California working on stuff and have since Dropbox season. I've been meeting with them every week since then. They've stood up a really cool website that I'll tell you all about. A great resource for red pilling people. But yeah, I'm working with states all over the place, and I am asking for one state leader per state to help me kind of crunch the numbers as far as maybe find 5 people under you to kind of coordinate and find out how many seats we need per county, and then we're going to divide and conquer and just get this out. And I am actually going to do one podcast per state, or is the goal. So I want to interview someone who is already a sitting PC or chair or someone from each state, because every state is so different. And I want on that show, and I might be able to have 2 or 3 people per show to get through it, so I don't have to do 50 shows. But come in and talk about how does it work in your state. Have it recorded. They're live shows, but then have it sitting there. People can use as a reference to go back and watch the show. Say, oh, I don't know how it works in my state. Okay, click on this show, go watch it. And this PC or chair or whoever involved who knows how it works will break it down for you, and then we just push everyone to that, and then we get an army of people doing it, because there's so much about it that's just difficult. It's the unknown. It's no GOP county websites are there's a few that are beautiful. There are some, like I mentioned in another room, I went and looked at one, and it hasn't been updated since DJT was being president from the White House. I mean, that's like a long time. And a lot of these GOP county websites you can't even find the word precinct anywhere on the site. It'll say, would you like to volunteer? Would you like to go? I'm looking at one right now. You want to go hang door hangers? You want to, get out the vote? But it doesn't say, would you like to be a precinct committee member with power? And Phenom and I were talking about that on the side one day, and she said, a lot of these, not a lot, some of these places, it is, true that it's more establishment run, and they don't want the populist people. They don't want the unknowns. They don't want the outsiders coming in and filling these seats. You know, they preserve and kind of protect all that stuff for, you know, their cronies and establishment. Now, I know that's not true everywhere. There's a lot of counties that want these seats filled, but no one really makes it a priority to get it out and talk about exactly how does this happen. And on the Democrat side, they do. I went out for in prepping for one of my shows to talk about this week, and I just pulled up, you know, I just typed in precinct committee member uh, and counties, and I pulled up images, and every one of them was a Democratic site. Every one of them, and they had people smiling and waving, you know, signs and come be a part of us and be part of our team. And then there was one from Maricopa County that was on the Republican side. We're just not representing ourselves well. We're not, and we talked about this in the space this morning, you know, about how there's a lot of, you know, older people who have just kind of given up and gone by the wayside and don't care. But we do, and we've got to change this. We've got to get in there and be better, or at least be as good as the Dems, who, if you go online and look at anything to do with election integrity, you are going to get a plethora of Democrat stuff, getting out the vote and doing all the things they do. And what we need to do is go and mimic those. Go read it, throw up a little bit, and then go make one just like it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in there. If you guys haven't followed Melody, give her a follow. I mean, she is a phenomenal resource. I had the great pleasure of being able to connect with her. I mean, wealth of knowledge. Is good at what she does, and I think that that's important, that we come together and use every tool available in the toolbox. It's like, think about when they were storming the beach. They didn't have all infantrymen. You know, they had people with doing different roles, and they had to get the tanks and everything else like that, and supporting artillery. So it's no different. We have so many tools available to us. We need to use and utilize them all. And when we do that, it's impossible for the other side to stop it when everybody is getting in their areas, because we're all attacking the same people and using the law to defend us, which is what it's designed to do, not what these criminals and devil worshippers are trying to do to us. So, I mean, just keep going. Yeah, I'll lay it down there. I'll let some other people speak here.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. Thanks. I wanted to chime in. Oh, I see Jason's hand up, but let me chime in with Melody. Yeah, I live in one of those districts where they absolutely won't. They have it all sewn up with their cronies and their gang. And if you try, you even try, I mean, it gets physical. There is physical intimidation. There is financial repercussions, and worse. I live in the district that the show House of Cards was created to be about. So that's where it is here. So, but that's okay, because you know what? I'm adaptable, and so are the people around me. We're adaptable. If we can't get our republic back that way, we'll get it back another way. That's what I keep telling them. You know what I mean? It's like we had enough. Like I had enough. It's at the point, and I know you get what I'm saying, Melody, because I am that sort of a person. It's like if I got to come in there, then there's going to be trouble. Like they couldn't straighten it out and they couldn't get it together. All the letters, all my phone calls, all the pleading, all the, everybody doing the right thing, all the little grassroots going around. And now it's, guess what? It's not on their terms anymore. Now it's on our terms. That is not a threat. We are legally, ethically, and morally applying pressure to our outlawed elected or selected people, these people who are not doing the will of the people. In fact, they're blatantly ignoring us. And so, we're going to do what we have to do. But sadly, a committee position, sadly, is not. And we tried that. They tried really, really hard. Is not possible in my district.
Are they voted in or appointed in your district, Carolyn?
Well, they're appointed, but what happens is the chief suppressor, the chief oppressor of the GOP, and I don't even say their name because it's not worth it, and they want me to. Like I won't engage with this person. Period. I don't want their name in my mouth, and So they actually hide, and they put in shadow people. Yeah. So it is what it is. It's everything, it's everything under the sun and then some. I mean, it's really disgusting, but that's good. That's okay. I'm good at cleaning up. So anyway, so I just wanted to chime in on that, and let you know that, there are other things that we can do. And sadly, I do live in a district that, we can't get in there with that either. But that's okay. That's okay. We're going to keep going. Someday that will be a thing. Someday we will get to a point where we can have committee people in our
You're in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Oh, sweet Jesus. We need to talk off of here.
I've already, yeah. But I don't want to hog the mic because I see that Jason has his hand up. I had my phone scrolled down and didn't see that we have a hand. So, Jason, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Caroline. I think Stadium's ahead of me. Go ahead, Stadium.
Yeah, I'm from Pennsylvania, and I didn't vote for Oz because he's Muslim and he's rich and he lied about things on TV and he's rich. Okay, that's why I voted for Fetterman. Okay, anyways, really quickly, I want to talk about these county elections. There's not even, they don't even like say, hey, vote on this day. They keep it from us. It's they keep it from everybody. AOC won in New York because nobody ever challenged the Democrat, and all she did was challenge him and win. Whatever. I want to talk about battleground states really quickly. Pennsylvania being one of them. And I think what happened, in that election, also is like conservatives, they need to bridge the gap on the safety net. They need to come over to the safety net just a little bit. And on that point, like, why do conservatives like try to teach younger people on the student loan debt? Like, oh, you took out a loan, now pay it off, which makes sense. I get it. It makes sense. But during Obama's
Oh, sounds like we lost Stadium. Stadium, we lost you. That's too bad. I was looking forward to finding out what part of voting for Fetterman that was attractive. I didn't get it. Yeah, that's just it. You know what I mean? I was looking forward to that because that, you know what I mean? That's just like, that's like Looney Tunes, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It looks
Hold
like
on,
we lost him.
Caroline.
right?
Caroline. Oh yeah, hold on. Is he back? Stadium.
Oh, where did you guys lose me?
Well,
Obama.
yeah.
So student loans pre-Obama were 3%. Okay, now they're 6%. Okay, it's a dog eat younger dog world out there, and the younger generation's getting pissed off about it. So how do conservatives bridge the gap with Gen Z? Because that's how you got to win. So I honestly think like maybe Trump or whoever else should say, fuck it, student loans, 20 grand, whatever the fuck, we don't care either. And you'll pull some votes. But like conservatives are like, fuck that, that's communism, that's fucking crazy. Blah. We give money to countries every fucking day that don't deserve it.
Hey, Stadium.
Yeah, you know what?
So hold on. Stadium, if you could try and refrain from so many bombs like that, we can express our opinions without shock value from degrading our language. And I understand where you're coming from, but the thing that Caroline asked was kind of similar to what I asked you about Biden when you said that you voted for Biden. How 2020, looking back, hindsight is 2020, and but couldn't you surmise that maybe some of these things that we're seeing now would have happened if you voted for him? But she asked you a really good question about Fetterman and how you saw that as more attractive. And I mean, you made some mention of a certain group as well. If you can say it in a way that doesn't exclude a certain group or make it sound like it's, going down that road, if you could respond to Caroline's question. Caroline, please ask the question again because I don't think Stadium heard you.
Yeah, I just thought, what part of other, I'm just baffled at what part of Fetterman was so attractive to you that, that you voted for him. I'd like to know that, you know? Yeah. So
Stadium. All right. I don't know if he can unmute his mic or something's going on. So we'll get back to him. Jason.
Hey there. If I'm breathing heavy, it's because I've, for the last year, taken all this negative energy that I get every day on Twitter outside of these spaces and turned it into something positive. Anyways, better shape than I have been ever since I've been like early 20s. Anyways, this is for Melody. Melody, I loved everything you were saying. I was up here earlier before the space crashed. I am in Washoe County, Nevada, and I just applied to be a precinct committeeman. I'm going to go to my first meeting on the 26th of this month, and I'm as green as they come. But I have a lot of time on my hands. My wife and I are blessed to be independently wealthy, and if there's any way that I can work with you to keep you abreast of what is going on, I'm happy to do that. And I just wanted to say that and reach out to you. So I don't want to slow you down if you're looking for people that are not green. I might, muddy the waters a bit, but yeah, I just wanted to get up here and say that.
No,
thanks for everything you're doing.
That's perfect. I totally want somebody who's green because guess what? Everybody else who's going to come in here is going to be green also. And I would love for them to see someone who's like, I don't really quite understand it, but I'm doing it. I mean, what a great space for other people to see just exactly that. I want that. I love that. I don't know everything either. I'm learning as I go, but I just decided, I'm just going to jump in and I'm going to learn as I go and teach as I go. And this is exactly what I need, Jason. Please come on my show. Let's talk about Nevada, what your experience is, how you figured it out, like who you talked to, your whole process. I want to totally record the process, and then maybe even, you continue to come on as you progress and you go, oh, I discovered this, I learned that. I mean, that would be gold, 100% gold.
Yeah, that's 1,000% what I was thinking too, because it would inspire other people. And, there's a myriad of things that could happen there, as well as like exposing the underbelly of any, the nefarious things going on. I have no idea though, again, because I haven't even been to a meeting, but just the process of getting to know people, talking to people, what they're judging, the people to elect based on, all that stuff. So I'm happy to work with you.
Awesome. I will DM you and we will get the ball rolling. Thank you.
Yeah.
And anybody else who wants to step up for any state that just wants to say, yeah, I'll help. Or if you know somebody, like I've been being pointed to people yesterday and today all day. And sorry to just take over, Jason. I'll give it right back to you. But if you know somebody who's a PC or whatever that you think might want to help me, DM me, let me know. Okay. Sorry. It's all yours, Jason.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say there's kind of this misnomer about rich people, because I hate doxing myself, especially in a public space like this, but I'm going to. And just for all intents and purposes, I try to be humble in my life. And I know that God has blessed me with an extraordinary life. I actually shouldn't be in the position I'm in. It's just through circumstance I'm not going to get into. But I'm, for all intents and purposes, my wife and I are rich. So I just want to speak to Stadium and say directly, Stadium, if you're listening, and anyone else out there, he said that he didn't vote for Dr. Oz because he's rich. Now that's fine, and everyone has their own prerogatives about what they're going to, base their vote or merit of their vote on. But you want people like me on your side, okay? So it's a good thing in a lot of cases, and that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Well, not only that, let me just get in here and say that not only look at you can like not I met Dr. Oz many, 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 many times. His wife is extremely charming. I couldn't hit my stride with Dr. Oz. I just couldn't connect with him on a level that was personal. Now, a lot of doctors and surgeons have that personality anyway. They're because they live a different kind of a life. Their life is about science. Their life is about, brain surgery and all this other stuff. So, I'm not gonna get mad at somebody because they are successful doctor. And that's exactly what he was. He was a successful doctor. And you know what else? I don't like Oprah even a little bit. But the bottom line is, he made a success. And I know his wife, they're from Pennsylvania. The wife is from Pennsylvania. So, I mean, this is the deal. You go out and you make this life for yourself, and what happens is you get rewards for it. From what I could see, that Dr. Oz hadn't done anything illegal. He wasn't my first pick by a long shot. Okay, just for a lot of the reasons I didn't think he was connectable. There's a lot of reasons. But to hold that against him, that's absolutely ridiculous, because we live in a country that we want to be able to prosper. And for the other reason, we also live in a country where you're allowed to practice your own religion. We just don't subscribe to atheism in this country. We don't subscribe to Satanism. We don't subscribe to communism, and we don't subscribe to atheism. And so to take those things and use those things that actually what makes our country so attractive, and say, well, I'm not voting for him because of those reasons, and then turn around and vote for Fetterman and Biden is just, it's actually comical. It's actually comical. So, but I'm in a comical mood. So anyway, and I've had enough of spaces today.
Yeah, Caroline, you landed exactly what I was going at, and you said it so perfectly. And Stadium, you were addressed directly, and I just want to know, before you respond, how many house plants do you have right now currently that you're watering every day? Do you have a rubber tree plant? Do you have any cacti or any other succulents around the house? Do you have like a garden that you're tending? Because voting for Fetterman and Biden kind of seems like you have a wide range of house plants that you seem to take care of or like to hold water for. So please.
I do have to apologize. After you scolded me, I got a phone call that was important. I do not know what the question was. Carolina was just talking about, things, that were funny. I just wanted to say that, like, Dave McCormick actually addressed, the border and fentanyl and called out the Chinese. And David McCormick was Oz's primary opponent.
I know Dave.
Oz said none of these things, didn't say anything about it, and Trump endorsed him. So who knows what
that's actually not true. That's actually not true.
Okay, well then please enlighten me.
Because I was in the room. I was in the room many times.
And I never once heard Oz speak on the Chinese fentanyl crisis on the border.
So how many times did you go? How many times did you go to hear Dr. Oz speak in person?
Well, I'll give you that. So, I will take your word as truth. Did he do it?
Absolutely, he did.
It never made news. He never had an ad about it. There was not one ad about it. McCormick.
Well, get off the damn TV. Get off the damn TV. Get off the TV. Get off the TV and do the research. If you're expecting the television to give you the information you need to be successful in life and to have a good, stable economy and country, then this is a bad recipe for you. I truly mean that.
But David McCormick did a whole ad about it.
I know Dave. Dave has a lot of money.
Yeah, and he called it out. And, as much as I didn't watch Oz, he never made headlines for it. Didn't do an ad, nothing.
Well, didn't do an ad or nothing. So what made you vote for John Fetterman? Did he do an ad? And let me tell you, and how many events did he hold that you went to?
0. I don't go to these
and
things.
What did he say? What did he say about the border? What did he say about drugs? And what did he say about our Constitution? Upholding our Constitution.
Fetterman was a different breed because Connor Lamb, his primary opponent, was the
No.
DNC pick.
No. We're going to why you picked Fetterman
because he was a grassroots candidate, and I just
he's grassroots. That's for sure. Grassroots of what? Some hay and straw. But what did he say? What did he say that made you say that he was a better candidate than Oz? Did he talk to you
Fetterman
about
spoke up in the PA Supreme Court about January 6th Only one of the
Oh,
few
for
to do
God's
it.
sake.
And
Yeah.
that was it.
Well,
That's it.
and he spoke of about January 6th, about running over the rights of our citizens. Okay.
Well,
I don't care what you did, including New
at
Stadium.
the time, it looked like a coup. Okay. But now I guess it's
No,
a little different. But
from
at
the
the time it did.
television.
At the time it did. You can't deny it.
Can we pause for
I
just a
can deny
second?
it.
I think the January 6th thing as a whole, we can go down that road and we can continue this debate. Dale's hand is about to fall off. We'll continue this banter. Dale, please jump in before you forget what you're going to say.
Yeah, thank you. Jason, I just wanted to say I'm glad to see you stepping up. I will extend if you want to come on the podcast, the Karis Project. We'd love to have you on because one thing we see here is not enough men standing up, and we want to start spotlighting the men that are standing up so that others can follow that lead because largely the women have been in this fight, and we need more men to stand up. We were the ones designed to do the heavy lifting, and the women have been holding down the fort for us, and now it's time for us to pick up the slack and help them take it up past the finish line because, at the end of the day, all of this stuff, it all ties back to going after our children. That's how you destroy a country without ever firing a shot. So um, I'll shoot you a DM. We'll set something up because we want to spotlight the men that are standing up and doing what's right. And then now I'm gonna throw the ball back at Meg and Marlon. When are you guys gonna bring your mugs on the podcast to talk about stuff? And you too, Caroline.
I'd love to. Yeah, I don't know about Marlon. Marlon, are you still with us, brother, or are you incapacitated? I think you might be incapacitated still. Yeah, it's one of those things we're thinking about doing. What do you think, Caroline?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be interested. Almost anything to get away from these spaces at this point, too. Not that that would be that didn't come out right, but you know what I mean. Marlon, I've given him the nickname hashtag Marathon Marlon. I mean, Marlon is just. I mean, he's a service guy. He is hosting spaces. He is helping people managing spaces. He is co-hosting spaces. He is helping out in every imaginable way. And he is the king of Marlin, is the marathon king of spaces.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch back on some of the stuff that Melody said, and it kind of ties into what Dale just said, and it ties into what MAGAMISSION.org is doing. We're putting the information up so that people can get to it quickly and then assembling all that information. So, like what Melody said, trying to lay out the steps for the actionable items for the common citizen or patriot to get involved, to the podcasts and the things that are spoken here in the rooms. We're putting these recordings up and immortalizing them, if you will, on the internet, so that hopefully over time, one person at a time stumbles across the information, shares it, and it spreads, to where people can get the education to take these actionable items and make change. If we don't do it now, I probably won't be around. That's the other sad part. We're laying down the foundation for things. We're trying to lay down something that's going to be lasting well after I'm gone, well after we can't fight the fight anymore. We're going to fight until we can't fight anymore. But at some point, I'm going to pass, and I would like to pass knowing that we've laid some direction and foundation for the future generations. Because, like what Dale said, we've taken away certain things in the education system to where children are being indoctrinated into a system that is teaching them to not only hate America, to not trust their parents, to become indentured servants to the federal government eventually. And we need to fight as much as we can to change the direction that we're going down. And one of those things was, from homeschooling to what we're doing with Noah, and all of these things are incremental pieces to the big mosaic that's going to create America in the future, and hopefully a prosperous future. If we could bring that about, that would be my goal. And I won't be here to experience it possibly. I mean, we might be fighting this till the bitter end, and we never will get to experience it, but hopefully the children will. Feed me sushi. How you doing?
I'm
Good
doing
afternoon.
well, Maga. Caroline, Marlon, thank you for allowing me up here. And I just want to say that MAGA Mission website is really rocking. You've done a great job with it. So this is what I want to say. Melody, why are you and Scott Pressler not co-chairs of the RNC? Because I don't see Rona doing a darn thing. And most of you people know that when I have spoken on these spaces, I've told you I've been a Republican since I could vote, since Ronald Reagan. So sometimes I feel like the Republicans just say, you know what, let's be the underdogs. Let's stay in second place. That way we can whine and not have to do anything. We don't have to come up with a plan. And for goodness sakes, poor President Trump is out there trying to put down a plan and try to push our country forward. And the rest of the crowd wants to sit, at least the old guard, not some of the newer folks like Christian, who's been on the space with us, but some of the older people, they just want to sit there. They're like, hey, we're happy to be in second place. We can just sit back and complain and collect our paychecks. I'm concerned about it, and I love your plan. I'm also in North Carolina, so if there's anything I can do, I'm in the western part of the state. If there's anything I can do in this western half of the state, let me know. I'll let you know something. I'm an independent. I became an independent after Trump got into office in 2016 because I felt like the Republicans just didn't want to do anything. They didn't want to work with him. And do you know what? I moved from one side of the state. I was in the eastern part of the state, and I've moved to the western part of the state. And there's no, and you can see my voting record. It's clear as day. I voted in the last election, voted solidly Republican. But there has been no one who, and my daughter and son-in-law and I are all living in a big house together. They have switched to being independents. They vote solidly Republican. There has not been one single soul that has showed up at my door, has called me or anything to say, hey, why are you voting independent? Why are you not supporting the GOP? You could be a GOP member. I have a local GOP in town. I drive by it a lot, but not a single person has. And I've looked at their page too, and it's all a smiling bunch of older people. They've never approached me and asked me, hey, don't you want to change your vote from independent to Republican? I don't know why. Can't figure it out. And I'll land there.
Well, feed me. You have to directly engage with them and let them know that you have to let them know that you've registered as an independent because you're unhappy, and they're not going to care about that. I kind of say I have the ability to get people to also register as an independent, and then they'll care about that. But right now, it has to be. We have to work smart. Okay, we have to work smart. We have to use sweat equity. Let's brainstorm together, back channel, because we always have people listening in. We always know that we have somebody listening in that might not be in our best interest. But there's all kinds of things that we can do to prompt the GOP to try to get their shit together, or they will be replaced, and that is what's going to happen. And Christian Lamar was talking about, or somebody from Texas was talking about it today. So, yeah. Any case, thanks so much for coming in, and thanks for your statements. It's wonderful. Melody, you want to go ahead and address her?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. I would love for you to come alongside and help. And also, you're in Western North Carolina, which my heart lives in in Western North Carolina. So we probably just need to be friends, and regardless. But I wanted to just say something, and I totally hear you, the frustration with the GOP. But like President Trump, we're just going to take over the GOP. I mean, it's time that we just replace the GOP. And I think we've got to have an attitude. And I hear you, girl. I have had kind of that same idea of, well, they aren't doing it for me. They aren't doing it right by me. And now my attitude is just exactly what Caroline is saying is, wait, it's not they. It's almost like I'm expecting them, and I have been for a long time until I just got in the fight, kind of expecting them to be the ones to reach out to me instead of me saying, way. I'm just going to go do. And I'm going to probably, I mean, if you think about a position at work, like when you have a job and you want to go up in the company, move up in the company, you know, you you work for that next position and you might be competing with someone else. But you go ahead and work to do your best to achieve that spot. And we've got to do the same thing, is have a different way we approach this and look at it, change our focus from being, what are they not doing for me, to what am I not doing to transform that and to change that. And, you know, I think when with President Trump going out there and saying, I mean, every single time, I think several times we have been waiting for him to say, like, you know, from, you know, a couple of years back, is he going to start a new party? Is he going to start a new party? And every time he doubles down and says, no, we're just going to transform the Republican Party. So I finally got that through my skull. And now it's time we just go transform it instead of waiting for them to do it for us. They're not going to. And like I was saying earlier too, a lot of these GOP, you know, county offices, especially the smaller ones, and if you're in Western North Carolina, you're in a smaller county, or at least a more spread out, probably more rural or whatever. You know, a lot of them are just so far behind. Well, guess what? We need to get in there and take that over. We need to get together and build the GOP websites and get something that's really usable and, you know, user friendly. But we don't do this unless we get in the system, and it starts at the precinct level. So I think we just jump in and we start going. And thank you for the sweet compliments too. You're very sweet. I really do want to meet you. So let's DM.
Well, I would definitely like to help Jason on his journey as well and document it. We can always put up something for you, Jason, to get you going. I know you're tech savvy, and on your journey, you're going to eventually do some things along those lines for your efforts. But same goes for Melody and Dale and the CARES project, and anyone else who's working on a project. We want to provide anybody that visits the site that maybe might not know you or have ever seen your information or anything about you. We'd like to be able to feature you and have people go to you and get that information. So, Stadium, you've been hanging out down there for a while. I hope you don't feel like I scolded you too hard. I heard you say that I scolded you. I hopefully you don't feel like I scolded you too hard there. What's up, Stadium? Are you there with us?
Yeah, no, you know, that's just like second language for me. I guess I'm in a fancy place. I gotta, be proper around all you fancy folks.
Fancy? Come on. All I said was try not to drop so many bombs. You know what I meant. Come on. You can speak. You're an intelligent guy. Let's stop playing games. You're an intelligent guy. You know you can speak in such a manner that's not degrading to yourself and your intelligence, right? Okay, come on.
All right.
But you never answered my question. How many houseplants do you own? Because I think that,
they'd be dead. If I did own one, they'd be dead. Come on.
Well, Fetterman's still alive. You voted for him, right?
So Fetterman is grassroots, man. He did talk. This isn't my spiel, but really quickly, he did talk a lot about federal dollars to the Rust Belt to help these communities, and that's what people want to hear in this day and age. And I know nobody in this space wants to hear it. So I want to talk about the dog eat puppy world we live in. And when I say that, dog eat dog, we all get that. Dog eat puppy, oh, we all get that now, right? So this $100,000 that some of these kids have, taken out, thinking they'd get a good job, at 3%, that's an okay mortgage. At 6%, you're getting laughed at. People are laughing at you. So if we just compare student loans to mortgages, $100,000 at 6% is definitely usury. So let's just talk about the dog eat puppy world. How are conservatives in battleground states going to bridge that gap with Gen Z? Because anybody over 70 or 70, I'll even say 65 maybe, you guys maybe lived in a dystopia. Like, it wasn't perfect, but it was a lot better than the income wages of today. With that, I yield.
The income wages of today is a direct result of your voting record, Stadium. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to kind of like turn my thing down because I just can't stand it. I just can't stand it. You just don't make any sense at all. And yeah, so Yeah, it's just I'm going to turn my listening thing down, and yeah.
So it's comedic relief then for you, Caroline.
Well,
Let's go
it
to.
is, and I'm afraid. I'm
It's all
afraid
right.
of what I'll say. Right? Oh my God.
It's okay. Just hang out and bask in those emotions and the joy, and just let it simmer. Melody, uh,
Yeah, I totally
please.
want to respond. I totally want to respond to Stadium and say this. First of all, there has been this huge drunken stupor over forcing kids to go to college, and if you don't, we're going to shame you for not going to college. From a very early age. So that whole group is in debt. The colleges keep raising their rates. They decide to make a class for anything. If you go and create a job out of something, then the colleges hurry up real quick. Let's go make a college credit for that so that you have to pay us to do your job. That's ridiculous. Like some of these like whatever I don't even know, like person studies and crap. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but they are it is a money making racket. And so then who's holding the colleges accountable? They raise their fees. The federal government raises their interest rates. They strap it on the back of the kids, and it's our fault as conservatives. You go tell me how it is that no one is holding the college's feet to the fire. They can do whatever they want. They have carte blanche. They are attached to all kinds of foundations that are tied to all kinds of criminal cabal, if you ask me. And nobody's saying colleges are getting ridiculous. Yeah, don't even get me started on why it's not actually anything to do with the Republican Party not doing the right thing. And 6% interest rate, thanks, Biden. That's what I got to say.
I
Can
mean,
I?
really. Oh, go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, I just want to quickly chime in about the school thing. I'll tell you one thing about the schooling. Schooling has gone way off the rails. I've had the well, I went to school uh, just out of high school, and then had my daughter, so then I went back 20 years later. And the difference between the schooling then and now is astounding. What they're giving in the schools, most of what they can do in the schools, they can cut out. Most degrees should not even exist. You can even teach engineering through apprenticeship and apply the mathematics by somebody who knows what they're doing. This is probably the way they should go because most degrees should not even exist, and most of the things that they're teaching are filled with this satanic ideology. Literally, after reading a lot of the books that were for my non-engineering classes, I would literally have to go and pray and read my Bible because my head hurt and it was filled with such filth that 20 years ago would never be accepted in the schools. So paying all this money for your children to be indoctrinated with Satan worship, with racism, with sexism, and every type of division possible, and hatred towards Christianity it's a waste of money. You're paying to destroy your children, sending them to the schools. So they should be eradicated and they should conform to the way things are with common sense. In my field, we had a problem with people coming out of school, out of university, that were incapable of doing their jobs, and got worse and worse as the time went by because engineering is an applied science. You have to make it do something. These kids couldn't do that, and they're saying, "Well, what's the issue?" The issue is how they're teaching them in school. I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, you make some good points. I mean, all of them not, 100%. A lot of these colleges, do have like are experts and do have expertise in some things. You said, basically, that I'm ridiculous. I'm trying to like remember my thought, but $100,000 at 6%. It never used to be like that. I'm talking 2000s now. It jumped up. Dog eat puppy. Now they're eating us. And we're like, and I didn't have a student loan, but like my friends, they are so mad that like some of these people that are like, they demonize them for just like wanting a break are the people that had their like college paid for. And we're like, and they just don't like to see people like get away with shit, but like their whole life, it seems like they've gotten away with shit. So like, isn't there a gap to bridge there? Like, how do we?
But ask yourself why is college so much more expensive now than it is then? This is the bigger question.
I
Why
mean,
is
that's
it that
dog eat puppy, straight
no no
up.
no. Think about it. In the 60s, parents saved money for their kids to go to school and on one income. Now when you have two people working, you have to get a loan to take yourself kids through school. That is the bigger question because while everything's getting more expensive, people's wages are not tracking at the same rate. That's the bigger question as to why we even have student loan debt to begin with.
And I'm just saying, like, conservatives need to like maybe come to the altar and say, all right, maybe this isn't such a bad idea. Maybe something to get votes. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, before we lose you, DD1 is down there in the lower left, and I see you down there. He might look like he might look like he's up top, but DD1, I see you down there. Hey, brother, jump in, please, before we miss you. You there, DD1?
Come on back, Dee.
All right, never mind. I guess
I'd sure like
he's gonna
to
yield.
hear what he has to say.
Oh, there you
Hey,
go.
can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, brother.
Okay, yeah, Caroline, I had a sneaky feeling when you started going a while ago, you was going to turn that mic down, so that was a good job. Thanks. I just got to address something with Stadium. You keep saying that it's a dog eat puppy. Well, let me tell you something, cuz. If you're going to jump off the porch in the yard with the dogs, you expect it to be a dog. It's called life, man. You got to be held accountable for your decisions. These people are going to these, $100,000 paying for school tuition. You know what the school tuition is at a trade school? Do you know what a welder makes? You know what a certified electrician makes? A plumber makes? A hell of a lot more than these kids that's coming out of these colleges with a degree in basket weaving 101. And you're talking about bridging the gap. Well, on each side of that bridge is a sign, and it says Bridge of Accountability. That's what that sign says. So, I'm sorry, life does not dish out a participation trophy. You got to work on it. My wife took out a student loan. At over the age of 50, she went to nursing school and became an RN. So, yeah, we're doing fine. But I busted my ass for working 3 jobs so she could go to school. And she graduated with honors. Okay. And so, yeah, that fires me up whenever people talk about, okay, we need to forgive this. No, man, we don't need to forgive nothing. You need to be held accountable for the decision you made. And I'm not getting on you. And, I really value your opinion. I really do. And I thank you for your opinion. But, the more I sit here, then the more, fired up I got. So, and trust me, I'm keeping it calm, but we've gotten letters where they say, okay, fill this out and we'll forgive your loan. And I say, hell no. No. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to depend on somebody else to pay something that I took out or we took out. It's called accountability. You do it yourself. So it's not a dog eat puppy, okay? Because puppies stay on the porch and the big dogs run in the yard. And if you're going to come down off that porch with the dogs, then you need to be prepared to be a dog. All right, Marlon, I got to get out of here before my blood pressure gets up. Thanks, buddy.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah,
DD1.
who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Yeah, we're going to stick those dogs. Yeah, I feel Dee's blood pressure, and I think we're all being very kind. I do. I think we're being very kind and very good. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and yield back to MAGA.
Yeah, we're trying. We're trying. And I know DD1 gets passionate, but man, brother, you really do lay down. I love it when DD1 shares. Real quick, I want to go to Melody. Melody, jump back in, please.
Yeah, and I think there's just kind of a common sense about if we start forgiving these, if we crack that nut open, uh, who's actually paying for that? We're spreading that out over the taxpayers. And then, so let's say, so I've already gone to college and I've already paid for college. And let's say we start forgiving all these debts of all these students. That's going to come out of my taxes now. So you're going to take your college. Basically, what I feel like the colleges are doing and the government is trying to do is to create another form of money laundering, to be honest. And I don't know how that works, but it feels like that. And somebody more knowledgeable about finance could maybe tell me why I feel that way. But it's another way to turn us into socialism. And we start just paying for all these kids, but really it's us. So not only will I have paid for my college, I'm going to be paying for college for other people for the rest of my life. If I'm wrong, again, I'm not a finance person, but maybe somebody else can carry on with that or correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know if I can do anything about that, Melody, but I will tell you that I went over to Stadium's profile, and I do see that he has a tip jar. So if you want to give to the needy, feel free to run on over there and give Stadium a tip.
Oh gosh. Now that's just poking at the bear. Come on. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. Hey, everybody has the feature on your app, and I know a lot of people have it turned on, and God bless them. And give where you can. Dale,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. I can speak to that. I might not be an accountant, but I mean, we have to learn some accounting for engineering because it's easier to teach engineers accounting than it is to teach accountants engineering. So, and I also understand a little bit about what's going on. So, um, what we're seeing is it's essentially human trafficking. It's making people poor so that you can put them at a disadvantage. And when you're taking that money, it is actually money laundering. They're creating all of these circumstances to deprive people of wealth. And it's by the time everything is said and done in their minds is like when people like our generation so forth are all old or dead. The younger generation still has to pay off that debt because you might get forgiveness now, but you're still paying it for later. And then the working guys who went into trades and so forth are going to be paying a heavier burden because they're going to be paying that longer than the guys who actually went to school and took up that debt. And now when it's putting it burdening down actually more of the men because more men are not going into the colleges and universities, and the women are the ones that are going more to universities now at a much higher rate than men and so forth. And so it's changing the dynamic of the society as well. And so the people that go out and they get the higher paying jobs or something like that based on their university degrees get the people who are on the lower paying jobs to pay that, thus creating a larger um, class system and disproportionately affecting the people with the lower incomes or working in certain segments of society. And this is done very much by design, and it is a criminal enterprise that we're seeing 100% of the way. And we're seeing it happening in every facet. And this kind of stuff needs to be stopped. It needs to be resisted. If you borrow money, you pay it back yourself. That's really it. And if you can't afford to do it, then don't go. Go find something else. Nobody says that you have to have a college degree to do something. And many of these degrees, people come out and then now they're working at some place because you've got something in gender studies or something, and you can't really do anything, right? Like, I mean, there's some ridiculous degrees that you see that people waste $150,000 and they've got nothing for it. And people need to research what they're going into. This thing, when I see educational system, is one of the things that irritates me to no end because this is how they're accomplishing the indoctrination. Like I looked at the school and I went back at and I apologized to my daughter because I was thinking that school was something like it was when I went to school, and I was like, well, just tough it out. It's not that bad until I actually had to take some of the humanities courses, and I spent more time praying after reading those filthy satanic textbooks than anything else because you needed to go in there and actually take that filth in order to get a grade. And it's absolutely disgusting. And it's destroying our society and the educational system. They should not get a dollar setting, like enforcing this communist satanic nonsense that's riddled with pedophilia and programming our children to accept that filth. Like, absolutely not. I cannot stand it. I'll stop now because I'm getting worked up. I cannot stand pedophilia. I can't stand it rammed down anybody's throats. It has no business, no place in our society.
No, it doesn't. You're absolutely right. And it's not worth getting worked up, because it's satanic, and that's exactly what the enemy would like. And that's what these low level thinkers would like too. But as far as the gender studies, yeah, isn't that ridiculous? I can give everybody a gender study course, everyone, anywhere on this space or in another space, $5, and I'll give you a diploma on gender studies. $5 is the charge.
I think there's probably you could offer mating habits of the Pepe frog studies, and it would be a hit. I think every 4 years they seem to have a peak. It's an interesting study. It really needs some scientific insight. Yes, they need to go deeper on that.
Yeah, man, I think we lost Stadium. Oh, what a shame. Yeah. Well, don't forget, people. You can go over to his page.
I'm still here.
No, he's
Oh,
still
well, there
here.
he is. Oh, he's moved up. Don't forget, everyone. You can go over to his page and donate to his houseplant fund.
Stadium, you're taking a little bit of heat, brother. You want to jump back in?
Yeah, sure. I was just sitting up here trying to talk strategies that might win. Melody sat up here and said we need to start a new party. Well, Melody might not be on the team Stadium on this issue, but I think a party can beat the GOP and the Democrats, and I think it does involve this college stuff. And I'm not even talking about raising taxes. Maybe we could lower some. We need to reappropriate funds. I mean, in a new multipolar world, which people are saying is happening, I don't know too much about that shit. But if China's going to police the world too and be good people about it, and we can do half the job, then we don't need all the money. And they lost almost $500 billion of defense spending or something that just came out in the news. So obviously there's a problem. Our tax money's being stolen. And we can fix all this shit. All this shit.
You lost me. If China can, so can we. I mean, yeah, I'm done.
But if we've policed the world, and I've been overseas and I've done it, when carrier strike groups are out there operating, we actually do these interdiction operations where there's a ship that might have suspected goods on it. We'll actually send a little rib, a rigid hull inflatable boat with 6 dudes and a 50 cal. And we'll come over to that big ship and we'll say, I want to see everything you got. And we will prosecute those people if, so we spend all this money, all these deployments doing this all the time. Nobody else does it. I mean, I guess NATO kind of helps. Maybe other countries can. And then, we can spend money more on our people because we're just spending it on other people. Why not our people?
Well, obviously, we don't want to spend any more money on Ukraine and the war over there. At least I don't. I don't know about others, but I believe that our money is going to the wrong places, of course. And we need to take care of our own here before we start sending money somewhere else. There's too many problems here on our soil and on our borders that we need to deal with. And if we don't deal with these things right now, we're going to have some serious problems. We're already seeing it, and we're already in it. It's almost like too little, too late. Sometimes people are going to get frustrated. It's going to get really bad before it gets better at this point because nobody stepped in soon enough to stop it. We got Texas coming back up, and Hippy Dippy's up. I'm just going to touch in with a couple people. Let's go to Dale, and then I just wanted to say hello to everybody. If you can, please retweet the space, and we can keep it rolling for a little bit longer here, maybe an hour or so. I don't know. Caroline, did you want to say something before Dale goes? It's okay.
No, I think it's better if I don't. I think it's better if I don't.
Okay. Yeah, just hang out. We'll
Yeah,
go to
you've
Dale
said
and we'll
enough.
keep
You
going.
should shut your mouth, actually.
Oh, come on. That's not very nice. Stadium.
Hey, you're the wrong dog pen to be barking, bud.
That's right, buddy. That's right. That's right.
It's okay. It's okay.
Stadium with
It's
his
okay.
little cash app. Oh, come give me some cash. I'm voting for what's his face? The vegetable, the both of them. Yeah, right. Sure. Stadium. Sure.
Yeah, that was uncalled for. Everybody has the right to say things, but don't have to attack the person. If you don't like an issue, that's fine. What I would say is my grandmother always taught me. She said everybody should learn to work with their hands, even if they go to school. And I think that that's a good idea because it teaches you the value of hard work. Like I was a heavy duty mechanic for 13 years before I went into engineering, and I was also worked as a healthcare aide. I was going to go into nursing and become a doctor when I was younger, but then I'm glad I didn't because I saw what happened to the doctors during COVID, and my field was a lot less restrictive. I would probably be in prison if I was a doctor because I would have told them to go to hell. Uh, so, yeah, I think that everybody should learn to work things practically and learn both things. And I think even these things should be implemented in school because, nobody should be sitting down and just doing all books all the time. I mean, but at the end of the day, just doing something or using your mind in other ways, the school system is way too restrictive, and it doesn't encourage the natural diversity of the human minds. It allows them to expand, and we should be focusing on things like that. I think what the schools are doing is indoctrination factories. This is why we are where we are, and I have a hard time justifying money going for it, government money or forgiveness for the taxpayer to pay for the indoctrination of children. And essentially now you're seeing child trafficking being pushed in the schools and in legislatures. There's no way on God's green earth can I ever justify paying to support Satan worship in any country. Like, no, absolutely not. Not a chance. Sorry.
What's I heard everything you said, Dale, and I just wanted to kind of point out maybe an observation from a layman just to others that I'm not too intelligent, but I just see something mathematically. It would appear that a lot of people that were registered Republican voters have decided to become independents for a lot of reasons, not to declare any party, either to just remain anonymous or because of some of the things that they're seeing that the Republican Party is allowing to happen. Okay. And so what you're ending up seeing is, as far as registered Democratic voters who vote not just on policies, but ideologies and other things, but for whatever reason, they're diehard Democrats. You see almost, well, I'm just going to throw out, let's say maybe double the registered Republicans, right? You see a lot of registered Democrats. But then what's interesting is you see 50-50 split of it would appear that some of those independents, they could actually be Republican voters on policy. So if you know, you have all these people that are really, I think across the board, everybody at some level is voting due to policy. You know, what is this person pushing? What are they representing? What are they going to do? What are they promising? Of course, across the board, doesn't matter what your what kind of voter registration you're under, whether it's Democrat, Republican, or Independent. I'm sure a lot of people at heart vote on policy. The problem is that the narrative has in the media has created a moral equation that makes people vote on weird issues like what we heard before, not actual facts or policy, you know, what the person's actually going to bring, and they're swaying their vote and for these different reasons that just don't seem like they're based on fact to me. Anyways, I want to keep going, but what I'm trying to say is the hope is hidden in those independents. That's where the hidden vote, that we don't know which way they're going to vote. And you see like RFK come forward and you see him saying things that are kind of like trying to play both sides and create this bridge. You know, to me, I see the independents is really important, because if we could bring them all over, we would definitely surpass the Democratic vote. Caroline,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. I'm sorry, I had to walk away. I had to take care of the dog, and my husband just got home from the park. So yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. It's a hidden vote, the independent, and it always has been. It's a hidden vote, but it's only gotten bigger. Okay, it's bigger now than it ever was. And then we also have your blue dog Democrats, and you're just plain out not crazy. That's where we're at. And the whole thing is this where I see RFK going is disappointing. It's very disappointing, because what has happened is you got your independent voter. I am a registered independent right now, because I was making a statement. Okay, so I withdrew from being a Republican on paper because I'm not being a card carrying Republican. A lot of people did that. So the thing is now is we need politicians or people that are running for office that are going to be just straight up honest, regular people, and not be trying to win over independents. They need to be winning over independents, moderates, blue dog Democrats, because they are telling the truth, because they are willing to speak it out and tell the truth, because it's better to be respected than liked. I found that going throughout my district, and like I said before, I got more signatures than anybody in the history of my district. And the amount of people that disagreed with me, that signed my petition and wanted to vote for me, was amazing, because on more levels than not, we agreed. But what they loved the most about me was that I was willing to go ahead and just tell them the truth about who I am, what I thought, and let the chips fall where they may. And so you're absolutely right. We have to get the independents. We have to get the blue dog Democrats and the not crazies. Okay, we have to get the not crazies, which we just had one in here. He's looking for money on his Cash App. But in any case, send your money to me instead. Save your monies for my campaign or a better candidate instead of that. But yeah, so that's what we need. We need people who are just willing to go ahead, put it on the line, be honest, and we will get that vote. And so I think that not to go over to plug your mission, but your mission is proper, in my opinion. Your mission is correct. It is part of the solution, because you're not saying, the MAGA mission is not saying that you have to go along with any particular candidate or anything like that. It's just make America great, and you're supporting the other missions that are going to make that happen. So it's very attractive. So yes, our victory and our defeat lies within the guy who's hunting in the middle of the cornfield. That's the truth. I went out there and got signatures and called people who actually answered the phone when I called them. And they're like, Carolyn, I'm out hunting. I'm like, I got to talk to you. I have to see you. I need you to sign my petition. I've got to have it. They were the independents, because when I was on the libertarian ticket, you were allowed to get anybody, any party, any affiliation was allowed to sign the petition. Okay. So it didn't have to just be Republicans or Democrats like when I went for the Republican primary. So, and that's how it's going to be. And they are hard to get because you know what? They're independent. They're exactly who they say they are, and they aren't done being fooled by any party. So we are going to absolutely fail or succeed by them. So you're right.
Thank you, Gail.
Yeah, I'll just say in this, the way I look at it, because being in Canada, I could, for a very, very long time, I could never say that I was a supporter of any party. I could only vote on issues because, I mean, the parties are bad in the States, they're worse here. I mean, they're all just penetrated by the WEF and they're all spouting, all the major ones anyway, are all spouting the same thing. So I had to take that approach, and I think that's what you're going to find a lot in the States as well as you see a lot of people who are growingly dissatisfied. And like Caroline was saying, it's just putting it out on the line and just saying what it is and let people make that decision. That's really what people are looking for, is for people to just say, this is my position, and that it makes sense to them. Because when you're looking at what's been going on for a lot of people, it's not making sense, right? Like you listen to what people are saying and you're like, this doesn't add up. I may not know everything about that, but it doesn't make sense to me. Or they're saying some things that are just completely absurd, right? Like you look at the policies that, and even if you're a Democrat and you're a staunch Democrat, you have to take an honest look at what's going on with what Biden is doing. Like nobody can justify the amount of expense that has, happened, or the increased cost of living for what Biden's doing, even if you support the Democratic Party. No one else can go and sit down and honestly sit down and say that it was good for naked men and women to be in front of children at the White House. Like, I'm sorry, that's just unacceptable, right? Like things like that. Why are we even having these conversations? How did things fall off the rails? And I think that if people begin to start getting back to sanity and reasonable things, then you can start having, differences of opinion, and it's not a big deal because no one's trying to do filth to children. No one's trying to take food off your table. It may be just a little bit of differences on policy, which is what it used to be, but it's no longer that way. So I think that anybody who starts speaking the common sense will start attracting a lot of people. That's what I think. I'll lay my plane there.
You know what's interesting is you could almost look at that example of what happened at the White House as an overall example of not properly vetting certain people that you allow onto the grounds of the White House with possibly an agenda to then streak across the lawn or do something crazy or even hurt the country. So it's like, that image of that out of controlness overall is kind of the vibe that you just feel about America right now as a whole. It was like a really great example of, come on in, let anybody in, and then, oh, whoa, something bad happened. Like, oh, wonder how that happened. Well, it's because you're just a loose administration with no freaking bearing on reality. And so then you see crazy stuff. That's what is allowed to happen at the White House. So, yeah, that's a great representation of our country and just overall security, the vetting process, intelligence. I mean, just any intelligence at all. Sorry, guys, for ranting. Mrs. Positive, how you doing? Great to see you.
Hello, everyone. So I hopefully I get educated on this. So, and maybe I'm dumb, not dumb, but just didn't know. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So if you're signing up as an independent, are you not signing up and showing up at the precinct where you vote? Are you voting as a Republican or you?
Okay.
Because go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Pazzo, I'll help you with this. Okay, not all states, but some states have open primaries. Some states have closed primaries, so it's different. If you have a closed primary and the primary day comes, you have to be registered either a Republican or Democrat to vote for your candidate in those primaries. when I rescinded, I took away my Republican status because I am disenfranchised. I am angry with my Republican Party. Now I made arrangements and had my husband, who plans never on voting again. He kept his voter registration and did a proxy vote for me for the last primary. So, and I will vote accordingly. I will do the proper thing. I have the view of this, and it goes in a direct conflict with Scott Pressler to a degree. So I don't like to say it too much because I don't want to hurt what he's doing, because I think he's fabulous. But the way that one of the ways that they screw us over so terribly is that they do it via the data. They know how many voters that are in each party, and they know, so because they know that, they're able to give us propaganda in based on that, or they're able to censor us based on that, the one party or the other. I kind of feel that we shouldn't have to tell them at all. I think I think the primaries should be open, and I think we shouldn't have to tell them at all. But that's shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? So, but that's how they're controlling us, because I have people that work for me that are about the data, and they're very sophisticated people. Okay, very sophisticated, and they're good with it. And so that is one way to take the power away from the party and keep them on their toes, is by unregistering as a Republican, so that they don't feel that they're too comfortable. So do you see my method?
And yeah, but it doesn't work, because I'm feeling that I'm a precinct committee person, and I went to our precinct emergency meeting, and I took someone else's place because they couldn't be present. And we voted in Texas to put Ken Paxton, reinstate him as the AG.
Right.
Where you're gonna make the difference is sitting in your precinct. 200,000 seats are vacant. If we
Miss
fill
Positive,
those,
I need to interject,
sure.
because I have to tell you that I am in a very strange district. We can't get precinct seats. It's all mobbed up. The House of Cards was made based on my district. We are in trouble here in my district. So our Republicans we tried to get committee seats. We tried all of that and we couldn't.
Well,
So
how
we
many
have
is we?
a lot of
Okay.
people. Yeah, a lot of people. And we can back channel a little bit on this.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to strategize with you, because there are people in the room that are listening that maybe don't have our best interest at heart. And so, but yeah, so like when the primary comes around, I'll vote accordingly, and I'll take care of what I need to do. I'm a good
But
American.
with that many seats missing and not filled, we don't have a chance. If we're not in that precinct, or however you divide it, and I know Dan Schultz has helped a lot of people in California and San Diego, is very difficult. And just this week, he has given the direct person to get around to your direct problem you've got. And he's helped several states that have your issue, because Texas does not. We've been mostly proactive, and we're very strong, and we've caught on. So, and then another direction they've gone is not being on these spaces, but with Telegram, they've set up their county and gone in that direction. And through Nextdoor, they've done it, which somewhat is censored. As long as you keep it politically, they won't. But that precinct group, or your voting block, or however you have in your voting card, that is set up because those are your neighbors. We put 3,000 people together, and we joined and stopped this as parents, because the gentleman earlier said none of this on both sides want this. This is an agenda that they're pushing, and it's very serious. And then just what happened yesterday, that was Coda Vets put it out there, And if you aren't worried about it, you seriously should be, because what they did with the 40 people uniparty going against Trump, trying to keep him off the ballot, now that they know none of this is going to stick. And the Pulse put it out, Rakeem, or no, what's his name? Now I forgot his name.
I know who you're talking about. Okay,
Yeah,
so
he posted the secret. Wait a minute. Did any of y'all see the secret DC Uniparty Summit that happened this week? It's on Jack Posobiec put it out there. The National Pulse put it out there. Gateway Pundit put it out. If you haven't read that, 40 of these deep state got together, and who was sitting in that seat? Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Ronna
yes,
McDaniels.
yes,
Both.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am very,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And if I've got kids, but I put those young kids together and I'm educating them, and they are my worker bees. And I have nieces and nephews. Those are my worker bees who have kids. They have tennis people, football kids, sports kids, and I've educated them. So they're going, oh my gosh. So it can be done, but if we go a different direction, and I do not agree with Scott doing this early vote, because you're right. They know what to tally, and you give it to your United States Postal Service. Well, that's right. Might as well give it to the Democrat Party, because you're going to trash your votes.
Yes, ma'am. But let me work with you here, not against you.
Sure.
Let me work with you.
Oh no, I don't see anybody.
No.
Don't take that wrong.
Because we have to. No. It's all good. It's all good. Listen, we are in such a position in this country that, like, I know my landscape better than you do, just like you know your landscape better than you do. Nobody knows it better than me. I'm just going to tell you, except for the people that are sitting in the office. I'm working my freaking tail off, and it's costing me my life. Okay. So, but the whole thing is there's more than one way to skin a cat, and we are going to have to use all of it. We're going to have to use all of it. We have people sitting in this room right now that are not friendlies. Okay, so I am not going to get into some of my stuff. And that's exactly the stadium guy down there. I'm just going to go ahead and call him out because he's not blessed.
No need for that. Let's just move on to Melody. Melody, please join us.
Let me know how I can help too in any way that I can. I really was just kind of saying I've got some appointments. I've got phone calls. I'm going to be on a show with somebody from the space, and I need to go prep, and I wanted to say God bless you all, but please, I did put the Coach Mill show over in the bubble. Please DM me if there's any way that I can help push people to and guys, let me just say this. I am so excited to be helping with this, and many hands make light work. I said this earlier. I totally appreciate and look up to Dan Schultz, and he knows so much more than I do, but also we can all just do it, right? So the more hands, the better. And let's double down. And I think somebody had mentioned to me, well, you're going to duplicate work. No, there's so much to do. I don't think we'll ever, I don't think so. And at any point it comes to that, then I will definitely acquiesce to Dan because he's the man. But we're all in this together. Jump in. Let me know if you are someone who is a PC, wants to be a PC. If you're already a PC, I want you to come on the show. If you want to be a PC, I want to connect you and get you going on what you can do in your area. And let's just roll. And so hopefully, hit me up and check out the show in the bubble. And I love you guys. I got to bug out.
Thank you, Melody. Yeah, Miss Positive, so I want to get back to, I think what Scott is doing is absolutely, his work ethic needs to be admired. And I'm in an agreement, but we all want the same thing. We all want to restore our fallen republic. So, I don't know if you heard me say this before. You had to have, if you ever heard me talk before. We're all on a 50-lane highway, you know what I mean? And we're all in one lane, and we're doing the best we can. And then some, and we're learning on the way. Okay. And so, we're each we're going to have to come at this at every single level to get this out of the hands, get our republic and our flag out of the hands of these absolute maniacs, because that is what's happening. This is exactly correct what Sarah Huckabee Sanders said, This is not Democrat versus Republican. This is insane versus not insane. Okay, because these people are crazy and they are communists and they are tearing our country down, and we are there. So, I'm willing to work with you and back channel with you and get you in contact with maybe some of my frustrated people in my district that might have missed the strategy that you have to offer them because
Um,
they're exhausted.
yeah, I will send you some stuff. I already sent you one thing. I want to say one thing. I know somebody who is doing fundraiser for Sarah Huckabee, and I have reservations about her. I have proof about it. She's not pro-Trump, and she I'm gonna just leave it there. So I quit donating. Sorry, but
Well,
not going there with her. She, and one thing, when she did that address, and it's factually stated, she never even said President Trump's name. That just says it all. And there's someone who lives in Texas that goes there and supports her and said this is what's happening, and it saddened her, and not going there. But like you said, if you don't get behind in your precinct and we don't fill those seats, it's over. It's that simple. There's no joke. It's just that simple, because the rhinos are sitting there and they make it hard for us to get in there. That's correct. But as a taxpayer, 50 of you go or 10 of you go, they cannot deny you that. And the police officers are there at those meetings. They cannot say you cannot attend. I don't care
ma'am,
about what they say. They
ma'am,
can't. It's illegal.
ma'am,
And
they're using law, ma'am, they're using lawfare. I'm going to get you connected with
yeah,
some
sure.
people
Well,
because in my district, seriously, the police, there's a lot of the police are compromised as well. It is really a bad situation, and you may very well have strategies that can help some of the people that I work
sure.
with that are absolutely exhausted. And
Yeah.
you might, yeah. So because we're coming up against the worst of the worst here in my district,
Yeah.
the worst of the worst, ma'am.
Yeah, that with Raheem posted that, and what the 40 are doing, they don't want to put him, President Trump, on the ballot. They're going to find ways not to have him on the ballot. We can't have that. And the only way to know about that is being at that precinct meeting. And the calendars, you show up, it's once or twice a month. Some counties are more often. I show up to all of them, and I bring, it'll surprise you, off-duty police officers who do not want to be displaced, and they don't agree with this, and they don't wear their badges, and they show up because they're an American and they're a taxpayer. So anyways, and I don't, anybody who's not for America, then you got to ask, then how much money are they being paid? It's that simple. And we got to have our eyes open. But one thing I want to say is, if my children were younger, like real small, well, they're older, they know better, but there's no way I'm returning them back to school. And you've got enough parents could just say, 100 parents could get together at a school board meeting, don't return, and then they don't get the federal dollars, and then this nonsense will quit. And a lot of parents are afraid to do that, and that's just silliness. So we have the right.
Ma'am, we've been doing that. We're Bucks County. I'm going to send you some information. You're going to see what we're dealing with. So,
Cool.
but that doesn't mean you can't listen. It's just a challenge. We're going to have to overcome it. We've got Advocate in here. She knows. She's awesome. Thank you so much for being in the room. I appreciate you. I got your message. Yeah,
Can't be
I got your
against
message.
America. It's bizarre to be against America. Where are you going, you ding dings?
Hey, hang out with us, Miss Positive, and Dale. He's got his hand up, and then we're gonna keep going. So if you want, hang out and please keep talking to us, Dale.
Yeah, miss positive. I mean, with this whole lawfare thing that they're talking about, send me a DM, contact me on the back end. I can talk to you about some strategies, some very powerful strategies that are lawful, that can help circumvent a lot of this nonsense that is going on. And the legal system has been used to abuse people far too long, and don't it needs to stop. People need to stop being taken advantage of, and I can help people with ways to get around that and do it yourself without breaking your back. So please contact me. I really would like to help. I want to see everybody learn how to be helped, and this is what I'm trying to do, is instruct people to use and understand how to navigate the legal system for themselves and to protect themselves if need be. Obviously, you get lawyers for certain things, but there's some things where people they can't do it because they don't have the money, and no one should be victimized by crime because you're broke. That's just insane. I'll lay it down there. Thank you. Hey, I also say hey to Advocate, my favorite advocate who's standing up for the children. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, welcome, Advocate. You've been hanging out with us, silent. Good afternoon. How you doing? And I wanted to also welcome Nate Kane to the floor. Thanks for jumping up, Nate. I saw you running a space the other day. It was phenomenal, and you were talking with Chris Rose, and I believe Derek were there with you. It was a phenomenal space. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, brother, for having me.
We've been going since 10 o'clock, so I'm just going to reset the room. If you like what you've been listening to, please retweet the space. And we've been going over a lot of different ground, from battleground states to voting strategies, PCs, and getting active in your AD. And then, the whole structure state by state is a little different. Everybody's got to look at their state party and what they're doing. We kind of discussed the independent voter, capturing that vote, and how maybe Republicans left, or people that were registered Republicans have kind of begun to register as independents, kind of as a show of maybe disdain for where the Republican Party has been going recently, or things they've seen. We've been tossed around a whole bunch of ideas. So, Nate, really the floor is open and we're just kind of rolling through it.
There was a time back in during the Bush's during his second term, where I walked away from the Republican Party myself, and I became a card-carrying libertarian for a little bit, until I realized that I basically gave away whatever power that I had in the primaries by doing that. And so I decided to go back to the Republican Party and become more engaged and more active in trying to push for, for smaller government, and for, trying to find those primary candidates that would be more in line with, the values that I had. And so, I'm actually I was really happy to see when Trump joined the party, because I felt like it really kind of shook things up, and it showed, that we as the people actually had power, but we had to actually do something about it and get involved. And I think that it's more, we have to do more than just vote. We need to be active in our primaries, but we also need to be active in getting involved with the committee precincts and things like that, where you actually have some say at the local level.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah, hold
Caroline,
on,
please.
Matt. Yeah, I'm having a hard time pulling Advocate up. I just wanted to let you know. So, Advocate, if you can hear me, drop back down, get out of your app, and come back in. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. We definitely want her to get back up. I threw her a mic. I saw her request. I don't know what's going on. That's been going on. Yeah, so everybody has many precincts, and many voters that are within each precinct, and turning to the route of a PC, I think that's where the victory lies, is really getting active there in that way and working your way out or up. That's that's what we're seeing the data show.
Let me add in here too, Maggie, and Miss Positive will like this too. It'll make her feel a little bit better. And I missed saying it last time because I actually, to tell you the truth, I've been up since 3:30 this morning, and I've been on these spaces since 6, and I am exhausted. But anyway, so Miss Positive, my goal, we have the primary, but we also have people in my district and all across the nation that there's no matter what you say, they are not going to register under any party. I mean, I may be able to get a big handful of Democrats to vote up ballot in the general. So I'm laser focused on knowing where my talent is, like, you know what I mean? Like knowing where I'm the most effective. And so I am laser focused on getting those, all of these people to vote up ballot on the general elections in both 23 and 24. So because whether we want to not effective, there are a lot of Democrats that absolutely, no matter what you say to them, they are not going to switch their voter card. So I am laser focused on working with them to get them to pull the lever on the up ballot voting red. So I wanted to throw that in there too. Nate's going to agree with me. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, in fact, this is one of the things that's important for a candidate, when you're running for office, especially at for federal office. You have to really understand, your constituents. Carolyn's running in a very different race than I'm running in. Where I'm at, it is a 3-4 or 3-1. Sorry, Republican, very red state, but also it's also even the Democrats that are here tend to vote. They will vote for Republicans, and so in the general election, and so it's important to understand that. Just an analysis of the voters here in West Virginia, we have about half of the voters in my district. Half of the people who are old enough to vote in our district don't vote.
Yes, and I'm working on that. I understand that's a good. Oh, Nate,
Yeah, I
go
think
ahead.
we lost. I think we lost audio at "Don't Vote."
No, sorry, my alarm went off to remind me to join the spaces, and so it cut off my audio. But I was saying that about half of the people that are eligible to vote actually vote, and then of those half, only half of them vote in the primary. And then what's a really strange number to me, and doesn't make any sense at all, but it's also kind of a not a very encouraging number, is that out of those people who vote in the primary, 80% of them are over age 55. And that should concern us all, because it shows us that, that middle-aged people and younger people are not engaged in the primary at all. And so that means that when people go to the poll for the general election, they don't really have any say in who ends up, who ends up in the general election, to vote. So I think it's incredibly important that we educate voters about the importance of the primaries, and it's important to have things and tools to utilize to identify what these people actually stand for. There's a group called, I think it's Go USA or something like that. I just did their survey and I did an interview with them. But I filled out a opportunity score, and it breaks down a lot of different questions about where I stand on different issues. And so it's a really useful tool for people to kind of dig in and see, where do I stand on this? Where do I stand on that issue? And then you have other tools that are out there as well that kind of do those things. Now, for federal candidates, you have that, but what about, your local school board where, it might be a race that is, completely nonpartisan. And so you don't know anything about the person, that's running. I think we need to do a better job of making sure that we get the local candidates to answer some questions before we just vote for them.
Well, absolutely. And, I don't know if I'm guessing that you do. You know who divisive content is, correct? Red he's got the black circle, it says divisive. You've got to know him. He co-hosted for me while you were on. He's got a really good finger on the pulse of the young voter. And so I don't know if you're interacting with him or if you're following him. My guess is yes. Yeah, he's got a bunch of really good ideas to get them involved, because we definitely they're actually they're the most affected at this point, because this is their future. Like MAGA was saying earlier, him and I probably won't see the fruit of our labor, and that's okay. You know what I mean? That's okay. We're okay with that. We just want to make sure that there's fruit there for them.
Well, it just goes to speak that, or to show that the work will never end. It's just laying down the foundation for it to continue in the right direction. We will make some ground. We will have some victories along the way, and then we'll have to reset and revamp our efforts yet again, because it'll be a constant tug of war back and forth. There's obviously those that would like to work towards a certain ideology and or goal, and we need to do everything we can to steer things in the right direction and fight that if it's not going in the direction that's going to bring those fruits to the American people and the freedom and happiness that they deserve. Um, yeah, that's the work. It's never ending, I think. Dale.
We're at a point where we need to get back to sanity again. Like my daughter was just telling me earlier that she was listening to a woman who her husband got murdered by the feds for whistleblowing and with corrupt people. And when you can't trust law enforcement, there's a problem, because we need law enforcement. Because if we don't have law enforcement, we're going to have issues. When we have people that are corrupt and controlling law enforcement, this is going to create problems for everyone. We can't have a society without it, and I've faced a lot of corruption from law enforcement people in the justice system, but I'll be the first person to say that we need law enforcement. Because if there's no law enforcement, what do we go to? Might is right, whoever has more guns, and then you allow the people who are criminal to run free. And you see how well that is working in some of these places like Chicago and other places that are just letting criminals out on the street. We can't have that. But we need to support the people that are trying to do right in the places, in law enforcement, justice system, wherever. Anyone who's willing to restore sanity, I'm for that. I'll just land that there.
Well, thank you, Dale. What we have here, and please forgive me because, like I said, I'm just absolutely beat. But what we have here in a lot of cases is our law enforcement isn't really law enforcement; they're crime management. Okay, and that's just a true statement in my case. Now, that's not the case everywhere, and that's not every law enforcement officer. We have, but sadly, they're highly outnumbered. They're becoming highly outnumbered with the crime management and the law enforcement. When we were doing our campaigning and things like that, we had people go to my team's house and threaten them. I mean, we have it on camera. And when they were questioned on who they were, they said that they were, former federal agents, which doesn't surprise me since my opponent's a former federal agent. And that they were former federal agents, and that They turned and former Middletown police officers turned private investigators. So I mean, this is what we're dealing with. We are dealing with the full weight of the government boot on our back here in my district. And Dale, I know, good part of your story on you too. I mean, thankfully that's not the case everywhere. Nate knows enough to know that these things that I say are not as uncommon as we would want them to be.
Oh yes, I agree. I heard a little bit about Nate's story, and I know he understands, and so forth.
Without a doubt. I've obviously been a victim of the abuse of power by those in federal law enforcement, and I've also experienced it even as a teenager with a local sheriff's office in Riverside County, California. So I've seen that abuse of power. I think that the problem that we have right now in the law enforcement arena is that you have bad apples everywhere because, unfortunately, anywhere where you have power, it's always going to attract those that want to abuse that and those who are willing to use that for their purposes, but, towards their, personal gain or whatever. And so you really need a huge deterrent for those that have power. And what we don't see is a deterrent because we see over and over again, especially at the federal level, people who seem to be able to get away with depriving people of their rights, abusing their power, protecting criminals, going after people for political reasons, and they get away with it. And as long as they're getting away with it, it's going to continue to happen. And so I think one of the things that we have to do as a society is we need to fix that problem. And we have to, help making sure that we have a justice system that is, where you have the laws being equally applied, and that's not what's happening right now. And that needs to happen all the way down, from the highest levels of the federal government down to your local, county sheriff. And so I have some ideas on that. There's some really good people out there that have been thinking about this problem for a long time, and I've listened to some of their ideas about that. But the bottom line is that the punishment for abusing the public trust should be a very, very steep punishment, and it needs to be enforced. But it's not going to be enforced by those who are the law enforcement's, the people who are in law enforcement right now. And so you need an outside body, if you will, an outside force of law, and I would even say court that adjudicates these things. That is not where there's no, almost like an adversarial relationship, if you will. And I think that that can be done. We already have that right now for the states. And what I mean by that is that, like, if there's a corrupt public official at the state level, the federal government, the FBI has a public corruption unit, and they have no problem going after people who are corrupt public officials at the state level. However, where you don't see them going after people is at the federal level, and up until recently, they very rarely, ever took any kind of, stance against somebody at the federal level. Perfect, case in point is Hillary Clinton and, the Biden family. But now, unfortunately, they have begun weaponizing and politicizing the FBI to go after federal, candidates and federal, people who are, former presidents like Trump and whatnot on bogus charges. And that's a problem for everybody because it creates a very unstable and dangerous situation. And I don't think that they're in any position to do that. And so that's where I think the states, I think we need to have a law enforcement unit that is made up with, a rotation of volunteers from each of the states. And I think we need a court that is like an Article I tribunal. And I think that court should be filled with people from all over the country that are not tied in with the current justice system to address these issues. So that is, there's a lot more detail to it than that, but that, in a nutshell, I think that's what we need, because until we have something like that, there's never going to be justice at the federal level.
Now, you're absolutely right, Nate. And Nate is an exceptional candidate. He's an exceptional candidate, and I'm going to be doing everything I can in the next, 18 months to get the word out on Nate, because unfortunately, he is uniquely qualified to be running the race. He's exactly what we need, because the quagmire of what has gone on inside of our political legislative branch and our judicial branch and the executive branch is it's meant to be confusing. And people that have the courage to get in there and find out what it is, and then even further so have the courage to say something about it, and say something about it publicly. The language that Nate is using is particularly important, and it is particularly brave, and there's nothing illegal about it. There's nothing immoral about it, and there's nothing unethical about it. And this shows me how exceptional he is, and I already knew that, but I continue to watch and think so. I'm in that same category, sadly. I'm not doing what I'm doing because I think I'm great. I'm doing what I'm doing because I've been doing this for 20 years. I called out the BLM before anybody knew that there was a BLM. And I've just, by happenstance, this is not, I'm sure this is exactly not what Nate thought he'd be doing at his age either. And this certainly isn't what I thought I'd be doing. But I am uniquely qualified because of my history and because of my willingness to call them out and to do the search and to find out exactly where the dots line up and point the finger. I mean, they actually make it quite easy on you. They do it in public, and it's not as hard as we think. And but what it is hard to do is it's hard to stand up against them, because you come against it. You come against it in every imaginable way. They go after everything, and if you most people can't stand it. Most people can't stand up to it. But I will say this: it's the people around people like Nate and the people around people like me that give us the energy to go ahead and continue on and fight. So in any case, Matt, go ahead.
Oh, I'm good. You know, Sometimes I hear certain things, and it sounds like tactical civics. On other, there's certain aspects to what people can do, in their county, in their neighborhood, in their state. But yeah, it's getting kind of to the point to where we have to think tactically, and how we're going to actually address certain things and get active as a PC, or and fill those seats. And like Miss Positive was saying, there's a lot of seats that are empty, and there's a lot of ground there, or real estate to reclaim. And then we have voters that are independent voters that like Nate was saying, that are not declaring a party. And we need to see if we can get them to come back, to a party or to the party. So there's a lot of work to be done. It's happening all over, and every single person is putting in their yeoman's work in each facet of that. So it's amazing to me. I'm learning a lot every day. We talk about it. Yeah, Nate?
Yeah, Tactical Civics is a group that I only recently found out about. And a lot of what they're talking about is right in line with, what I was mentioning in terms of like needing some balance of power. And there are things that that I think language is important, because people assume things based on the words that you use, and so there really has to be an education program. And what I mean by that, to give you an example, in regards to, like, say, tactical civics, is they will use the term, because it's actually the correct term to use, of the people's militia. But people hear that word militia, and of course they immediately think something bad. They think white supremacist groups and things like that. even though that's not at all what a militia is or was, meant to be. But you have to convince the people, of what you mean by that. And so that's where I think that there needs to be much better education about history, about the meanings of these different things, and what we're going to do, to make the country better. And so I do think like they bring up and they talk a lot about the people's militia, which is basically the enforcement arm of the people's grand jury, and I think those are very, very important tools.
Yeah,
now how they
the aspect that fascinated me most was the citizens grand jury in each county, and I actually looked up my own, and there is one there. And one of my concerns was, as just basically when I realized that this is happening all over America, it could be possible that there are other groups that are establishing citizens grand juries because the tool is there, and there's not enough patriots or people that are stepping up to that role.
Right. The problem is if we don't, if you have the citizens grand jury, but you don't have an enforcement arm that is separate. And actually, I'd heard a lot of there's a couple of different thoughts on this. There's some people that believe that the sheriff, is the way to go. That the sheriff becomes the enforcement arm of the people because they're elected. However, I think I was talking to Jeff Calhoun, and he brought up a good point. The sheriff actually still is an enforcement arm for the state because, who is it when there's a state tax sale, who goes and enforces it? Who is it that goes and enforces kicking people out of a home, when they haven't paid their rent, and or when they failed to pay their taxes, their property taxes? It's the sheriff. So again, if you're looking at purely just defending against, if you're looking at just purely defending against the federal government, sure, the sheriff may play that role. But what about when you have a corrupt sheriff? And I think everybody has experienced or has seen a situation where you've had a corrupt sheriff. And, that's where I think having a people's, as tactical civics will call it, a people's militia. I don't like that term only because of the negative connotation of it, of language today and how it's used. I'd rather call it like, say, a people's marshal, and their deputies, if you will, or their posse to go and make arrest of a local public official who's a corrupt, individual. I think is a much better, way to call it. But whatever, we need some sort of solution, to address these types of issues. And because what we got right now just ain't cutting it. It's not working.
Well, Nate, absolutely. I agree with you. You and I are succinct. As far as the language goes, I think we have crossed a road. We have come to a crossroad where the American people are aware enough, and they're getting more aware every day that they know what's going on, that we shouldn't necessarily craft our words to that we're like being politically correct. They want to hear us say the truth. They want us to legally, ethically, and morally hold these people accountable. And sometimes words, as long as we're not, doing anything outside of the law, sometimes words, scare people to a degree. But, also, it is what it is. We have got to be honest with the voters. We have got to tell them what it is. We have got to lead and be unafraid so that they can be unafraid too. That's my feeling there. So, but it is it, I'm learning from you. I listened to you a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, man, I was so proud of you. I was like, man, Nate's nailing it. He's hammering it. He's swinging it out of the park. He's hitting the ball right out of the park. He's telling, and people were cheering for you. They were cheering for you, not because you were whipping up any sort of violence, because you weren't. You were whipping up, we want justice. And we want to do it in the fashion that is legal, ethical, and moral, and constitutional. And kudos to you for that. Kudos to you for that.
Thank you. Well, we're only we're only going to, basically fix these problems and get our country back if we work together to come up with solutions. And we have to have, the consensus and the support of the people. Anything other than that is a dictatorship. And quite frankly, I think that's what we're living under right now. We're not being ruled by, certainly not being ruled by a consensus of the people. And part of that is the people's fault, because we failed to stand up and demand better, of our elected officials. But
Yeah, we entered it. We entered into a voluntary servitude, basically.
yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. We're not slaves in the sense of chattel slavery, but we've enslaved ourselves. Whether it is to, debt, or whether it is to relegating our lives, to whatever rule that the government decides to put out there. A perfect example of that was COVID. Nothing probably, but there's probably been nothing in my lifetime that has proven that sentiment more than how the general public just gave up their rights, during COVID.
I'll just kind of chime in here.
Well, I don't know. Hold on, Dale. Well, you know, more than they gave up their rights. Boy, I tell you, they were pretty good at it. They sold their rights for $600 a week. Okay, so they were very calculated in doing that. And I don't think that they just did it like that. Like, it started out with, you no longer have to be outside the home to work. You can work at home. You can have your business online. And then it went from having your business online. A lot of people were really successful, and it was wonderful. A lot of mothers got to stay home and have good businesses and raise their kids and have some sort of normalcy. So they did that. And then the big box stores came in and took that over. And then so that made it difficult. So we set ourselves up for it. And then when we got set up for it, and then when they had the pandemic and people started to get, restless and say, I can't stay out of work for more than 2 weeks. Then it was, here, we'll give you $600 a week. And I remember Donald Trump saying, this is crazy to pay people to stay home. There was a lot of people that didn't make $600 a week anyway. So, they used many carrots, many tricks. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Dale.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I spoke with Jeff at Tactical Civics. I really enjoyed the conversation. He's got a lot of good things going there that people need to know. I mean, I was also speaking with Christian and some of the stuff that he was doing for somewhere, and he's got some really good things. I think that where people went wrong was, I mean, we're all kind of responsible for wherever the fires are going on where we live, because we kind of got used to doing things a certain way as a whole. But I mean, now I think it's coming together and everybody bringing their parts to the table and putting as much pressure to get lawful pressure to get these criminals out of the office. I mean, the tactical services one, getting in there and, getting people to understand how to get into the precincts, how to make sure that there's the election integrity, using the state and federal court system against each other because they were designed to be a counterbalance, and all of these other things together, engaging whatever sheriffs are still going to uphold the Constitution. All of these things have to be engaged at different point, all at the same time. The people that are going in there to deal with the schools and all of that, that all has to be brought to the table so that they can squeeze these criminals out of their positions and people can take back their lives and get freedom. Like, I'm all for helping anybody who wants to use the law to protect the people, because that's what it's designed to do. It's not designed to aid criminals and the stuff that we're seeing now. And I think that more people are getting fed up, and hopefully more get fed up and get up and do things. And, this is great what you guys are doing. This is why I support what you guys are doing here, because it's all about helping the people get what rightfully belongs to them, and that's their liberty and freedom. Thank you.
Absolutely. Matt. Okay, I'm going to have to get on out of here. I wanted to say to Nate, thank you so much for coming in. Please check your back channel messages, and go ahead, Matt. I don't know how much longer you're
Yeah.
going to run the space.
I don't know. I mean, we started at 10 and the space crashed. We opened again, and yeah, if you need to leave, that's fine. And it was great having you up here as always, and speaking with you. And I understand your Saturdays. You got things to do. I got things to do too. And so I totally understand, Caroline. So thank you so much for being here. And whenever you want to drop down, you can drop down, and it's all good. Where was I going to go? Oh, yeah. So, Mr. Calhoun, yeah, I invited him in actually once we started talking about tactical civics a little bit. And I've had some interesting conversations with him as well. You know, I'm kind of fascinated by some of the concepts and the things. There's also, early on when I first came on Twitter, there was David Jose talking about, the audits and auditing and doing things like that. Recently, Christian Lamar has been talking about censures and that. And the battles going on with the AZ GOP, things in his area. And Nate, I'm sure there's many challenges in front of us, and I'm more than happy to open up whatever other topics you can think of that maybe you've been discussing lately that are pivotal to bring us to a path of to victory and reclaiming the country and putting the power back in the people's hands and fighting back against an overstepping federal government imposing against our just constitutional rights and amendments. It's a big topic. There's lots to cover. So whatever the floor is open, at this point.
Yeah, Nate, just sent you a DM. I'd like to talk to you a little further. I know you came on the podcast before, but I think that I might have some connections that we possibly make to get some things going, because I think that people need their freedom, and that's really where I want to go. My daughter's over in Tennessee, so she's kind of feeling the crunch that they thought they had more protection in the States, but you guys are coming the same way as we are up here. So we don't want that to happen. We need you guys to stay free so that we can also be free and everybody else. So yeah, I'd like to talk with you further.
Well, also one of the things we were talking about early on was the bills that are being posed and spreading and being brought into law that are kind of concerning, and they're happening at an alarming rate, and it just seems to be just happening so fast. Before you know it, everything's changed before you can stop it. So that was one of the topics we were talking about early on, Nate, as well. And is your mic all right, Nate, or do you need to?
Yeah, I am. I'm driving back to my house,
Okay,
and I will be there very shortly, and then I'll have a much clearer signal.
that's fine, brother. You got it. I figured you were in transit or something was going on. I don't mean to call you out like that if you can't get to the button.
No problem, man. I'm in my side by side, so it's pretty noisy.
Yeah. Got it. All right, cool. And we're gonna go to Dale, and then we're gonna go to Texas, and then we'll circle to William or Miss Positive. All right, Dale, you got it. Dale, are you there? We're gonna go to Texas.
No, sorry, I'm here. My mic just kind of disappeared there for a second. It glitched out. So yeah, back to those bills. Like, those things need to be stopped. Like, again, the people that are putting these things there, they know exactly what they're doing. Like, and you're getting lawyers and a lot of people that are lawyers that are in there in government that are also looking these things over. And you know fully well what you're doing is wrong. And then you're going ahead and passing it, knowing full well that this bill is eventually going to get overturned, but you're going to try and get the most out of it before it actually gets overturned. You can't do that. And no reasonable person is going to sit down and believe that. I mean, you can't take a criminal act and use a state legislator to codify a criminal act and make it acceptable. Stealing people's children and trafficking them to other states to do God, like torture them financially and sexually exploit them is I, I don't even I don't even know why we're having this conversation. Why is it? I never thought, if you told me 20 years ago that the government, especially in the United States, would be legislating crime in their state legislatures, I would have told you you've gone crazy. And here we are seeing this. Like, I mean, I knew the big difference between growing up in Canada and being in the United States, because when I went to school down there, you could openly talk about God anywhere. In Canada, it started to go down the path where speaking about God was something that you couldn't do and it was frowned down upon. Now it's full on Satan worship in a lot of these places, and they're using it to commit crime. This is unacceptable. 100% needs to be stopped. I'll land it there.
Hey, I want to comment on that because I think you nailed something on the head with that. What we are facing today in our country is well beyond a political takeover, a color revolution, if you want to call it that. It is a complete demonic attack on reality. I mean, I don't know how else to call it. You've got people now that are trying to normalize things that I think none of us, ever thought we would ever see in our lifetimes. And that is something that, it's made me realize that this battle isn't just one that has to be fought on the political arena. It is going to require God to overcome this. It is going to require, calling upon God for his help in this, because there's a deeper underlying spiritual problem in America. And I think even people who may not have, a relationship with God, or may not have a full-fledged belief in an organized religion, I think can see that. Even people who I've talked to who are agnostic or, are kind of not really, churchgoers, I think they see there's something spiritual going on. Just how rapidly the decline of our society has gone. It seems almost inhuman. And so I want to acknowledge that. And I think, it's as much as I think we can come up with great ideas and we can try to bring those ideas about. If we don't recognize that there's something spiritual happening in our country, I think we will lose this fight. My worldview, and I'll be the first to admit it. I don't care, if there are those that this may turn off. It's just the facts. I have to be honest about it. Is that my worldview comes from one that is influenced by the Bible and influenced by, what I have read since I accepted Christ at age 16. And I didn't grow up in a religious household, but at 16, I had a personal encounter with God, and it totally changed my entire worldview, and it has informed that worldview ever since. That's not to say that I've not had my moments of rebellion against God. Certainly my time in the military, being separated from my family and being separated from, my church and stuff like that. I had other influences that, kind of led me down the wrong path for a little bit there. But ultimately, I was led back to God because I realized that, there's just certain things that are true and you can't, no matter how much you want to try to deny it, you just can't. And so one of those things that is true, that no matter how much society tries to deny it, we can't, is that there is a right, there is a wrong, there is truth, there is God. And that's not to say that any individual on the face of the planet has a full grasp or understanding of all of that. But the point is that this relativistic ideology, which exists today, where it says that, what's good for you is good for you, and what's good for me is good for me, that's a lie. That is 100% a lie. That ideal of relativism is what is at the heart of every evil that exists. I mean, when you think about, especially with what we're seeing today, the three basic principles of relativism are that there is no truth, nothing is for sure, and nothing matters. And if you just sit down and just break down that statement in and of itself, those three rules, if you will, they're illogical fallacies right from the very get-go, because to say that there is no truth, it means that you have to believe that that's true, that statement's true. To say that nothing is for sure, you have to be sure about that. And to say that nothing matters, well, then why the hell are you even bringing it up? So these people who push that ideology certainly do believe that there's truth. They certainly do believe that some things are for sure, and they certainly believe that their political philosophy they're trying to push on the world matters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wasting their time with it. So that's the first thing I think that we have to do, is combat that ideology and demand that not necessarily demand that people believe everything that I don't ever want people to be a Christian simply because that's what I say. I didn't teach my kids to be that way. I certainly demanded that they live by the rules that I have in my household. But once they're out on their own, they can live by their own rules. But I've always believed that the only true way to that basically everybody needs to have their own philosophy of God. They need to come to God on their own terms. But that doesn't mean that, that, like I said, what's good for them is good for them. What's good for me is good for me. No, I believe there is a truth, and that we're all seeking it and searching for it. At least that's what we should be doing. And as we seek it and search for it, we should all be coming closer and closer together, because that eventually that search for truth will lead us to the same things. And so I'm getting a little philosophical here and philosophical here, and I realize that wasn't necessarily the purpose of this group, but I bring it up only to say that we have to recognize there's something bigger than us involved in all of this, and I intend to seek God about the decisions that I make as somebody who will be elected and representing the people of West Virginia, and not just West Virginia, but really the people of America. Because a representative, while he has a duty to the people in his state and in his district, he's also a representative for everybody, because the oath that you take is that oath to support and defend the Constitution, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now, we clearly have a lot of domestic enemies floating about. In fact, I would say the biggest threat to American freedom is the domestic threat. It's not, afar and away. Now, if we end up in a war, then certainly we will need to, kind of redirect some of our attention, towards our enemies. But right now, I think the biggest enemies we have are those right now in government and in positions of public policy and within the bureaucracy and within the education institutions, within the medical institutions. And I think we have to, we got to challenge those things and be willing to, stick our necks out. And, that's not to say that I'm not an advocate for violence. I'm also less and less, an advocate for protests, because what I find is that it's too often a tool that's used, just as in January 6th, it becomes a tool used by the enemy. I think we have to be smarter than that. But I do think that I think it's important that we be a voice, that we speak. I think Twitter Spaces is a perfect example of where we can do that. I think going to our school boards and orderly, speaking out and speaking and to the public, I think is important. That gets people's attention. It wakes them up. Staying engaged and communicating with people as much as we can. We have to do those things. But I intend, Lord willing, if I'm elected, I am going to be praying about every decision that I make, and hopefully, God will keep me from becoming corrupted by this whole process. The last thing I wanted to be was a politician, and it's always been, it cracks me up because, I have to take back all those jokes I made about politicians. Those jokes where I said, how can you tell when a politician is lying? Their lips are moving. One of my other favorite ones is, politics is a word that's of a Latin origin. It comes from two words, poly meaning many and ticks meaning bloodsuckers. And so now, I'm, the Lord, I believe, is calling me to go into that field and to be a better example of what that is supposed to be. And so I need all of your prayers, and I need all of your encouragement and accountability. And that means that, I expect that people are going to call me out. And sometimes they're going to be right, and I'm going to have to humble myself. And other times they're going to be wrong because maybe they're mad at something else. And I'm going to have to stand up for, what I believe in. And, and that's where I go to scripture as my kind of like my compass, if you will. But there's a scripture that says, it says, don't, basically don't be a doubter. Don't be like a wave that's tossed to and fro, and so you gotta have confidence, and you gotta have faith, and you gotta believe in what you believe, and not be a shifting sand, just at anyone's whim to, so there's that. But then there's also, about being humble and being willing to listen and being willing to be corrected, and but you shouldn't allow anyone to judge you. The only person that ultimately can judge you is God. So, anyways, I will shut up for a minute and allow some of these hands to speak. So, but thank you for letting me preach a little bit there.
No worries, Nate. It's always a pleasure. Dale, if you can, just let me get to Texas real quick. He's been hanging out. Texas, what's up, brother? And then we're going to go to Dale and keep going.
Yeah, I've been getting calls. My phone's been ringing off the hook, and every time I'm about to get up, I get a call. But I'll just be brief, man. Mr. Kane, awesome, man. As long as you stick to your beliefs and your values, I think you'll be fine. But you don't have to worry about it. People like me will call you out if you deviate from that. But it's good what you say, humbling yourself and being real about it is awesome. I think you'll do fine, brother. I really do, man. All the people coming in these spaces that are running for these offices, I hope every one of them win, and I will support them. We need that. That's what we need. Politicians is a dirty word. I don't like most politicians because they lie to me. But I wanted to circle back to and put it back on MAGA Mission and let people know what these folks are doing, man. We got our analytics from our side in yesterday, and from our side, what we're seeing is our exposure, our hits, what we are doing have doubled, and it's all attributed. Most of it's attributed to MAGA Mission. That's the impact MAGA Mission is having on the fights we're all fighting, the different things we're all fighting, man. And it is amazing. When they got back to me yesterday on that and told me what was going on, my heart swelled, man. And you'll never know how much I appreciate y'all, Matt, Marlon, all the hosts, man. It's incredible, brother. I got Jake 10 Point on there today. I don't even know why he hadn't been over and signed up yet, but he signed up and he looked at it and he was blown away by it too. We got some big things working. We'll unpack it tomorrow with y'all, man. But I just wanted to get up and give y'all some kudos, man, and tell y'all how much I appreciate y'all for what y'all are doing, dude. Y'all are making a difference. Y'all are setting the standard here in America, bro. And I appreciate it. I'm going to park my truck there. Hey, I didn't know you could actually activate where you could get paid on here. I might be interested in do that because my truck's kind of old. I might need a new truck. Y'all have a blessed one, brother.
Well, thanks a lot, Texas, for your kind words. And, to get that kind of feedback, it warms my heart because that was the goal. And it's interesting because when I look at MAGA Mission just as a search, sometimes I'll see a Senator Edward Durr is in there. Maybe there might be some other things about whales, and we're working on all kinds of things. And working with you guys has been nothing but a pleasure. So, and if you don't know about NOAA, please check out tnooa.com, and you can register there, even if you're not a trucker, just to show your support. And I want to welcome Chris Rose to the floor. He heard the call and came in. That's great stuff. Thanks, Chris, for joining us. Let's go to Dale real quick, and then we'll go to William. I'm sorry, William, I got to yield to Dale. He's the legacy speaker, and then we'll go to No Quarter and keep rolling. Dale, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just kind of touching on what Nate said. Yeah, this is a spiritual battle. I mean, anybody can sit down and see that this is a good and evil thing. There's a lot of things that, regardless of Democrat or Republican or whatever, should never condone. And then things that most people would think that should have never happened. And this is time to find faith. And, no one should ever be condoning the filth that's being going on with children. Like I was, just at a march where they had Muslims and Christians coming together because they're like, enough's enough. We may not believe the same thing, but we don't agree with people doing filth to children, and being able to put aside certain differences, because this is really not the issue about so much as your religion's right or wrong. It's about people are trying to exterminate people, like children being hurt. No one in any rational capacity should ever think that that's okay. No one should ever sit down and think that I should allow a child to be hurt, or my personal feelings, or my personal whatever. This is one thing if it's you're fighting with your neighbor over your fence, then no one gets harmed. You might get, a little angry and not talk for a few months or maybe even a few years. But when people are ignoring things and allowing that to happen to children, and while your nation is being destroyed, that's a problem. Because it's not only just the criminals, but it's the people who have an apathetic attitude that allow the criminals to get free reign, right? And I mean, at some point, all of us were guilty at some point. And nobody's saying that anybody's perfect, because none of us are. Only God is. But we're human beings and just got to try to do what's in front of us. And, I think that if we can't find something that we are willing to live for, then we don't have anything that we're willing to die for, willing to fight for. And I think that one thing that we should all be willing to fight for is for our children and our future. And, at certain points in time, that means we make some sacrifices. I mean, not everybody's going to make the same sacrifice. Not everybody's called to. God calls us all to do different things and so forth. But we all have to make some sacrifice to do what's right. And that's the point. We have to keep the freedom that we have, the freedom that we were used to, and it's going to cost us something. But we don't want to leave it no future for our children, right? That's really it. We need to do this for our children and our future posterity.
Yeah, we don't want to continue sacrificing our freedoms for safety, but there is a balance there that's a little out of skew over time. William, please, you've waited patiently. William, please join us.
Hey, thank you. Am I coming through?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Good. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. First, thank you. I want to thank the host and co-host for the space. Appreciate it. First point, very quickly. After the Halderman report came out, was released to the public the other day, I sent a copy to our assistant Assistant Attorney General here in the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth, and he's got that now, and he thanked me for that. And then secondarily, just a quick comment on some of these folks who are running, like Kane and others who are running for legislative positions. I think it's important to think about. I know, with Roe v. Wade, that was overturned. I think now looking at capital punishment, which in the 70s was severely watered down to the point of right now it's not really tractable. It's not really working. The death penalty really is not working as a policy. I think it would be good to see about reforming that. Maybe some of these red states can craft laws to, address the precedent set up in the 70s. It's so flawed. And then similar to Roe being overturned, I'd like to see a more rational capital punishment put in place where it's not taking 20 years to have justice, but to have a situation where you might have, say, for example, one state appeal to the state Supreme Court and then one appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court SCOTUS, and then after that, 2 weeks in a public execution. One last thing. This is something I tweeted out a while back. States need to reinstate capital punishment to strike the current flawed law. This is a quote from Justice Berger. In that 181 years since the enactment of the Eighth Amendment, not a single decision of this court has caught the slightest shadow of a doubt on the constitutionality of the capital punishment. That's my comment. I'll just take it off the air. Thank you again for this space. Bye.
You're welcome. If Nate or Chris would like to speak to that on their views on that, I know a lot of people have spoken of capital punishment and wanting it for certain offenses and things like that, and making sure it's enforced. So it's a deep topic, and it gets into a lot of different other areas when you go down that road. So can we just either, if Nate or Chris wants to speak on that, they can. If not, then we're going to pass to no quarter. No quarter.
How's everybody? Think I'd have enough of spaces today. It was in your space earlier, quite a bit to carry over. But I had to chime in when Nate was talking about whether you're spiritual or not. You can decide for yourself. I mean, that's your thing. My relationship with God isn't your relationship with God. And it's just kind of like one of them things you have to establish for yourself. And at some point, we're all going to come to that fork in the road where we're going to have to make that decision as to what we're going to believe. And I think we're seeing the beginnings of that today. When Nate talks about the battle being spiritual, I mean, I don't know what else to call it. I mean, you can see, I believe that, Satan himself is the author of confusion, chaos, and all of the things that we're seeing today. So if we don't call it the battle and see it for what it is and name it, then we're not going to get anywhere. And I don't understand also the attack on our kids is what else do we need to understand what type of battle we're in? I mean, who in what mind but a sick and perverted, distorted, and satanic mind would want to harm our kids? So they're after our kids. That's a clear sign that we're dealing with a battle that's way out of any realm of what we would have ever imagined to begin with. We can assume from that this is a type of battle that we can, the weapons are different. And they're going to be, you heard about the full armor of God. And they're going to be, part of that is our defense, and other part of it is the offensive side of our attack. And I have to say that and I'm only here to help keep that information going as far as what Nate was talking about, because if you and also it was Dale as well. If we don't understand the battle that we're in, then we're going to go into it with all the wrong weapons. The one thing that you're going to establish, whether you are a believer or not, is your faith. If you decide that that's what's going to be working for you, will expose all of the things that you need to see, and all of the fights that you need to have for yourself, and the ones that are not yours, but the ones that belong to God, and the discernment and all the whole thing. The peace that we have in those battlefields also comes from God. And so, I mean, it's like one of them things that, regardless of, I would establish that first, and understand that, get to the back of the line. I'm sorry, but we don't need you on the front line if you're not coming with the right armor. We need you to understand and be with us, and we need to be all together in spirit. And so we understand who's moving where and how the moves are made. And we understand that we're moving in unison, and that any other way, we're in the wrong fight. You're in the wrong fight if you think that it's just showing up at a protest. If you think that it's just showing up at the voting booth, even if you think it's just showing up at your precinct, and being a committee member and all that type of stuff, which I highly condone. I absolutely believe that you have to be involved there, but you need to bring the Holy Spirit with you. So I appreciate the time, and thanks for the mic. Thanks.
Yeah, Meg, I just wanted to say quickly, I just threw up in the nest there. It was an interview with Alvin from Courage is a Habit that deals with the transgender uh, trafficking done by the schools. It's a resource that I think everybody should look at so that they could be aware. There's some links there that people can look at and see how much the transgender agenda actually is pretty much verbatim tactics used by child traffickers. And this is what we're seeing being done. And so that people can really be aware of it, that crimes are being committed. And then he touches on the bill that was in California and so forth, and the subsequent bills that they're trying to hammer down, because this I I can't even believe it. Like every time I'm talking about this, I'm still dumbfounded that we're having these kinds of conversations when it comes to children, that the state is openly sponsoring this kind of child trafficking, and we have to use every lawful means that we have available to us to get rid of these people who are stealing and trafficking our children and using the state legislature, government legislatures all over the world to just traffic our children en masse. You can't say that this is a party issue. This is a satanic issue. Like this is for me being a Christian, reading the Bible. These are things that they considered Moloch and devil worship. Like you can't do that. It's unreasonable, and I still can keep getting dumbfounded that we're having these kinds of conversations, and we really need to have sane men and women who are going to go into the legislatures to deal with these things, because there is something fundamentally warped with the thinking of people that think that you should be able to take away parental rights and steal children and take them across state lines to torture them. And California is a place where you start looking at the laws regarding torture, which there's really not. And then you can understand why these things are being done. And when I started to look at the state legislations, like the criminal laws, I began to understand why certain things were being done in certain states, because there may be a federal prohibition on it, but there isn't. Like, I mean, what state can sit down and say you can sanction torture or cruel and unusual punishment? The Constitution doesn't sanction that. And that's what's being done to these children. It's beyond that. Like, it's straight torture. and we should never sanction that. I'm just going to land my plane there and just, yeah.
Thanks, Dale. I just wanted to check back with Nate. Is your mic reinstated, Nate? You got your mic? I might have to drop you down and bring you back up if you're locked. I'll take care of that. Advocate, I haven't heard from you much, but I know that we do a lot of work on Wednesday on some of this, and if you want to jump in, it'd be great to get your perspective on some of the things that you're working on and speak on this if you're with us. All right. I don't know if anybody can hear me at this point.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we just got some audio stuff with Nate and some things that were said. All right, awesome. Yeah. I'm reinstating Nate's mic so he can speak.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we've been having connectivity issues. You're back, Nate.
Yeah, that tends to follow me, unfortunately. No, a lot of really great things though, Dale, and there were some others here too. I think No Quarter, you guys were bringing up some really good things. I could hear you guys, I just couldn't respond to it. But you guys are right. This is it is a spiritual battle, like I said, and we're not going to win this if we just think that we're going to do this on our own strength. If we think that we're going to go up against spiritual forces and and try to politic our way out of this mess that our country seems to be in, we need a revival in our country, and in order to secure, what is the point and purpose of government? It's to secure our rights, to secure our constitutional rights. That is why the first pillar of my campaign is about restoring our constitutional rights, because that is the point and purpose of government. Anything beyond that, I have to question. And so if we have a system of government that is not doing the most fundamental thing that it is supposed to do, then I have to wonder, why do we have government? And so that is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to ensure that government is there to serve the people and to serve the function of securing our rights and making sure that no one can abuse them. But when it's the government themselves that are abusing them, as what we've seen in January 6th, also what we've seen in with what's going on right now in regards to all of the lawfare that's being brought against Trump. Whether you like Trump or not, it's pretty hard to argue that he's gotten a fair shake at things. I know for a fact, and this was stated, by the way, in the Durham report, that that Hillary Clinton, there was a lot of evidence that she had committed crimes, the crimes of money laundering, was involved in a massive, essentially RICO case, if you will. And the FBI had all of the evidence that they were looking at, and yet they decided to cover it up. Now you've got, Trump, who had some documents that they claim are classified. He says that he declassified them. He was the president of the United States, meaning he had the authority to declassify them. And also there's the Presidential Records Act, and yet at the same time, they decide that they're going to bring, a case against him that could put him away for 400 years. I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. The very same, you had, what was it, that Comey said about Hillary Clinton for having the, classified emails on a server, thousands of them, by the way, on a server that was in her bathroom. And I've talked about this a little bit, and I realize this is getting a little off topic, but I bring it up to point out the fact that you have a unequal system of justice that is politicized and that is moved to one side. And there is a part of me. So there's this weird dichotomy that occurs when you're a Christian and when you're in politics. There's that part of you that wants to hold hands with everyone and sing kumbaya and have unity, and bring the whole, American people together. Because let's face it, we've all been brought up and taught that almost a spiritual maxim, united we stand, divided we fall. So we all know that. We've all heard that. We all believe that. But there's also other spiritual maxims that I think that we fail to recognize, and so it's easy to make judgment out of people like Trump, who can sometimes be, divisive, and it's easy to forget about the scriptures that say, there's a time for peace and a time for war, a time for unity and a time for disunity. I think we are in one of those points right now. I think we are in a point where we have to call evil what it is, where we have to, call out, certain behaviors as wrong fundamentally, and it's not going to, we can't beat around the bush on this. We have to call it out, and we have to, and this thing with the children, and the grooming behavior that we're seeing. The irony is that you got all these people, many of them in Hollywood, right? Saying, "Oh, you can't say grooming. That's wrong, and that's divisive, and that's that's disrespectful," or whatever they want to say. But the reality is, it's the first time I ever heard that word. Came from I think it was Law and Order Special Victims Unit. I heard that term grooming because it was an episode where they were talking about pedophiles and what they do to make children pliable. And they were talking about exposing, how they expose them to pornography and they expose them to sexualization and all of that. And that is exactly what we have, happening right now. Except the difference is instead of the grooming happening, from some individual pedophile, it's now being institutionalized in our schools. And that right there, that is something that we should 100% stand against and destroy it with whatever means that we have capable to do so. And we need God's help in this, because there is a much deeper spiritual problem here in the fact that, we could go and arrest every single person who is, evil, and who is, and these parents that are taking their kids to drag shows and, and allowing, or that are pushing for these books. We could go and we could arrest everyone. But that doesn't solve that. That's basically putting a Band-Aid on the issue. There's a much deeper spiritual problem going on when you have a mother who's willing to allow her child to put a $20 bill in the thong, of some drag queen who's shaking their ass. Excuse my language, but it pisses me off. Shaking their ass in front of a bunch of children. I don't think anybody, I don't think most Americans really care if some adults want to have go to a drag show and laugh and joke and drink and be stupid. But as soon as they started involving kids in this, I think that's where the line should have been drawn by everyone, including liberals. So I remember having a conversation with a woman who I worked with, and we had a very cordial relationship. She was a lesbian, and she asked me, why are Christians so opposed to the LGBTQ movement? And I told her, I said, look, and this lady, Barb, she was a really, really great person. I mean, I loved working with her. She wasn't, out there and flamboyant, and she just, she had her own life, and she, lived that life, and and that's, like I said, between her and God. But I told her the truth. I told her, I said, Barb, I said, I don't think most Americans care, who you sleep with. I said, the issue is we don't want people coming after our kids. And this was 5 years ago. No, sorry. This was about 10 years ago that I had this conversation with her. And I said, we don't want people coming after our kids. We don't want people trying to convince our kids that they're gay, or trying to convince our kids to be bisexual. We don't want people trying to, and this was even before really the trans thing started, but I would say today, if I were having that same conversation, I would say, I don't want somebody confusing my child about their gender. And the reality is that is exactly what's going on. They are attempting to condition children into these labels, into these these kinks and fetishes, and as if they are something that is normal and lead to a happy and successful life. And so, I finally, and I told her, I said, look, I said, I don't want to be walking with my kids, come across some parade where you have some dude in assless chaps, bumping and grinding with some other dude on top of a fire truck. I'm sorry, but that's just disgusting. And nobody, wants their kids seeing that's in their right minds. And so, and when I told her these things, she agreed with me. She wholeheartedly agreed with me. And I haven't talked to her in years, but I would guess that if we had a conversation today, that she'd probably still agree with me on this. But unfortunately, there are people who have been brainwashed into thinking that that's somehow healthy to allow that kind of exploration. Well, exploring your innermost desires can lead to some really evil things. How do you think these serial killers become the way that they are? It's because they explored their innermost desires and they went ahead and they did whatever they felt like doing. And that ultimately is the problem. That's why I brought up about the issue of this attitude of what's good for me is good for me and what's good for you is good for you. That's just not true. There are certain things that we should absolutely try to avoid as a people, as a whole. And personally, individually, part of becoming a what I would say a good person or a quality member of society is learning how to deny oneself, learning how to resist, our urges, learning how to get control over our own emotions, our own lusts, our own greed, because we all have it. All of us, every human being has a tendency, to give in to, greed and lust and, devices, right? But it's all about what makes us, and what we've known for thousands of years is that what makes you a quality individual is not whether or not it's not about how much money you have. It's not about how much status you have. It's not about, what you build even. It's about what makes you a quality person is about how well you can control yourself, how well you can submit, to doing the right thing, even when everything in you is desiring something else. You look at half of the songs today that our kids are listening to. They're all about self-gratification and taking, something that doesn't belong to themselves, or, giving into those, base desires that we have. We look at television shows and movies and the media, and that's what it's all about. So we've got to take back our culture. We have to, I think, do a better job of making sure that there is a counter voice being pushed out there. And I do believe, and this is one of the things that I think that where the government plays a role in this is that the government is supposed to be doing things that there is in the Constitution talks about the general welfare, right, of the people, and it doesn't mean welfare in the sense of money. It's talking about what is best for people as a whole, and what we know is best for people as a whole is ensuring that we are promoting things that are promoting the family unit, that are promoting marriage, that are promoting the raising of children in a healthy way, those types of things. If we're not doing that, if that's not what the function of promoting the general welfare is, then I don't know what is. And so if they're spending money, if the government is promoting things like abortion, promoting things like non-standard forms of sexuality, if they're promoting things like the destruction of the family and the destruction of marriage and the destruction of children, well then that is not okay, and we absolutely have to stop that. We have to do everything we can to stop that and reverse it. So that is what I believe has gone wrong in our country, is that these things have always existed, but they've gotten out of control, and it's no longer is it just individuals doing this crap. It's now being institutionalized by our government, and as long as it's being institutionalized by our government, God's judgment will be upon our nation That is what I believe. And I believe that is what we're seeing right now, is we are seeing God's judgment. And if we want to stop it, and anybody, that all you got to do is go back and look at the book of First and Second Kings, First and Second Chronicles. It's all about that. It's about one king who, is righteous, who does what is right in God's eyes, and the people are blessed because of it. And then you have leaders that are, that are put in that are evil, and then it brings great suffering to the people. And this is a cycle over and over again. And even for those that don't believe in the Judeo-Christian, God, just go look at Rome. Go look at history. Go look and see what happens to nations that, fall into immorality. They ultimately fall apart and are destroyed. So with that, I'll end my rant.
Hey, Nate, I just wanted to say thank you, and just wanted to acknowledge Carmen Love. She joined us. And Carmen, how you doing, hon? And then why don't you say hello to everybody, and then we'll keep rolling.
Well, hello everyone. It's good to be here. It's good to see all you beautiful patriots in here. God bless you. Dale, I came in on the very end of what you were speaking about, but I'm pretty sure I know. Nate, I agree. I have to say, I'm telling you, I think that, yeah, we are fighting a spiritual. I mean, demons walk amongst us, and that's what I believe. I believe that. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. And so, and if, when you want to know that scripture and you're like, blank, you know what I mean? But I know in the Bible it states one thing: when it comes to his children, the young children, that's when he will show up. So we are fighting, and I'm going to get that reference, I promise. My daddy would be upset right now and say, really? But I just got off work, guys. My mind's going 1,000 miles a minute. But, I get really fired up and passionate. The anger that I have is already settled because I have God in my heart, in my soul, and I allow him. I use his guidance, and I go with him every day, and I do get out there and do what I can do. That's all I can do. But I will die on this hill if it takes that to save this nation for our generations to come. And so with that, I mean, we just have to do the work, and we have to be informed and come into these spaces and get the information we need, and not just the children, but I mean, our children, man, first. We've got to save our children. But before that, the only way we can do that is saving our nation. And, we can read the Constitution and things like that, but we also need to be putting, I don't believe in the God. They took God out of our country because God, God, they didn't take him out. He's still here. They just suppressed him. They're suppressing him from people, and they're trying to keep him away, the name, speaking of him, prayer. And that's the problem. We have a lot of people that are very strong willed, and I'm just going to say, like myself, I'm not going to back down. I'm not, because God's got me. You know what I mean? So that's just how I look at it. But I'm just grateful to be here, MAGA, Matt. Thank you. And God bless, and I will turn it over.
Yeah, I wanted to turn back to Advocate, and I also wanted to give acknowledgement to Josh J, who joined us. Hi, Josh. And Advocate, you're back. You think you got your mic on?
I think I do. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
All right. Wow. This has been great discussions. I apologize earlier with the mic and everything. We were coming home from a birthday party. It's Saturday, so I'm in full mom mode right now. But once I hear people talking about our kids and the laws in schools, mom mode goes to the side for a minute and advocate hat comes up. I heard Matt or MAGA earlier discussing the laws and how quickly these are going into effect in terms of the trans community, specifically the trans youth. I'm up in Massachusetts, and we have what's called the Massachusetts Commission for the LGBTQ plus. I might have missed a letter or two. I apologize. Youth. And they put out their recommendations for 2024. And I have to say, it is the most appalling and disgusting and terrifying thing that I have ever seen. Um, it goes from, public health to schools, pregnancies, environmental justice, which I don't know how ties into the trans community, but apparently it does. And there are more bills that are up right now than I even knew about. And I am somebody not tooting horn that's like on top of this crap in Massachusetts, especially. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to organize a group similar to what Gail Lawson had done when we did the Restrict Act opposition and start writing oppositions to these bills. We can sit and talk all we want, which is absolutely needed and great. And sometimes we do just need to get it out and then share the resources and information we have. But we need to start taking action and getting in front of our local elected officials is not just the only thing we need to do. We need to get in front of our communities. We need to get out there and tell your neighbor, your grandparents who maybe you don't know, aunts, uncles, siblings, any and everybody, what is going on. Because I know for me personally, when I hear, the next thing that happens, I'm even shocked. And I'm saying, oh man, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. And then try to take steps to change it. We need to be on top of our states specifically. That is where the first change is going to happen, especially at that local level. Flipping school boards, flipping town councils, and then obviously in your state, those big elected officials. Anybody would like any information on your state's local commission for that community, please reach out. One other or two other things, real quick, and then I'll park it is I put a link to the anti trans bill tracker. So you can see which state has legislation that's up to ban it or at least put some restrictions on what they can do in terms of our youth, taking parental rights away and whatnot. I would definitely check that out, see if your state is on it. If not, let's try to figure out why. If you're one of the states that are actually moving forward with this legislation to strip our parental rights, to allow kids to transition, at 3 years old, whatever it may be. And I would also use that as a reference when you would be going about creating some kind of opposition document to whatever's going on in your state, because those are going to be great resources. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. If it works somewhere, it'll work somewhere else. And time is of the essence right now, so we can't really waste it trying to write our own things. I also put a link to Parents Defending Education. They have a running list of school districts in each state that have implemented policies allowing them to assist in the transitioning of your child and hide it from the parents. Also on there are districts that now have uh, gender nonconforming options for registration forms, sports, different things like that. I would take a look at that as well. We hear all the time from people, it's not happening in my district. That's not happening in my state. I'm sorry, that's a bunch of bull. They're lying to you, and it is happening. If you don't believe me, reach out and we will try to get the information you need so you know it is happening. But those are the little references and areas that I put out there. This is bigger than anybody can imagine. The intertwining of all different areas and aspects. For example, we had a space I do Wednesday nights, uncomfortable conversations, where we talk about everything doing with our schools and our kids today. We talked about these trans youth bills, and we came up with some different areas that are all connected, like Planned Parenthood, who runs and funds our comprehensive sex ed curriculum across this country. They are one of the most evil and dangerous organizations I have ever come across. They play into the sex trafficking, Department of Children and Families, the schools. We got refugee states, sorry, Big Pharma, our custody and rights being taken away, which ties directly into the 14th Amendment. I also put a link to the specific section that pertains to that the government is not allowed to interfere with the parent-child relationship. It violates that amendment wholeheartedly. Hospitals, unions, there's a couple of other areas too, but we all need to understand that it's not just one area we're fighting against. We're fighting against just that small list that I came up with. There's countless other areas of this that we need to start really digging into, sharing our information, resources, and teaming up. And yeah, now I'll pull it into the station, but I'm here listening and I'm sure I'll jump in again. So thank you so much, MAGA, for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, that Wednesday space, I encourage everybody to follow Advocate and her work and to sit in and listen and learn, because there's a lot of stuff there to learn when we go over that stuff and when she talks about the stuff. So thank you, Advocate. And Carmen?
Yes, thank you, Matt. Gosh, Advocate, thank you. And these are the things, like I said, when we come in spaces and we learn. And so there's but I just want an example. I'll just tell you a really quick example. There, UNC Hospital in North Carolina, Duke Hospital and ECU has a ward that they built on where they take 2, 3, and 4-year-old children and they watch them. They literally watch them all day long. And if a little girl plays with the boy toy or the boy plays with the girls, then they start putting them in therapy. This is happening right now in North Carolina. It's about to stop, though. Trust me. And so it's happening in North Carolina, and they watch them, and they think, oh, she's supposed to be a he. So they're 3 years old. What? And so they put them in therapy. And then when they get to around 10 or 11, I believe, they will start with the hormones and giving them the medications, the blockers, all this stuff. Well, number one, we need to remember that this medication, it causes the mental illness. It knocks off the chemical balances, and hormones make you just go crazy. So we're going, why are they going so what's wrong? It's not them. It starts, here we are, the bigger, higher up. It's the higher up that is allowing this to happen. And then your doctors and many more people, like your teachers, are falling right into it. So how do I get that to stop in my state? So I didn't know about the bill. I didn't know this had happened. I got it. Gays Against Groomers actually sent it to me in my DM. Then they also sent to me that there was a bill up that was going against that, and but it wouldn't get passed. It was just sitting there. So I recommend anytime that you go to your state legislators, is who I go to, but or your senator or congressman. Senator Tom Tillis, we are buddies. Not really, but we are. He's met me several times, and when I went up there, he says, "I don't know what bill you're talking about." And I said, "Well, here it is. I always take a copy of it, please." And I mean, I kept calling, I kept showing up. I told you I'm not going to stop till I get it done. And these are our children, 2, 3, and 4 years old. What? And so I made my opposition document. I did it myself. And then the next time I went, I had 20 people. The next time it was 30. And when I rolled in there with 100 and called him out outside, he was ready to talk then. So I got a call the other day. He said it is going through and that it should be ready, set, go by Monday of next week. So that's how we can stop it. And it's not just in North Carolina because I'm there. Because I went to Tennessee and talked to the governor in Tennessee. I'm going to go where I need to go because these are our children. And we must be informed about what's going on. They're going to slide things under the table so you don't see it because the big distractions they got you distracted with all this, but you got to turn around because that's where the attention really needs to be. And I think that's where a lot of people are like, why did this just blow up? It didn't. Like Nate said, 10 years ago, this was going on. I remember addressing my daughter's school 11, 12 years ago, but it was not, it hadn't blown up on the news media, etc. This is where me as a parent fell short, even though I was at the school board, at the PTA, at what PTO, whatever. I was involved. I fell short because I didn't go get in there and find out and ask the proper questions. Maybe I didn't know them or whatever, but I still feel I fell short because I knew better. And so once I picked up on it, it was game on. The one thing I can say is God guides us, and He guided me up there. Tom Tillis, we've met a couple times. He loves me, and we're best friends, but not really. But it doesn't matter how he feels about me. He is an elected official, and he is supposed to represent the people of North Carolina, and so that's who I'm going to, and that's that. So God bless, and thanks, Advocate.
Right on. Nate, and then I'd like to go to Kay, who joined us, and please, Nate.
Hey, I'm going to have to drop off. I have another engagement, and I just want to thank everyone for being on here and for speaking out. Advocate and Carmen, you guys are awesome. You are the best of us. That is exactly what we have to do. We have to get active, be involved, and not just sit on the sidelines anymore. Every single American who loves their kids, who loves this country, who wants to see a future for your children have to get involved and have to engage. And it's not enough anymore to trust that our elected leaders are looking out for us, or that that just simply going to a PTA meeting is enough. No, we have to hold these people accountable. We need to dig, and I would also add to that, we need to pray daily. We need to be praying and asking for God to show us and reveal these things to us before it becomes ingrained in our schools and before it becomes a part of the institution. Anyways, with that, God bless y'all. I'm going to drop off now and continue to fight in the good fight. Oh, and by the way, I see Derek in here. I highly recommend you bring him up. He is my my partner down in the Southern District of the First District of West Virginia. He is also a patriot. He's a man of God, somebody who loves his kids and is fighting for this country, and the right guy, I think, for fighting this fight. But we've got a couple really good guys, I think, that are running for office. Derek's running for Congress in the First District in West Virginia, and then of course Chris Rose, who was on earlier, is running for Senate. Anyways, with that, you guys have a wonderful evening.
You're welcome, Nate. I'm a little, I wish we got to speak more with Chris. He came in, and I don't know what happened. We've been having connective issues, and I did throw Derek a mic. So I have listened to him for a really long time, and I like what he has to say, and I always appreciate listening to Derek and Chris and you. And I just want to thank you, Nate, for taking the time out of your busy schedule and day to just stop and speak with the people today. It really means everything, and the people want to hear it, and they need to hear it. So it's people like you that are brave enough to come up here and do that. That speaks volumes, brother. So you always have a platform with us at MAGAMISSION. So thank you so much.
Hey, Nate, I just want to say thank you, and we need more people and more people that are running fish, and to come up here and get involved with the people. We the people, not the people that have the biggest platforms. I mean, like, you got to give everyone a voice, and so the ones that are in these rooms are the ones that are never getting heard. And so we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. So thank you, and God bless you, and all of and with and Derek, I've heard him many times, and anybody, I don't, any side. I just want to hear. I want to hear from you, and hear from me. So God bless you for taking your time, and we appreciate you, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, we sure have heard a lot of different opinions today. Earlier on, there was a little bit of a a debate going on. We've covered a lot of ground. We started out with battleground states. We talked a little bit about early vote action, and we talked about getting local, getting involved as a PC, and we've talked about the Arizona GOP, what's going on with Christian Lamar, and we talked about bills that are being passed into law, and agendas and ideologies, and independent voters who broke away from the Republican Party because they just couldn't take it anymore. So there's all these different things that are going on that are tearing at the seams, if you will, of our way of life, and want to bring it back together, back to community, and find that path to victory. Everybody's putting in the work. Carmen has been putting in a lot of work on the ground, and she goes right there to the people and brings it right to the people every time, because she's grassroots all the way, man. And Kay, welcome, Kay. How you doing? Good afternoon.
Hey Mega, thanks so much. How you doing? I guess Nate is gone, but if anybody is interested, we did a podcast with him. Check him out. He's, the stuff that he talks about and that he's doing is pretty great. And I think you guys would really love the things that he shares on the podcast. I see Advocate there, and some other people that we know in here. Hello, Carmen. And Derek down there, I see you. If you would like to come on the podcast, sir, I know that you're only a listener. You don't have a speaker right now, but if you'd like to come on our podcast, I'll extend that to you, my friend. I'd love to have you on. I think it was Carmen earlier that was talking about the transgenderism that was going on in the school. I heard briefly, but I wasn't actually looking at the phone. But one thing that's kind of confusing to me about what's going on is that they're having these kids play with these toys and saying, that they have to be speaking to these counselors, and now all of a sudden they're the opposite gender. But at the same time, there's no such thing as gender, and there's not only two genders, but they're only assigning them the opposite gender when they become, like, you know what I mean? Like they're girls playing with boy toys, so now they're boys. They're not, non-binary, or whatever the other letters are, because I don't know. Even there's so many things that you just don't know. So there's so much confusion and inconsistency in what's going on and what they're doing. And it's like rules for me, but not for thee. And I think it's so important that we all get involved, because this level of confusion adults can't even fathom. I'm 26. I know I'm still young and fresh and spry, but I cannot even understand it. I don't know, like there's so many different layers of avenues of confusion. And I think it's so dangerous to have this infiltrated in the minds of young kids. Our character is formed by the age of 7, and this is exactly why they're targeting kids before that crucial age. And we also did a podcast with a wonderful woman named Melody Jennings. She explained how we can all get very much involved locally in our legislation, and how we can even be a part of writing bills and legislation, how we can be a part of committees and voting and things like that, and things that I didn't even realize. And so go check that out as well, because that she said if the 200,000 seats that were empty currently around the country were filled, we would have no problems going forward in the next election, and we'd be able to shut all of this down. And I really think it's our responsibility as we the people. I'm going to land my plane, and I say this all the time, but the country was founded on God and the Constitution, and we're endowed by our Creator with inalienable rights, of course, to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But it's a republic if we can keep it, meaning that the burden of responsibility to keep it falls on the people who respect the laws of God, which are the Christians. So please, guys, continue to come to spaces like Megas, give them a follow, and Carmen, what they're doing, because this is so important and so crucial to educating people going forward, and how we can keep this nation, the great nation that God has created it to be, the sanctuary for freedom. It is the last one on this planet. And we are really so close to either this going very badly or just getting away unscathed. And I think it's so important that we do all that we can in these final moments. But in Calgary, Just the other day, my dad, he was there. Of course, I'm here in Tennessee, but my dad, he was at an event, and Christians and Muslims and Jews all came together to speak for the children. And, I think it would be so beautiful if we got that going here in the United States. So I'm in Tennessee. I'm going to start working on getting involved in legislation here. And if anybody's interested in learning how to do that, being a part of the voting and the bills, please reach out to me. I'll also get you in contact with Melody. We can make a difference, but it starts with we the people. Thank you so much, MAGA, and take care.
Wow. Boom. Mic drop. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I love it when Kay comes up and talks, especially Dale. And we got a lot of great speakers today. Let's keep rolling. Dale, I got to go back to you. I'm sorry, no Quarter and William, but Dale is the legacy speaker. Dale, please.
Yeah,
So I'm sorry. I heard you. I mean, I'm looking at the closed caption. I can't hear the host. But do you want me to hold on for a little bit? Let Dale go.
Yes, please. We might have to drop you and bring you back up to regain your speaker. Dale, go ahead.
Yeah, I threw it in the bubble. Maybe I'll just throw this thing up in the video where they had Muslims, Christians, and people coming together to stand up for the children in Calgary when I was there. People were peacefully protesting. They had a Christian and a Muslim standing up there saying, we need to stand up together for the children because everybody recognizes that children are important and that, any differences that we have don't involve children because children don't understand those things. They're innocent and so forth. So, we got to keep fighting for that. I will say, Carmen and Advocate, I did this to Maga and Marilyn. I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you when you guys coming onto the podcast to share what you're doing because I think people need to know and that others can connect with you guys and follow your example on fighting the good fight because we need to get exposure on people who are willing to do what's right and that are being leaders in their communities wherever they are because we all have a spot to play in this fight and it will inspire other people to come forward and I want to thank you guys all for doing what you're doing, giving people places to speak, giving people places to have good dialogue even if they don't agree, but this is the way things need to be done so that we can all kind of move forward and heal. So I'll put that out there for you guys. And, thanks again for putting this all together. Really appreciate it. Things like this need to be done and they need to be replicated in more places so that more people can have these opportunities to learn and benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. We want to make sure that we preserve the information that's shared because, it seems like it happens every time I'm in a space that isn't recorded. I just say to myself, man, too bad. That information right there, that bit of information was everything. And I encourage people to go back and listen to the recordings. We will be putting some recordings on the library as we go, but to try and keep them so they don't get deleted from Twitter. But we also encourage community that the thing is there's so many people fighting so many different fights that in order for us to come together and follow your passion, whichever aspect of that fight it is, whether it's becoming a poll watcher, poll worker, going out and registering voters, becoming a PC. I mean, all of these things are baby steps once you get inspired to go down that road. And so what MAGA Mission is trying to do is create a community of people and support for that journey that you're going to take and that fight that you're going to take up and your passion. And then joining together people that are like-minded on that mission. And, in that way, the people's mission becomes MAGA Mission's mission. That's the power of coming together and signing up. We don't ask for anything. If you want to become a member, we do have a membership feature that you can show your support there, or you can just subscribe as an email recipient and we'll keep you in the database so that way if anything happens to us here on Twitter, or maybe we're holding an event or something really big is going on, we will send you out an email and let you know. And you can also communicate with us that way. No quarter, please.
Perfect, MAGA mission. Perfect. That's why I was coming in, because there are a lot of battles out there. The kids, when they started attacking our kids, when we started to really see that during the shutdown, that's when I really stepped up and, you know, invited myself to some protests and rallies and things like that, and started getting involved on another level. Became a spokesperson for a local group here called Rising Youth, and so that's what drove me in the beginning. The hardest. But I wanted to bring up the idea of, because this is you were going right in the right direction as far as I'm concerned, and that is all the different battles and where we should each be assigned, and the idea of structure, and I think that's hugely what's missing in our party is structure, and that means learning about where our talents can be used, or what those talents are, where they can be used, and how we can contribute. And a lot of that we're going to learn just by showing up at our district meetings and being part of that, the committee, and here it's called the Senate District, uh, the BPOU, the Basic Political Operations Unit, and gathering down there to create that structure. When I was in the military, I was an aviation electrician, and what I understood is that the way we were so successful as a military, as a team, was understanding what we understood and being good and being great at what we do. And so we didn't have electricians doing mechanical work. We didn't have electricians doing avionics. We didn't have electricians doing hydraulics. Everybody specialized in their area, and that's how we were so successful at keeping those multi-billion-dollar planes from falling out of the sky. I would like to see our party, our people, and MAGA Mission is in front of this. I appreciate what you're doing, providing a place for structure and appointment. And because we're not in any shortage of leaders on our side, and that may be the problem, because we're so independent minded. We're no earthly good, I like to say, and I know that steals from another saying, but we are leaders to begin with, which is our downfall. That's a blessing and a curse, because the other side, they just fall in line. I didn't care. I ran a couple of campaigns. I didn't care who got the credit for anything. And what I did understand more than anything is that, that the people that mattered the most to me were the volunteers, because that's where the grassroots begins, is at the volunteer. And then you find out later that some of those volunteers graduate and become committee members, chairs, and candidates, and everything else. So that's where they all come from. I just wanted to throw that in there, and I appreciate what you guys are doing, MAGA Mission. I think it's critical what you're doing, because there are a lot of people out here looking for direction, and you guys are providing that direction, and that's exactly what we need more of. And I'm going to do what I can to contribute, but certainly I know that I can tell you right now, every one of us can go down and make a difference at our committee member, as being committee members. I'm a House District Chair at my Senate district, and and you're not going to start there, but you get in there and you'll find out, hey, I can do I can be like run for city council. I mean, there's just so many things down there. We get together, we start having those meetings together, and we start planning and structuring and understanding our position, understanding our talents, and don't be afraid and don't be, you know, don't be discouraged that you're going to run into somebody smarter than you and somebody more talented than you, because your talent is needed on your level, wherever it is, because they might not have that talent. Even though you think they're smarter and more talented than you, they may not have what it takes to do what you do on your level. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for the mic.
Thank you very much, No Quarter. Very kind words. I really appreciate it. And the time you took out of your day to spend it with us. Thank you so much. Derek did come up and he did get a mic. Derek, if you can, just let's get to William and then we'll keep rolling. All right. William.
Thank you again. I want to thank you, MAGAMISSION, for this space. All the hosts and co-hosts. Just two ideas on tactics. One is when I contacted AG Travis Andrews, in every state, especially the red, well, thinking of the red state specifically, in the state AG's office, there's going to be one person who's tasked with election issues. So from an election integrity perspective, just thinking if we could get 20 people on a particular issue, if you have 20 voters across the state, call just that one or email to just that one person in the AG's office responsible for election issues, that can have a big impact. That's the first thing. Secondarily, on the tactical issue that can come up that can help with different issues, whether as far as trying to impact the politicians or school people, school board people. There's something called a flash mob. I don't know if folks are familiar with that, but basically what it is that you can just all of a sudden through your phone or app or something like that, you can have a whole bunch of people show up and assemble suddenly in a public square. And that might be a tactical option if you get into a situation where you need to have a rapid response strike, political strike response. If there's something legislatively that's coming up that's very adverse to children, for example, and we need to have some heat generated politically very quickly. I think a flash mob tactic is something that everybody on this call should think about and explore, especially leadership folks. So I just wanted to bring that to you, and those are my thoughts. And thank you again for this space, everybody. Take care.
You're welcome. Thank you. Dale, what do you got, bud?
Yeah, I was just throwing this out there. Another consideration is like a occasion I've been working with a lot of Native American groups in different places and in North and South America, but for this conversation, primarily in the United States and Canada, I think that a lot of them are willing to come to the table to because they see our freedom, we're all tied together, and to utilize the sovereignty that they have as distinct nations in the fight against freedom. They have some powerful tools that, when combined with the different constitutional protections, can create an even more formidable force for good, and using the lawful means that we have with all of our neighbors to create a better weapon against those who are trying to do wickedness to us. So I think that that's something that we should really draw upon. I see that there are very many ways that there are very good advantages to using that and utilizing that. So if anybody's interested in that, let me know, especially places like Arizona and a lot of these battleground states that do have a high Native American population and so forth, and utilize that and utilize the laws that pertain to them and the strengths that we can come together to overcome this. Because I mean, we got this far by being lied to primarily on how the things went and the way that these people work. If we consent to something, even though we're unaware of it, they take it as license to do wickedness. And so all of our freedom are tied together. This is the way it works. We go all together, not at all. And the advantages that we have of working together, I mean, it's unbelievable. Some of the powers that they have available to them will be invaluable tools in this fight, to like in a legal fight that we should never pass up. So if anybody's interested in that, let me know. Definitely willing to connect people in that area, because I've been having these same type of discussions with them, and I think it's time that we start bringing them together and taking it to the criminals and getting liberty for all of us.
Thank you, Dale. I need to turn back to Derek. Derek, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come up. Nate Kane was up here earlier. We often speak with Christian Lamar. We also speak with, Chris Rose was here, but I didn't get to talk to him. But I like what he has to say. I've listened to you actually for a while. I think one of the first spaces I ever got on, when I found spaces, I listened to you speaking to somebody. And so how you been, Derek? I know you've been fighting the good fight. What's going on?
Oh, not much, man. Just actually having a good family day here. Taking a little break from the campaign today for the most part. Just it's good sometimes to refocus and re-energize and recharge the batteries. So, took the kids to my kids to their youth track meet this morning, and then just kind of hanging out here and listening to you guys' space. I just kind of wanted to tie a little bit of everything you guys are talking about together really briefly. I think what you guys are doing is great, by the way. And so I've been saying for a while that, in my opinion, the low-hanging fruit for those of us in the MAGA movement and the MAGA base, the low-hanging fruit are these very red states and these very red congressional districts that currently have rhinos or moderates representing those seats in those districts. And so there are about 70 blood red congressional districts across this country, meaning it doesn't matter who wins the Republican primary, that person's going to win the general election. There are some states that way as well: West Virginia, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. These are the types of states where it doesn't matter who wins that primary for U.S. Senate and the Republican primary, they're going to win the general election. So imagine if we had around 70 Matt Gaetz in the U.S. House and around 20 to 25 Rand Pauls in the U.S. Senate. What a difference that would make. We don't need the majority. We need the majority, or at least a big voting block. Because here's what you guys don't understand. I was elected to the West Virginia State House, and here's how some of this happens to our current MAGA members in there right now when there's 15 to 20 of them. If they don't play ball, and everybody wonders, why do these people get compromised when they get there? Well, part of it's because they're cowards, and that's a whole other story. But here's kind of what happens. So if you don't do this, you don't do that, you're kicked off this committee, and now you can't represent your constituents, and you can't do that. Well, guess what? If we had 70 Matt Gaetz in the U.S. House, they can't kick people off committees because there's too many. So that's the goal, is to get enough MAGA members to where they can't threaten our people with committee assignments. That's the first step. And to me, it's easy. It'd be the easiest thing to do and the cheapest way to do it, because winning a primary is so much cheaper than winning a purple district trying to flip it red or whatever. And I'll give you guys a quick example. So in my congressional district, I'm running for U.S. Congress now, U.S. House. And so in my district, 750 some thousand people. Out of that, there's like 250,000 registered Republicans. Out of that, there are going to be 75,000 who vote in the upcoming Republican primary. If it's an off year, a non-presidential year, it drops down to about 45,000. So even in this year, you're talking 75,000, right? So we have to win, we'll just say 40,000 votes, 40,000 people could determine whether we get stuck with a rhino, a moderate, or an ultra MAGA representative. And this is just one of 70-ish districts out there that are just like this. So guess what? Going and getting those 40,000 votes is so much cheaper than trying to go compete for us in the MAGA movement, with grassroots people. None of us are multimillionaires. We don't have the ear of these big time donors, nor do we want them. And so then on top of that, what I would like to see happen, this is something I'm probably going to do in the future if somebody doesn't do it before me, and I hope somebody does it before me. I just don't have time to do it right now with my own campaign. I would like to see a group of MAGA people from across the country get organized in terms of volunteers. And guess, because I'll just tell you guys right now, in terms of a candidate, it's much harder to find and more valuable to find quality volunteers than it is someone to write you $100 check or a $500 check or even a $2,000 check. Um, and so let's just say, imagine 100, wouldn't take much. Let's just say 100 volunteers from across the country, ultra MAGA people. And we just started off and we picked one congressional district and said, we're going to just pound that district with phone calls, texts, whatever. We're going to go all in on that district and try to get that. Now after we get somebody elected into that seat, right, we're working with that person, get them in there. Well, guess what? Now they need to donate back to our organization and help. And then we'll go after another one. Then we have 2 to 3 in there, and then we start snowballing this thing. There's already groundwork for this at the state level. Young Americans for Liberty did a really good job of kind of getting this going. So those are just some of my thoughts and ideas that I've had, and that I think is the easiest way for the MAGA, because we have a civil war right now in the Republican Party. The MAGA movement, the MAGA base, is trying to take over the party from the old guard, neocon warmongering establishment rhinos. And we're not going to be able to outspend these people. We're just not. I mean, and so we have to think of how we can combat that. And the way we combat that is to find these red districts and go after and go all in on a couple of them and get these people elected and then start growing it from there. That's just my thoughts and opinions, but I love everything you guys are doing. And hopefully I didn't ramble too long. I apologize, but I just wanted to get all that out.
No, Derek, I really appreciate everything you said, and it sometimes it takes months before, like I said, I've heard you before in other spaces, and sometimes it takes a while to make that connection and finally come together. And I'm really glad that you stopped by today and made that connection with me. And if we can do anything that can assist you or even lay out that groundwork and those action items for the people, that's what we're all about. So we need your help just as much as everyone needs the community's help. I mean, it's a group effort, and it's going to be pieces and parts, and getting the people, like you said, activating the people, the volunteers, and it really is the people that are going to do this, and we got to give them the tools. And so anything you can do to help that, I welcome it. And it's great to make the connection finally and speak with you one-on-one in a space like this. So
yeah, no
really
worries, man.
appreciate it,
Thank you
Derek.
guys. And I'm going to give you a follow. That way I can hop in more of your spaces in the future here. And once again, I'm a numbers guy and a big data guy. So I just want to say, it sounds like a lot, but realistically, guys, if we had 100 people who would volunteer, we could go after 4 congressional seats this election cycle pretty easily. It doesn't take much. So I'm going to break this down for you guys. If we had 25 people per congressional district who are willing to make 25 phone calls a day, and you got to think most of these people ain't going to answer. So, I mean, not all of them's going to answer. So, I mean, 25 phone calls a day would take maybe an hour, so 5 hours a week, right? So if you had 25 people willing to do that, we would be able to make 625 calls per day, and that would be 3,000 numbers per week or 12,000 per month. So literally in 3 months, you would be able to get through the 40,000. And that's, obviously the candidates would have to do other stuff and everything as well. But I mean, we could actually play ball with that. I mean, if you got that up to 50 people per district, we're going to win those. We would win every one of those congressional districts that we got involved with, because you could double those numbers and you're getting to the 40,000 basically touches that you would need every month. We could play ball though with 25 per district who's willing to donate a little bit of time to do that. It really wouldn't take a whole lot. And the MAGA movement is so big across this country. We could pull this off if we get it organized.
Thank you, Derek. And Carmen, please.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Derek. I agree. Loved it. Numbers. Yes, I'm a number person. So what I did is there was a need when I went in, but so for some there needs to be some more registered voters. So I came to South Carolina like a couple months prior, and I just met people. I'm not from South Carolina. I don't live here. I met people, talked to them, coffee shops, different places, and and that's how I got volunteers. I don't live in the state, but I love every state because it's God bless our nation. And it's we the people that have to do this. And so once I met them, I got their phone numbers, and we all met all together, got to know each other, and they all lived in this area at Horry County. And so when Bike Week came around, there was 2 weeks of it, the first and then the second Bike Week in Myrtle Beach. Sorry, I broke up. But I always say, I love how someone, I can't remember who it was, said, I think it was the gentleman that was speaking, no quarter. The volunteers are the ones that give me the blessing for being here. And it's so that's all I need. And so they didn't know how to get involved. Um, I was taught, and people took their time to show me. I'm going to show them. In 2 weeks, we got 10,000 registered voters, and 45. I think it was like 45% were um, Gen X, and even the elderly didn't even understand what was truly going on in this company, because the elderly watches regular news because they don't think of paying for it. It's free, so they don't have Twitter, they don't have the Facebook, they don't have all these smartphones. And in my own community also, trust me, and anywhere in North Carolina, Tennessee, I've been to Georgia, I mean, I can, Wisconsin, I go everywhere I can because I can hand out a pamphlet and I can talk to people. And that's all it takes, is taking the time out to step out and talk to people and get them informed, because you've got to focus on the people that are not getting the correct message. And it was really easy, but it was hard. I'm not saying wasn't hard, but it actually just, God guided me. God laid it on my heart, and here I went. And so, I can't wait to see what these volunteers do in the future that I've met so far in different states. And I mean, and I've got more family and friends, so it's a beautiful thing, both sides. But, I agree. We should do that. And it's funny you bring that up, because I have a piece of paper right here about the congressional district and about how many volunteers I would need to get, for per district, etc. So it's a beautiful thing that like-minded people are in this room, and we think alike, but we can learn from one another. And that's what MAGA Mission is all about. Guys, if you haven't signed up for MAGA Mission, I put it up in the above there in the nest. MAGAmission.org, and it's a beautiful platform. It's free. We don't bug you. Guys, if something goes wrong, we want to make sure you're okay. We send an email hoping you're okay. We can stay in contact, but that's it, and then you can go on there and get so much information. We feature Scott Presser's on there with the work he does with Early Vote Action, and so much more. God bless him. Wonderful, wonderful guy. Dale and the CARES Project. We've got Christian Lamar up there, and many more, guys. So please go to MAGAmission.org and check out our site. Thanks, and God bless.
Thanks, Carmen. Let's go to Dale in the no quarter, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mega. Because I got to run. I got a meeting here shortly. It's a pleasure to work with you guys, and Derek again. Like my daughter said, you're welcome to come on the podcast to talk about what you're doing. We had Nate on, and he was great. And so anybody's working with him is welcome to come on. So, you can give me a follow back, shoot me a DM. We can get something discussed. And Carmen and Advocate, I think it's time that you guys come on. So I want to hear from you guys, so we can get you on, because I know you guys have been fighting real hard. And Maggie, you too. And whenever Marlon, get them on. We need to get people to see the faces of the people who are doing what's right, and so that people can start following their example. Because it doesn't take very many people, and courage is definitely infectious. And that's really it. This is how it's done. The people are going to get the networking with the other people, and this is how it's done. It's kind of like, as a Christian reading the book of Acts, you go out and you teach other people to do the same, right? We don't depend on someone else to do the work for us. We put a little bit in because it's all about our freedom. And if you take away for civil liberty, then you take away religious liberty. They're kind of tied together. So we want to make sure that the opportunities that people can have freedom of religion, but we're not going to institute state worship or Satan worship as our national or state religion. That's never going to happen. And we need to protect our children, protect our family, protect our countries and our future and everything that we hold dear, so that we can live our lives in peace and not under the thumb of tyranny or the jackboots of communism. I'll land my plane there. Thank you guys for doing all this. It's really awesome, and we'd like to see more of it. Keep up the good work. God bless and Godspeed. And I'll say hello, Shane, as I'm getting ready to leave.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. And for the last maybe 2 months, we've been we started with civil liberties actually, and the Constitution and the amendments that are being infringed upon. And we're evolving as we started. I just laid it out from the foundation, and we worked our way forward to today. And if anybody hasn't heard those spaces, we're trying to put those back up and put them into the library so you can go back and start at the beginning of all of this. It's kind of the beginning. I mean, I've been doing this for months and months, but specifically focusing on those things, Dale, that you just spoke of. That's really been the focus for the last 2 months, hardcore getting into it. And just want to welcome Paul up. Good to see Paul. And just a moment, though, let's get to No Quarter. And hello, Shane. Thank you for coming up. Great to see you. No Quarter, please, and then we'll keep moving. And Dale, we'll talk soon, brother.
So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Good to see Derek in here. Derek and Shane, I know you're both running for office. I do mostly listening in these spaces. Today I've been doing more talking than ever because I'm reluctant a little bit sometimes, because I think that some ideas and thoughts, there's no short of ideas on our side, none whatsoever. It's the action that we struggle with, and getting others activated is what we struggle with. I'm using some tactics here on the ground in Minnesota that I'm not going to share here, because we have some unfriendlies usually that are in these spaces, and I'm not trying to give away our plan here. So, but anyway, I will say this though. Money is important, and you heard me mention this, maybe, I don't know if in the MAGA mission space earlier today, but it's worth mentioning it again. I ran a statewide governor's campaign here in Minnesota, and what I was able to, I learned so much from that. It was just put a lot of energy into that. It was, these are daunting tasks for these candidates and their campaign team. Daunting. But it's rewarding in the end. Just know that at the end that there's a prize, and even if you lose, it's you're going to be sharper. You're going to understand the game a lot more, and where you're going to be needed. So I highly recommend that you get involved. I had a paid position and didn't take a dime from him because I was there for one thing, and that was to get him across the finish line. Point I want to make with that is that what I learned was, we got him to first place in the third round at convention with $2,000 in the bank. And I say that to say that, it's money is important, but bodies are more important. That's how we got them there. It was the bodies. And, they come with little $5, $10, $25, whatever, but they also come with the ability to motivate and talk to others and do the phone calls and, knock the doors. And let me say, knocking the doors, there's nothing that can replace that one-on-one with those people out there. They're waiting for you to come to they need you to come to their door and let them know what's going on. So that's where you're going to find the biggest effect is door knocking and canvassing and helping your GOP out. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but everything is going to go to some degree through your local GOP. However, the way we're going to have an effect is to bring our grassroots ideas into those places, because there's a lot of new voters, a lot of new delegates sitting there looking for leadership. And guess where they're going to go if you're not there? They're going to go to the local GOP. So we need to get into those places and not only and infest them with the grassroots idea. And so, yeah, that's what I appreciate what you guys are doing. I have some thoughts that I'd like to share, but if you have a place where we can send ideas without announcing it and advertising it to everyone, let me know where that's at. Derek and Shane and anybody running, I'd love to help you out. Just let me know what I can do. Thanks.
Thanks, No Quarter. We can always communicate via email. I know a lot of people, are scared of doing that too. But we'll figure something out. Let's just start with a simple DM and continue the conversation later off this platform, like you said, so that way you can feel secure. And then we'll figure something out. Let's go to Shane and Derek. And Paul, please just hang out if you can. Just hang tight. We'll get to you. Shane, please.
Well, I wish Dale wouldn't have dipped out. I would like to talk to him a little bit, but what No Quarter just said is somebody's not muted. But either way, I just did a parade today. It's amazing to hear from the people what they're saying when you talk to thousands of people. And and what No Quarter said and what Dale was saying, the local, the better. And what No Quarter is saying is like your local GOP, or your state GOP. Right now, Minnesota's kind of been a little bit of a crap show, for lack of a better term. Has been for a year and a half or better. So some of us are just saying, okay, while they're trying to rebuild their house, if you will, after a complete burn down, somebody's got to take the lead on this. So, and No Quarter, I did follow you. I don't have the ability to DM you, but I would like to, and I can send it to MAGAMISSION. Because I have Scott Presser coming up here in July, and this is one step of many that is going to be the whole point of getting the word out and doing something. I don't want to hear blame about they didn't do this or they didn't do that. Well, you can do something. And I can do something. And while I may not be really good at keyboard skills, it's not my thing. I hate computers. But just the same, I know what I can do, and I'll use my talents where I can. And as long as everybody identifies that, what you're good at, then use that to your advantage. And quit criticizing others for what they didn't do, and step up and fill in the holes of what they didn't do. Because I'm so sick and tired of our side of the aisle, criticizing everything we do, rather than stepping up and have you done it? Then giddy up and go. And I really like giddy up. That's one of my favorite slogans, I guess, because I'm so sick and tired of people not cracking that horse in the ass and just giddy up. So we all have our part in this. We all have our unique talents. I have mine. You have yours. Let's giddy up and win this damn thing and turn this mess around. And then also something Dale was talking about was all this nonsense that's being thrown at us, and whatever your bucket is, that your passion is, whether it's all this Biden crap going on right now or pedophilia. And I'm not saying that's good. I'm not trying to diminish that. It's a lot of distractions to divide us all the transgenderism to divide us all. We're all going to pick a side, or certain groups are, whether it's energy, whether it's CRT, whether it's, I don't care which one you pick. It's dividing the population, because divided we will fall and united we can stand. And more people are seeing through this. And I heard it like exponentially today in that parade from so many people. And I can't tell you enough that there is an opportunity right now, like in what No Quarter said, get out, talk to the people. It's the number one thing you can do. And I can't emphasize it enough. As long as they actually realize that you truly care and you're there to represent, you're not there to just grift or whatever, or be a politician, if that's the term that we have to use. I actually hate being called that, but I'm kind of one. But I didn't do it to be a politician. I did it because they pissed me off. And here I am. And the reception with thousands of people along that whole route today was very warm and welcoming, because I say it like it is. I don't really give two shits. I wear my work boots, and yes, they are safety toe work boots, because that's what I do for a living. And I don't really care. They can tell me I should wear something different. Now go pound sand, because I have to do that once in a while too. When you're putting concrete down, you gotta flatten it out. But nevertheless, just be who you are. Be true. Talk to the people. We can win this. I know we can, but we have to stand united and stop watching all the shiny objects. And we have to realize who the actual evil is and where it's coming from. And it's much bigger than I think most people, or the average individual who doesn't pay a lot of attention to this. I don't think they realize where it's coming from. They're so busy, distracted with all of the different shiny objects of whatever they want to complain and fight about. That's my opinion. I'm going to stick to it. No Quarter, we have a really serious case. I'm sure you've seen it now. Alpha News has covered it. I'm more than happy to share the article with you. They're going after a very young man on a Second Amendment issue. It's complete BS. I can't get into the conversation about the legalities of it, but I can tell you I know this person personally. He literally just left my house, and I know this young man very, very well. He's an outstanding young man. The whole thing is BS. But they're going to make an example out of him. They're going to do it in Michigan to somebody else. They're going to do it in Oregon. They're going to do it in Washington State. And eventually people will all flee to the conservative states. Well, now you're all pocketed. And then they're going to come to a state near you. Until we all stand together and push back, we are not going to overcome this nonsense. It only takes 3% smarter to overcome the battle of which it is you have. That's this typical military rule. So there you go. That's my little 14 cents worth, because I went a little long. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I am who I am.
You don't have to be sorry, because you in the end there at the very end, you said a lot of pointed things that were to the point and very well said. It's the vacuum that's created when you leave. It's surrendering the territory, thinking, well, I'm just going to get out of here and go where I can be safe. And eventually you just get painted. Eventually it just keeps getting painted around you, and you're surrounded eventually and overtaken. So running is not going to really solve anything, because it's coming to a city near you. Maybe the city you just evacuated is overtaken, and you run to another one, and it's coming to that city next. You can't run away from the problems. We got to face them. So, I choose to stand and fight in California, and I'll continue to do that, even though it is insurmountable. It feels like, I know there's people here with me that are feeling similar, and we're going to stand, and we're not going to run, creating a vacuum. Derek, please jump back in, brother.
Well, I was first going to say,
some of the most conservative MAGA people you'll ever meet come from these blue states and blue districts and blue cities, because they understand what's at stake here. They live under that tyranny and they're fighting it every single day. Where some of us in these red districts and red states, I don't want to say take it for granted, but somewhat, oh, you see it from a distance. It's one thing to see it from a distance. It's another to have that in your own backyard, if you will, and knocking on your own front door. So I think that's important. No quarter. I just wanted to say, man, he hit the nail on the head. So bodies is more important than money, and that's what I was getting at earlier with how powerful the MAGA movement can be in all of this. So, as a campaign, when you're raising money, you're raising that money to go pay for bodies. You know what I mean? Like you're going to use that money to go buy these resources, to go pay people to do these things. But what you'll find is the people who are paid are not nearly as passionate about it, and yeah, they're going to get it done, but it's not going to be the same as a volunteer whose heart's in it for the right reasons. And so, if we want more outsiders in politics, which is I agree with Shane on this 100%. We need more patriots and less politicians. But if we want to get these people, and we have people running, there's people all across the country who are outsiders, everyday people like us, the way it was intended to be, who step up and run for office. But the issue is they don't have the money, right? And they don't have the connections to money. I mean, I don't know very many millionaire people to reach out to that I know very close. And so, but the way that we can combat that is with an organized effort of volunteers. And then that is the bodies, once again, that Quarter's talking about there with $2,000. They got into first on the third ballot. That's amazing. That's impressive. And then on a smaller scale here, my state rep position, who took my old seat, the establishment put almost $100,000 behind this establishment opponent. And my buddy, who I talked into running, spent about $1,800, and we beat him in the primary, and then went on to win the seat. So all because of organized effort, volunteers, and all those things. So there's a lot of ways, guys, to be effective. But we spend a lot, and I'm guilty of it too. We spend a lot of time in these Twitter spaces. But imagine if we got organized and you spent 2 hours a week phone calling for one of your favorite MAGA candidates across the country. What a difference that would make. And then there's opportunity, like in Shane's case, that you guys could double dip. You could call for Shane, and at the same time, if it crosses over into a district of a congressional candidate there that you really like, well, now you're double dipping. So on the same phone call, you're helping to get that data for both campaigns, because the data is a lot of this is just getting that cleaned up and finding out what these people's biggest issues are, and and making that contact. And then the last thing I'll say, as I know I'm rambling again, I'm a big data person, and Quarter brought it up again. No, Quarter did. Studies have shown that the most effective way to persuade a voter is knocking on the door. That is by far one. There's nothing that even comes close to comparing to a knock at the door by the candidate. The second, in a congressional, you can do that in a smaller race, but in a congressional or Senate race, you can't do that. A candidate couldn't knock enough doors to win anyway. So the second most effective way, though, is someone knocking on the door representing that candidate. Well, guess what the third most effective way is? A phone call. A phone call from someone on behalf of that candidate is the third most effective way to persuade any voter across this country. You know what these big candidates are spending their money on? TV, radio, mailers, so unimpersonal, not personable at all. So once again, not only are you going to be effective by stepping up to volunteer to help candidates out in terms of just getting that stuff done, you're going to be doing the third most persuasive way to persuade a voter. Number 3 on the list, and the only person who could beat you is the candidate himself. And I promise you, whoever you're calling for, that other candidate is not calling. So you'll be the most effective person in the entire race if you step up to make phone calls for your favorite MAGA candidates. So God bless you guys.
And Derek, to that, I will say that yes, depending on the district you live in, I live in a rural district. I was told if you don't wear out 3 pairs of shoes, you didn't work hard enough in my first go around, if you will. Well, most of my addresses are a quarter mile apart, so I wore out 2 sets of tires. But talking to them, and yes, it takes a lot of time. I get that. And it takes away, especially if you're in one of the crappy parts about politics is You want what we hear right now? We don't want old people in the presidency, right? We don't want like Alzheimer's or whatever. Okay, so if you want somebody that truly is an actual worker of some sort, I don't care if you're a farmer or a hammer swinger, I don't care what it is. Somebody that actually participates in the world, how do you get them when they're at their highest earning years available when they have to take a job that pays tiddlywinks for state level, not federal? I'm not trying to compare the two, but and how do you get behind them? The number one thing you do is talk to them. And if you don't have a time, I actually push the envelope and I called, because you're advised by people that think they're smarter than you. You don't call beyond this time. Don't call while football's playing. Don't do this. Don't do that. Whatever. I push the envelope on a lot of it. And my goodness, you can talk to a whole lot of people via phone and they'll be so amazed that you actually called them, because just the fact that you reached out to them. And I make it a point, I get a lot of emails in my state email of people complaining left or right. I don't care which way it is. But the fact I do not email them back, I literally request, if they don't include it, a phone number, and I call every one of them back. And they're totally floored that I'm actually calling them. And quite frankly, we pretty much agree on everything. But it doesn't matter which side of the aisle they're on. They typically agree. It's just little caveats here and there of minor things, but for the vast majority of the issues, we're in total agreement. So just keep reaching out, and the volunteers are everything. The volunteer thing is where it really comes from, and I think there's going to be tens of millions of them now, because they see the direction this is going. It's not really volunteering anymore. It's called saving the country. And I think that's the bigger thing. If you want to save the country, you want to save what you had when you grew up for your kids that you currently have, and or your grandkids you're about to have that you don't even know yet, it's time to giddy up.
Honestly, amen to that, Shane. I mean, if somebody at this point is not willing to put in 1 hour a week to save this country, then I would question as to how serious you are about saving the country, and so I agree with you 100% on that, and thank you for pointing that out. And then I'll say I'm in a rural district, and for my house district, man, like you said, people are so far away. I knocked on doors that had people who said, I've lived here for 40 years and I've never had anybody knock on my door before. There was some that hopped on my side by side because I didn't even want to take my 4-wheel drive truck up their driveway to get to their house. But these people loved it. And then back to the data, man, when you're calling out, so this is what my team's doing right now. I got some volunteers who are working with us and stuff. And right now, since we're 11 months away from the general or for the primary election, I'm having them just get basic information from these people. What are their biggest issues? What are their biggest concerns? And listening to them. I'm not campaigning them. I want them to show these people that I care, and I truly do. But let's just say that their biggest issue is the border, right? And they identify that voter as a border. Well, now if I do send out a text message or something to that person, I'm going to send them out information on my border plan, on what I want to do to how I would help fix the border. So it's still so targeted to them, as opposed to sending them, something about inflation. They might not care about inflation. I mean, they probably do, but I mean, their biggest issue, if our teams called them and they said their biggest issue by far is the border, then when I send out, and I can't call everybody, so when I send out a text message, they're going to get my border text message. If they say it's inflation, they're going to get my inflation national debt text message. So it's going to be targeted to them. And probably at the beginning say, hey, our team spoke to you, had great feedback, that sort of thing. It's very personal. So once again, guys, you making phone calls for any candidate, you will be the most effective person in the field, because it's the third most persuasive way, the third best way to persuade a voter.
Really quick, before Matt speaks, Derek and Shane, grassroots movements all the way. That's where it starts, local level up. Local level up. Everybody has to start at the local level. And, I've been involved since I was 19 years old. and the longer, the years, the more I've learned. And I've been blessed to have Scott Pressler as a friend of mine that has taught me a lot of stuff. with the local level of family. My son is involved in the community. But another thing I'm gonna say is you're right. Door knocking. I've done it, and I still do it. But and now I do it just at different places. Like I just walk down the road, talking to people, engage with people. That's the way I look at it. So I'm just blessed and grateful. Matt has taught me things. I mean, everyone in this room, and of course Shane and Derek, I've heard from y'all. Paul, Tom's in the room, amazing man, advocate, but everyone in this room has taught me something every single day. So I take a little time, but when Scott was in Wisconsin, early vote action app, I got on that and I was making phone calls, and I probably made, in one day it was crunch time. It was crunch time, so he help was needed. And what do you do as an American? We want to save our country, as Shane said. So, I mean, as Derek said, so if you want to save your country, then download the app and simply call. That's all you have to do. It tells you what to say, simply call. This is how we're going to save our country. And, I always say, get up, get out, and get heard. Period. You can go down there and do that very easily. And, if you need a ride, call the neighbor or try to get a group together and get them out there. This is how we motivate people. If you do it, then you're going to show someone else how to do it. Then that person's going to show someone else how to do it, and you gain 10 or 20 more volunteers. God bless you both. Good luck on the coming up on your election, and prayers for all. Thanks.
Yeah, the one takeaway there is you might not talk to everybody or knock on every door, but every door you do knock on and every connection you make, they will talk to 5 more people or 25 more people, and tell other people, hey man, this guy came out and he actually met with me, and it really touched me, and we had a good conversation, and you gotta think about vote for this guy. Paul, you've been waiting patiently, sir. Paul, please join us, and then we'll. And I also want to welcome Tom to the floor as well. Paul, please.
Hey, thank you, Matt. Hello, Carmen and Advocate, my 2 favorite gals. Y'all got my heart. Derek, I'd like to say, what you were saying a couple of speakings ago about that. Here in Texas, we're decidedly red, with the exception of Austin and probably Greater Houston, and we've had some great inroads down on the border with Latinas winning some seats down there and stuff. And I agree that volunteers and that is the way to go to push this message forward. And I got to tell y'all, I've been hanging around the periphery. I do the drive and stuff. That's basically the main one I've been in because of the industry I'm in. But I've decided today that I'm going to seek a membership at MAGAMISSION, and because I really believe, especially today after all of these uh, uh, things that I've heard on this space, I'm going to go ahead and pull the trigger and be a membership. But and one other thing I'd like to point out, and I've said this before about Shane, but Derek and Shane, you all got to give mad respect to a couple of fellas that give up their vocation to run for office and go represent those of us that don't have a voice and make those sacrifices. I'm in awe of you guys, and I'm a boomer, and we look forward to y'all representing us, moving forward. Over.
Well, Paul, I think you're one of my favorite people too. So thank you for that. God bless you. And you're right; they do. And I think we got to be careful with our people running, and how we get informed is getting out there and getting to know them. Who's running. The last thing we want is vote Republican, vote Republican. We don't want rhinos in there. We've got to get informed who's running, and yes, we thank Jim for being our voice once they get in, and I believe that we will save our nation, and it's going to be from the local level up. And thanks again. But I see Derek has his hand up, so go right ahead. Or Matt, if you had anything to say.
No, no, Carmen, I'm good, and I do want to keep the conversation going. Derek, and then we'll just keep rolling the conversation. Shane's back up. All right, good. Derek, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. And I just wanted to tell Paul, thank you for what you said, man. Because I'll just tell you, and I have new respect for everybody who runs for federal office as well. I never had any desire to run for federal office. So West Virginia, we have citizen legislators. So we have a 60-day session. And outside of that, I was able to just be a husband, a father, just a regular guy, run my business and everything, but was able to shape the future of my state. It wasn't until that these people came into my house after January 6th and the weaponized government ripped me away from my wife and my children and held me hostage, drug me into the swamp, if you will. That's when I decided to get involved in national politics. I had no desire to do that because I wanted to protect my family from basically all the nastiness that we've seen throughout the last 2 years since January 6th. But I looked around after being in the middle of the swamp and thought, at this point, there's no reason. I mean, we've already went through the ringer, if you will. And then I just wanted to say, if anybody, I'm getting ready to leave. I'll drop down to listener. I have to drop down though for a little bit, but hanging out with the family. But if there's anybody out there who wants to volunteer on my campaign or whatever, you guys just feel free to send me a DM. We'd be happy to have you guys. And if you don't want to with mine, I still encourage you to get involved with Shane, Nate, somebody. Get involved somewhere or another. I think you'll find it's contagious. It's really hard at first, or from a mental standpoint, to break that mental barrier down, if you will. But once you get involved, I think you're going to enjoy it because you're not going to be calling liberals, especially like right now in a primary, in the way that I would like to see this structured anyways. You're going to be calling fellow MAGA Americans across the country. America, this is what you're going to find, and Shane can back me up, and Tom probably as well, and No Quarter, who's worked. When you are actually out there talking to the people, you will realize that America itself is MAGA. Your neighbors, the everyday, the backbone of this country, the blue collar Americans are MAGA. The issue that we're running into right now is they don't know who the MAGA representatives are. They don't know who the MAGA candidates are to vote for, and you can let them know. It's not, you don't have to twist their arm. That's what's crazy about this. They are MAGA. If Shane had enough time to call every single voter in his district, he'd win. If I had enough time to literally call every single voter in my district and have a conversation with them and they knew who I was, I would win. And the polling in my race actually shows that. When the people in my district realize that I'm the former elected state rep who got arrested for January 6th, I'm winning my polls right now in double digits against a sitting member of Congress. But they don't know that, because when it's just, without that information, we're losing the polls because they don't know. So that's what it comes down to. And every district across the country is this way. You're going to be talking to MAGA people, just like what's in this space right now, and letting them know who the MAGA candidates are. So whether it's my campaign or somebody else, please step up, get involved. And I think you'll find it's going to be contagious. You're going to make a lot of friends along the way, and you'll have fun doing it. So God bless you guys. God bless America. I'll drop down to listener. Send me a DM if you guys are interested.
And Derek, I just sent you a DM with my phone number, so call me.
Hey, could I jump in, MAGA, real quick? I just want to say, No Quarter, I followed you because I really like what you had to say today, brother.
Yeah, I wanted to also just again thank Derek, and if there's anything that we can do, we do have Shane up and we have others on the site, so we could give you a feature spot if you want. Tom, welcome to the floor, sir. How you doing?
Hey, doing good. I want to give a shout out to Paul from Texas down here, man. Would love to have you sign up to become a volunteer deputy voter registrar. We're setting up an organization to do just that. The biggest Republican organization of volunteer deputy voter registrars right now happens to be the Texas Federation of Republican Women, which is they have like maybe. So we need more, and we need MAGA VDVRs that are have some energy in them and don't want to sit around all day long. So I would really appreciate it if you could help me out with that. It's free to do, by the way. All you have to do is schedule online. You can go to texasvotesnow.com, go to select your county, drop down to Harris, click Harris County, boom, schedule your training right there. It's a 1 hour course, super easy Zoom meeting. You can sign up on the webpage as well. I'll get your information, and then you'll start getting emails from us. And we're going to have events with elected officials and different people that are all supporting what we're doing. So that's what I'm up to today. TexasVotesNow.com. You can go look at the website. I'm adding counties to it right now. I got about 150 counties. I got about 100 counties left, 254 counties in Texas. But I'm on Jim Wells County right now, and I've done most of East Texas, and I'm working myself way up north and west now, and hopefully I'll finish by tomorrow sometime. But this is quite the task. I'm taking all the necessary information. In some cases, it's one link. Harris County is simple. I'll give them that. It's one link. You click on it, boom, you sign up. Other counties, you actually have to, call somebody, schedule a test, use the state information that the state provides. But we try to give all that information there so anyone can go to that website, get all the training information they need, schedule the test, do whatever they have to become a deputy registrar, because this is how we take Texas back. We get 10,000 of these people plus registering 2 people a month. That's 250,000 people a year. Give ourselves 4 years, and we've got 1 million new Republican voters across Texas, especially in the metropolitan areas. We can take Harris County back. Harris County is within reach. The mayor's office is within reach. You're like, what do you mean, Tom? Well, in 2015, we lost it by about 4,000 votes in a runoff. 4,000 votes. Bill King should have been mayor. It was that close. So if we go out and we kick ass and we take names, we can do this. Second Baptist Church, biggest church in Harris County, about 100,000 members. I'm a member of it. 25% of the church isn't even registered to vote. About half of them showed up for the last election. That's not going to work. So we're going to go pick all the low-hanging fruit we can in Harris County. And I think if we pick enough of it, we're going to win. We're going to win the county back. We're going to actually eventually get the mayor's office. It just depends. How organized are we willing to get? The more organized we get, the more elections we win. I challenge everybody. If you're in a different state, do what I'm doing. Make a simple web page. I don't know how it works in every state. Texas is pretty difficult. You have to be registered and certified in the county in order to register people in that county. If that's the way it is in your state, you should build a web page, model yourself after what I'm doing here. Make it easy for people to do that if that's the way it is. If they can just register online, well, geez, that's easy. So it depends on what kind of state you're in, on what kind of rules you have to play with. But if I can do 254 counties the hard way and do all this, please, for heaven's sake, let's see some other people step up to the plate and do some of these other states. I don't have time to do them all. I'll do Texas. But if we have that and we build this initiative, we will start winning more, and we'll win more often. It'll be great, and you'll be happy you did it, because at the end of the day, this cuts to the chase. Okay, you can make posts, you can retweet, you can do this, you can do that. Hell, you can go to all the meetings I go to, but that doesn't actually change a whole lot. What changes things? What changes the math? What changes the calculus are asses and seats and buses on election day going to the voting polls. That's what wins, and that's what the Democrats do. So until we start getting buses going to and from our churches and start employing every tactic the left does that's legal and that's common sense, we are behind the ball. I challenge everybody. Let's get organized. Let's at least compete in this game the Democrats are playing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tom. Carmen, did you want to jump in before we go to Paul? Or all right. Thank you, Tom, so much. And I would like to learn more and do exactly what you're talking about. I know there are people working on this. There are groups. I mean, you just start typing in and you start looking, and you'll find tons and tons of groups that are forming to bring action items and to save the country now more than ever. So I wouldn't mind getting people to that information for Texas. That's important.
Listen,
You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what state you're in. You can cross the efforts.
Yeah, you can do a lot for other people. Listen, if you need help setting this up, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, or if you think you want to make a big difference and you're like, what can I do from the comfort of my own home? I'm doing all this, from my house, building this website out and making connections. There's so much you can do online where you don't even have to leave your house. And Scott knows how to do that as well, Pressler. And we are structuring a lot of the stuff we're doing after things that he has suggested that we know work. And he's really one of the leading experts in this because he's out there performing the job every day. And so we would love to actually be able to employ like college students that are young Republicans and say, hey, instead of going to work for the woke grocery store, HEB, making minimum wage, we'll pay you $1 more an hour. Come work for us, and you can do Republican stuff that makes a difference, and you can feel good about it, and you'll make even more money. So that's my goal, is to be able to have that organization funded at the level to where we can do that. We don't even have the donation portal up yet, but we will eventually. And of course, we'll take small donations all day long to make this happen. But this is the plan. This is the goal here in Texas, and I hope people, do this other places. Call me if you need help. Reach out to Scott Pressler. Reach out to me, and we will lead you down the righteous path on how to do this the right way. You're not standing in front of Walmarts. Okay, that's not how you do this. There are way better ways to do this. You will get a lot more conservatives a lot quicker, a lot more Republicans a lot quicker, a lot more MAGA people a lot quicker, and that's what we're about, showing all the tactics to use. And a lot of that stuff is word of mouth, and we're willing to share it with you. So just don't feel like you can't reach out to us. You definitely can. And if you meet candidates, ask them, are you a voter registrar? Because when you meet voters, if you have your paperwork with you as a candidate, bam, listen, not only do you get another voter that's going to come vote for you because you, the candidate, personally registered them, and that's going to resonate with them for a long time, but you can also film that opportunity and say, hey, here I am as a candidate registering somebody to vote. That's a campaign commercial right then and there in itself, showing people that you care enough to go do that. And I think that's a big deal. So everybody should be proud to go and do this and register people to vote, register Republicans to vote. It needs to be the rule, not the exception. Right now, it's the exception to the rule. This needs to be the rule for people that are really grassroots, hard workers, people that actually want to make a change. This is it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, when you came up and Paul came up at the same time, I was going to say Texas. I want to introduce you to Texas. Paul, how's it going, brother?
Yeah, good, Matt. Thanks. Hey, Biggin, could you put that website in the pill or something? I didn't catch it. And
I'll drop it in there.
yeah, I'm out in the barn. I don't have anything to write with.
No problem. So, I'll drop it down in the pill.
I'm in Wood County, just east of Mineola. I got 20 acres out here.
Yeah, I think I've got the information for Wood County. I think you're going to have to call the courthouse, and I get you lined up with everything, but we'll get worked out. That's the reason I exist.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Oh, I followed you, too.
Awesome. I'll follow you back.
Well, we're getting close to the 4 o'clock hour here. We've been I've been on since 10, and then we recovered another space, and we kept going for a few more hours. I know everybody in this space today has been just hitting the topics hard all day, trying to absorb as much information as we can, share as much information as we can, rally people to the fight, and ask people to get active as much as we can. And I think I want to put a bow on it probably around 4 o'clock and do a slow close here. But I want to thank everybody. And I know Texas Trucker, he came back up to speak. And don't run away, everyone. Just let's kind of put a bow on it, and we'll start closing her down here slowly. Texas, what's going on, brother, man?
Oh hell, I've been preoccupied, brother. I guess I've been listening, but I haven't been available because I was getting this load of watermelons on going to Oklahoma. Taking a beating out here, brother. I had to get home because I had to take a load. Had to take one of them loads that nobody should take. 2,100 to Oklahoma, $2 a mile, because I got to get home to do my DOT physical on Tuesday and Wednesday because we got the truck show on next weekend. So yeah, I'm feeling the pain right now, brother. I'm barely breaking even on this one. 40 cents a mile. That's less than the company driver makes, bro. So if I blow a tire, I'm losing money, man. But yeah, man, you got a good show on the Texans in here today, brother. I like that. Mr. Shane, how you doing, sir? Carmen, love you, girl. I'm just gonna ride and listen, man. I know y'all finna close down. I'm sorry I missed it, but I've been busy, man. I've been working. My daughter's up 6 years old. She was crying at daycare the other day, Friday, because I'm not gonna be able to be there for Father's Day. But it's the price to pay when you're out here doing this job, man. It sucks. That's the reason why we're fighting. We're trying to make it to where we can't afford to go home sometimes. But y'all have a blessed one, brother. Thank you, man. And I'm just gonna ride and listen.
Well, thank you, Texas. And yeah, I do want to wish everybody a happy Father's Day and blessed weekend. I hope everyone's safe and happy and, having good food and spending time with your family. And, people took time out of their weekend and day to come spend it with us. And I can't thank you enough. Even just, listening and coming and showing up and just hanging out with us and listening is a form of support, and like what Tom was saying and Shane was saying, there's pieces and parts to everybody that they play in this. And together we make a pretty formidable team. Your talent might be going out and being personable and talking to people, or it might be digital, it might be art, it could be so many different things. And the truckers, they have an opportunity, because they're going across state lines. They're almost everywhere, and they're talking to other truckers, and so they play a vital role in spreading the information too and uniting. So yeah, it's amazing to me. I see people coming together, and the country really needs it right now more than ever. Carmen, or I'm sorry, Texas. He just threw up his hand. Texas, brother. Yes.
Yeah, what I'd like to do, bro, is man, y'all are my community, y'all are my family, man. And eventually, I would like to wrap my truck in y'all's stuff there, man. I would support that stuff proudly out here. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking about it, man. If y'all want to come up with something, show me what y'all got. I'll try to get that done, brother.
Wow. Well, that's very, very kind to you, and I really appreciate it. Um, you know, we early on we were talking about battleground. I mean, we covered so much now. We covered battleground states, PCs, bills that are being passed at an alarming rate, and we talked about early vote action as well. And Scott Pressler has joined us, and Scott, great to have you, sir. We've covered so much ground, and we've been in the last hour. We've really been talking about giving people action items and really, getting to the grassroots and getting people education and on certain things and getting them activated. So, Scott, welcome to the force, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm in the car right now with Heather Langley. You've often seen her in these spaces. It's Heather Langlee, and she's based out of Louisiana, Lafayette. And we did a gun show today. Actually, the Great Southern Gun Show owner, Mr. Bean, actually reached out to me and said, hey, we'd love to host you sometime. Have you come to our gun show, register voters? And that was many, many months ago. So this has finally come to fruition. And I'll tell you, I've done a lot of voter registration. The national average is 1 per hour. We did 9 to 5 today at the gun show, and we registered a total of 14 voters. We got 13 Republicans, including 2 Democrats that switched to Republican, which, by the way, is a -1 +1, which is a +4 because we switched 2 Democrats. And today was just great. We signed up volunteers, but the coolest thing about today was, as an organizer, I could come in and do the work and have Scott Pressler do everything. But the neatest thing was almost every single one of our volunteers that came today had their own individual success at either registering one voter or multiple voters. You know, because when I leave, I don't want the energy to dissipate and for people to just, fall off the wagon. But them having those individual successes means that when I'm gone, they're going to continue to have those. So today was just a great day. This honestly was a 10 out of 10 in terms of grassroots organizing at its finest with voter registration.
That is awesome, Scott. I saw you doing this all day long in Louisiana, and I grew up over there on the North Shore when I was younger, and this is what I dream of. And that these statistics here are really easy. No Quarter, I think you're unmuted. uh, but these stats here that you just pulled off the gun show, these are easy to do at the gun show, right? And my challenge for people that go out and do this type of stuff is to set an easy goal of 2 or 4 people a month and go to these events like this, and you can get your 2 or 4 people, right? And you can stay on average, you can knock it out. It's not like some crazy hurdle, and it's not to say like registering. If you go out and register 24 people a year, like that's not an impact. That is a huge impact. And if you can get lots of more people just like you doing this, that's a multiplier effect. And so you may not feel like registering 14 people is a big deal. I'm telling you it is. I'm telling you it's a massive deal. And this needs to be the rule, not the exception, is what I was telling them earlier, Scott. Like we have one of the biggest organizations, Republican organizations outside of the actual Texas GOP in Texas, is the Texas Federation of Republican Women. And this is one of the things that they do is register people, but they maybe have 100 or so volunteer deputy voter registrars in the entire statewide organization. And that is not going to cut it. That's the biggest one. That's all they have. And the reason it won't is because Rice University, they have a program where they stamp these people out all day long. They're minting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new volunteer voter registrars out of the Rice University program. And what do we have? And so if you can't just sit back and say, well, whatever we have is it, and go on and expect to win. We have to go out there and build an army of warriors who want to go out and kick ass and take names. And this is the only way we're going to actually have massive effect and see the changes that we want to see. We can't point to people that are running campaigns and say, I'm just going to vote for you and that's going to be it and you got to do all the work. That's not how it works. You actually have to go out and build the party up, and that's how you affect change. So I'm happy to see that y'all had a good success over there at the gun show, Scott, and I'm really hoping to get you here in Texas. We're trying to plan some stuff right now, and whatever we have to do to get you here, you let me know. We're going to make it happen, and we're going to recruit thousands of new VDVRs. I've already gotten submissions through the website that I just launched yesterday, and of course, Scott has sent dozens of people to me already. So we have a list. It's almost at 200 now for Texas, which is already more than TFRW has here in Texas, right? So we already have basically a group of VDVRs, the largest theoretically in the state, just about. And we're looking to grow that out, and I'll check with other organizations and see where they're at. But we want the biggest group so we can organize together for maximum impact and get as many people certified and as many counties to register. That way, when it comes time to go to a Texas A&M football game and there's 100,000 people there and they're from all over the dang state, we can at least try to make that work and have people certified for those different counties that are going to go back to those counties and be able to deliver those forms and get them registered. Big events like that is what I'm talking about. So I think that was a A+ effort today, Scott, and a big round of applause for working with the people there in Louisiana, being mold stomping grounds. I really appreciate that.
Hey, Scott, I would like to say congratulations as always. You come in and show that you share and we learn. And you're the example of the grassroots movement. And thank you. God bless you. I will be going to colleges starting next week in North Carolina I think colleges are a huge place we need to be hitting up. And so this will be my first time actually going to the colleges, and then I'll be moving on from there to another state. So, Scott, thanks for all you've done. God bless you. And I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thanks, Carmen. I do want to keep the conversation going. Scott raised his hand. Please, Scott, continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to also add that we were very proud to have been joined by the Louisiana State Party chairman, Louis Gervich. So we have the support of the party. The party listened to the grassroots when I came in January, and I presented to them a voter registration proposition talking about the importance of voter reg. And this shows you what can be done when the party is working hand in glove with the grassroots. That the chairman didn't have to show up today for our day of action, but he did. And so if anybody has any question as to whether they should join the LA GOP, absolutely. Get involved with your local parish, get involved with your parish executive committee, and let's build such a strong state party that when we have our jungle primary in October, that we're electing Jeff Landry outright with 50% plus one, that we're not even going to go to a runoff. But no, I would be remiss not to say Chairman Louis Gervich definitely has my respect for him coming out today when he didn't have to do so.
That's awesome. It's a really big deal. That's what you call respect. And so that's tremendous that we're getting this attention and that we have people in these parties that really do care. So, listen, things may be broken, but people are paying attention and we are going to fix it. So that's the best message I could have heard all day, Scott, is the people there at the Louisiana GOP care so much that they actually show up to the event. That's really awesome. That means a lot. So congratulations, man. That's a huge deal.
It absolutely is, Tom. It's a fresh breath. It's like, ooh. I mean, it's a beautiful sound to hear that, because this is what we're all been wanting to do. So it's great to hear it, Scott. I think I'm not sure who you have. I'm sorry. Relentless. Hi there, y'all. This is Nina from Texas. Hi, Scott. Hi there, Tom. Everyone. I have been trying my hardest to get somebody to call me back or respond to emails or text or tweets. I'm trying. I am off work. I have completed my job. I am free agent and I'm ready to work. And I live in Corpus Christi, Texas.
I
I
got
would
you.
I would love to be a precinct chair at one day. I'm already set for a poll watcher and a poll worker, but I mean, I got skills. I would love to take the training and get in there. Um, Scott and I spoke. You sent me a DM with your name, Mr. Slocum, and I did reach out. So I hope you have somewhere that I could assist with, even if it's boots on the ground somewhere outside of Texas or it's, remote. Whatever I can do, please contact me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there's a website that's at the top. It's also in the pill. I just followed you back. Feel free to DM me. If you go to that website, you can sign up there. You can sign up for training in your county. And I believe I've got your county added, so you can see what you got to do to get ready. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to DM me. But go ahead and sign up through my website, so I have your information, and then also find your county. And like I said, you can sign up with your county for the training, and definitely for the test. Some counties actually do the training, some don't. But you do have to take the test, and I'll be happy to help you out with that. Just let me know.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much.
I wanted to welcome Casey to the floor and thank you, Relentless, for coming up. Casey, please stay with us. Casey, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for the space and the platform to be able to talk. So I heard Scott talk about how the party chair there is supporting the voter registration efforts and growth of the party, and I absolutely love that. Earlier today, I was on a phone call with Utah's state chairman Rob Axon, and we had discussed some party sanctioned, some party supported, and party led voter registration drives. As the gun shows are awesome, and we can connect with more Republicans there than ever. But I think that it's a little bit different when it's a party endorsed, and it provides a little bit of that clout. And we also are organizing some of that. Specific training that delegates and precinct committeemen and precinct chairs can have, and more clearly define to the granular level some activities that they can do. That way things aren't vague, they aren't clear, and it's not this historical tribal knowledge that has been kind of the MO for years past. And yeah, I just Scott, we at least have one. I will say we at least have one RNC committeeman candidate here in Utah that is fully behind everything that you're doing. Another one may announce, but we will have it. If I have a say about it, we will have someone else on the RNC that is pushing Chairwoman McDaniel to actually respond to you and hopefully get you a job, within the party. And I definitely hope that happens, and we'll push for it. So that's it.
I wanted to turn everyone's attention up to the Nest and to please go to Early Vote Action. You can download the app. You can get training and more information and be up to date with Scott and what he's doing. And I also wanted to say that Gypsy Patriot, she was telling us how she was going to meet with you, Scott. I hope that happened. I wasn't sure when, where. She did mention the gun show, and I don't know if she was able to say hi to you or not, but if you wanted to jump in off of what Casey said and add anything there.
Is Gypsy Patriot the Louisiana Sisters? Is that one? I don't know. I met a lot of people.
Yeah, I know, brother. That's all right. And anyway, she was excited to come meet with you, and I'm sure she'll let us know if that happens. So I just want to let you know there are people that we talk to that are going to your events, and they're excited about it. And you got a lot of people, a lot of support that love you and support you. So just know that. And Carmen, if you want to jump in and keep going here.
Absolutely. Thanks, Matt. And, yeah, thanks, Scott. Gypsy, she's precious. She's got the blonde hair, but she was coming with someone, I can't think of the name, but yeah, she'll let us know. And I'm sure as excited as I was, or when you came, I think you've been to Lee County. I know you have, actually, because I was there, North Carolina. But she was real excited, and it's just a beautiful thing to see a platform like this come together with all of us in here, and sharing the information and sharing knowledge with each other. And then people reaching out to one another to see how they can get in touch with, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And Casey, I hope she reaches out, because Scott's been tweeting every single day, and there's been a lot of retweets. So I think that would be a wonderful thing if she would answer him. Thanks for bringing that up. Tom, you do a lot, and God bless you, and thank you. And I wanted to say earlier, after you spoke, my phone was acting up. My daughter kept calling me back to back because she needed some money. So, I couldn't talk, but I wanted to tell you thank you and God bless you. And it takes one person to step up, and then get another person and spread the message, or show them, and take them along with you. Knock on the doors, registrar, be a, register voters, etc. And then they go and share it with other people, and it just keeps spreading and spreading and spreading. And I always said grassroots movements. I mean, that's where it starts, local level up. So I am grateful to be a part of that. I'm grateful to have so many mentors that are on Twitter in my life, and with that, because my son's 23 years old. Actually, he just turned 24, and he's out there registering voters in our community. And so there's Heather. I think Heather was coming with her. But that's the beautiful thing is we can pass all this along to our children and get them involved. And people like Scott and Tom, Shane, Matt, I mean, so many, Casey, so many people that have come up today are showing us how it should be done or how it can be done and giving us the knowledge, and that's where we can pass it along to our children and other people in our communities. And with that, I will yield. And Heather, I welcome you up, and if you want to speak, go right ahead.
Hey, thank y'all. It's really nice to be back. I've had a month of Mondays in getting this trip with Scott put together, including but not limited to my cell phone is now floating in the Atchafalaya Basin. If anybody from Louisiana is on, they understand that's not a good thing. Got my new phone, got Twitter activated again, and Scott's here. It's been a great trip. We were at in Denham Springs Thursday night. It was supposed to take us an hour and a half to get there. It took us 3 hours. But it was a great event, and Gypsy actually was going to come to that one, and I think her husband got sick, is what she texted me. So we're doing a training and door-to-door effort Monday night in Baton Rouge, and I'm pretty sure she's going to be able to be there for that one. So I'm super excited to have her very close to us because we're building a network in Louisiana. Because when Scott's gone, I mean, he's exactly right. He can't be everywhere all the time. And he does such a great job training people and motivating people, and then leaves it to us to get together, form our areas and continue the work between now and for us in Louisiana, it is October because of our statewide elections. So it's been a blessing, and it's been a lot of work, but it's been a lot of fun, and we're making progress one vote at a time, one volunteer at a time. So thank y'all for continuing, and we're all spreading the word, and I think we're gaining momentum for sure. So thanks, and it's great to see y'all again.
Oh, it's great to see you, Heather. And, one of the things we talked about early on is a lot of people started to register as independent or other and kind of started to pull away from registering as a Republican. Some people got fed up with certain things, and now, you have a bunch of independent voters out there, registered independent voters out there that could actually be brought back to the Republican registrar. And, those votes are out there. Just got to get to them and get them to connect and come back, But Heather and Scott are doing a lot of great work. So we've been going for about almost, I don't know how many hours now, 5 or so many hours. I wanted to ask Scott, while you're here, do you want to give us some layout of what's going on, where your focus is going to be next, what thoughts you have on moving forward and continuing this fight, and your focus, some of the things you've been learning, some of the things you're thinking of now, and where you're going. And I know Early Vote Action, focuses on several key states, but I know your focus isn't just there, it's everywhere. But if you could give us some insight, and that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm exhausted, but it's a good exhausted. It's like when you're successful, your body is tired, but it's good success where you're like, yes, we're making progress. We're fine. I mean, I created a Facebook group the other day, y'all, called Pennsylvania Republicans. Within fewer than 4 days, that group has 1,200 members. 1,200 members in fewer than 4 days. That's power. Because what I do, just to give you an idea, like I really take this job seriously. This to me is a job, is something that I want to be successful. So when I do an event with Heather, for example, and she's in Iberia Parish, whenever I get somebody who's in Iberia, from then on, I send directly to Heather. So like in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Aaron Coper is in Pittsburgh. I have the chairman of Lackawanna County. Then I've got Ellen Cox Bowman in Bucks. So as I meet those people, I'm connecting them to those counties in Pennsylvania. Now, what I did is I did a roll call in that Pennsylvania group. And so everybody's saying their county. And so what I'm now doing is every time somebody says Southwest Pennsylvania, I'm connecting them to Aaron Coper, or Bucks County, I'm CCing Ellen Cox. So this group, I think, is really the future, that I'm going to create one of those statewide Republican groups for all, starting with the most important states and then just growing and building to capacity. Because I think my role in this movement, in part, is not only the teaching and educating, but I'm a connector. And so anybody in Texas, I've been connecting them to Tom Slocum, or Utah, Casey, Heather, Louisiana, Shane, St. Cloud, Minnesota, and Minnesota. That's my role. I'm connecting people because they trust me, and then I bring them to a credible person that I have the relationship with. And I think that's been part of the success of what we're building right now. We are building to capacity. So as I do that, I'm going to continue traveling the country, teaching voter registration. I'm actually taking a vacation, I know. Next week, I'm going to Holden Beach, North Carolina. But my behind is so dumb that as I'm going on vacation, I'm doing a training in Wilmington, North Carolina next Saturday on the, on the 24th, because apparently I just can't stay away from work. And then my goal is to also, I just created, for the Early Vote Action app, I created, stayed up till 2:30 last night building a Google Doc that I took screenshots of beginning the application to making a phone call and walking you through every step of the process and how to successfully make a phone call. So anybody that's interested in making phone calls into Louisiana or Pennsylvania using the Early Vote Action application, simply send me a direct message and I will message you the application Google Doc form that literally walks you through it. So that's kind of where my focus is right now, continuing to teach voter registration, being a connector, getting people on the Early Vote Action application, and last, getting as many people in the closed primary states of California, New York, Florida, Kentucky, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, Oregon. I want as many people as humanly possible to register as a Republican, even if you're unhappy with the party. Because if it means that you want to support your man Trump, then you got to be registered as a Republican. And those are my foci.
Wow. I said, wow, I would have never thought, Scott, that you would be working on vacation. That's a joke. I'm actually going to be in Wilmington, and I'm going to be there where you're at. I'm about an hour and 20 minutes away, so I have marked it on my calendar, and I knew that was coming up. So I can't wait, and it's exciting, and please take some time and enjoy yourself. You deserve it. Thank you for all you do. God bless.
Oh, girlfriend, there's going to be a hot tub. Now, I may be drinking some virgin, non-alcoholic strawberry daiquiris and pina coladas watching horror movies, but I promise you, I will still be registering voters from that hot tub at the beach.
I know you will, Scott. And listen, don't test me with the hot tub, okay? Because we would be drinking some we would be drinking some non-alcoholic and hot tub and registering together, okay? So don't do that to me, Scott, okay?
That sounds like a very wild Twitter space. That sounds way wild.
I love it. I love it. I'm glad you were getting the vacation, but you do still do you. So I am so I think I'm proud of. I always say every day in every space, and when I wake up to my children, I say, "Wow, it's such a beautiful day. I am so proud to be an American," and that's what we got to remember. Got to be proud of our country, our nation. I mean, guys, this is America. We can do this. So God bless.
Yeah, it's the community that we're hoping to build, where people come in and be welcome and put in some time and just do some of this work with us. And every person here has a separate talent. Like Scott was saying, his talent is connecting. But you're a really quick guy. I mean, you bring the facts and the data, Scott. You connect, but you connect the dots verbally in a way that the people really connect with. And so you bring the knowledge, and you're amazing at what you do. And we need more people that have different talents, just to use those talents and step forward. The MAGA mission team, we hold rooms all the time. We're talking about the issues every day. And Marlon has a space at I believe it's 9 o'clock my time in the morning, and now I'm on the West Coast, so it's 3 hours difference for everything I'm about to say. But anyways, Marlon, Monday through Friday, Gypsy Patriot, she holds Monday, Wednesday, Friday spaces early in the morning, 5 a.m. And we also have meetings with Noah, where we discuss trucking and the trucking industry. We have homeschooling 101, defending self-defense spaces, and of course we have more politically focused spaces on things like we're talking about today. And we try to cover all the topics that everybody is that will help bring America to a better place, and hopefully a brighter future of prosperity and happiness for everybody. Scott, I can't thank you enough. Every time you take the time to come in and talk. We had Shane, Mecklin, Nate Kane, Derek was here, Chris Rose was here. We just didn't have Christian Lamar today, but he spoke with our other hosts earlier in the morning, and we're just blessed to have you come in today too, Scott and Tom, and everybody that came in. They contributed so much today. I can't thank you enough. If there's anything that we want to maybe have a soft close here, and if we want to get anything out, let's get it out, and then we'll continue on and with the rest of our weekend, and we'll probably see you on Sunday morning where there's going to be another space, or even later on tonight. Carmen, you wanna start, huh?
Absolutely. I say it's always beautiful to come into a space and have such a friendly and loving space, and sharing information and or stories or success stories, or stories that how to do it, how not to do it. It's just beautiful, and all of us uniting together and coming together, taking notes and getting out there. I'm hoping that this space and other spaces, and just what we're saying, each person in here is saying is motivating you, and you want to stand up, get up, and just run out that door, because we definitely need you out there in your local communities, knocking on them doors and going down there and dang. Scott got me excited about the hot tub, y'all. I'm sorry. And registering voters.
You got Twitter pated, is what they call it.
He did.
That actually is a term, Twitter pated.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm telling you, he deserves it so much. But and we had so many wonderful speakers that come in. And guys, each and every one of us are speakers. All of us. Anybody down there, next time we hold a space, listen, no question is a dumb question, because the only way I can learn is to ask the question. And I just want everyone to know that they are welcome. That I want you to feel comfortable in these spaces that we hold, and we want you to come up and ask questions, and that's the most important thing. We have to ask questions in order to get out there. I'm telling you, just following Scott, talk with Scott, I learned so much. I learned it through my family. I learned it through Matt. I learned it through other people. So many people are out there with the knowledge. It just takes you to step up and ask a question. So I hope you can get up, get out, and get heard in your community. grassroots movements all the way. Please go to MAGAMISSION.org. It's free to sign up. We just have some information there for every state, and we feature people like we got Scott Pressler on there. We have Christian Lamar and many more, Shane. And so go there, and also please just take a chance and look at Early Vote Action and download that app. It's a wonderful app. Scott was in Wisconsin, and I made phone calls from North Carolina. I did what I could do to help. So that's what matters. From state to state, we can help one another. This is how we save our nation. So let's get up and do it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Carmen, for months, I'd say for the last couple months, we've been talking certain points, and we're going to continue, and we're just going to keep going down that path. But some of those things where we started was we laid out the premise of civil liberties, early vote action, and voting strategies. And we've been kind of, just going down this road with very intelligent speakers and information from people taking action locally all the way from their district up and out. And so it's a grassroots movement, and I really appreciate it so much. And every week, every Saturday at 10 o'clock West Coast time, I'll be having a space where we can continue these discussions and keep hopefully the dialogue going with candidates that are actually running, and they can tell us what their fight is, what they're dealing with. And election integrity is huge. Christian Lamar's things he's been working on in Arizona, and all of these things are pivotal to saving the country and steering us in the right direction. I want to turn back to Paul. Paul, please.
Yeah, a little bit off topic, MAGA, but I just wanted to say to you and Carbon and Scott and Slocum and all you guys, it's really great to be in this space. We've had bad storms come through East Texas over the last couple of days, and I know Louisiana and Mississippi are suffering the same. But we've got 2,500 folks without power here. Fortunately, I've got a generator. I'm getting low on LP, and I can't get anybody to come out and re-up me because the demand's so high right now. But just everybody, keep your thoughts and your prayers in the folks that are less fortunate than I am. We've got a lot of trees down. We got folks that can't make it into work because the roads are blocked and stuff. And I just wanted to throw that out there in this space to keep us in mind. Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome. Everyone, there's an evolution in time, that eventually it comes to this place, this moment in time. So like years ago, I started following Scott Pressler, watching his work. And then, years later, I talked to Scott in a space, and maybe soon I'll meet him, or we'll be doing work together. And it's just, there's an evolution on Twitter spaces like Tom. I've heard Tom speak. I've heard Derek speak. I never got to spend the intimate time speaking with them on issues, and it's so great, that we've come to this place and been able to meet and have these conversations. So again, I can't thank everybody enough. But like Scott, I am quite tired. He's tired. We're all tired. I think we need to take a break. At least I do. I've been running like spaces every day, and it just wears me down. But I can't get enough of it, and I love you guys, and I love doing this, and I want us to keep pressing ahead. So, any last words from anyone? Yeah, and then I'm probably gonna shut her down and wish everybody a great weekend. All right.
It's going to be a
Carmen.
beautiful weekend. Scott, I will see you in Wilmington, and I look forward to knowing that you'll be relaxing, although you've put a event during your vacation. But that is a beautiful thing. That is what's so beautiful, is you can go to vacation and do an event and still get things accomplished. So I'm glad that you're taking a vacation. You definitely deserve it. Tom, thank you for coming in and speaking. Everyone, Casey, Texas, I could go all the way down. Everybody got, just thank you for joining in and just coming up and talking. And to the listeners down there, thank you all for joining in and listening. I hope you had a pen and piece of paper out, or that's how I always do it. So, but you can always go back and listen to the recording on at magamission.org. We have where their library is. The recordings are in this library, and you can go in there and start and listen to all of them from the first to now. And so we look forward to all of you joining us again next Saturday. And that's really all I got to say. I don't know if Scott, if you have anything to say, Tom, anyone up here, KC, Texas. But after that, I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah, great space.
I
And
just want to say God bless y'all. That's all.
yeah, great space. If you're from Texas, give me a follow, give me a reach out, and I'll get back in touch with you. Be happy to help you out. Thanks, Scott, for doing what you're doing, and let's hook up. Let's get you to Texas, brother. Looking forward to it.
And I'll see you at the hot tub.
The hot tub time machine is about to warp us out of here. So I just want to say again, I can't express my thanks enough. I love you all. And God bless and Godspeed. And please, please come back next Saturday and we'll continue the discussion and the fight. And thank y'all. God bless you.